Okay. We will be live in 5, and 4, and 3. Okay, welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WhickTV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Today, we are going to be talking about conscription, specifically military conscription. So right now, obviously, there's a huge conflict going on over in Russia and Ukraine. Both sides are using conscription. All countries that I can think of who have been at war in the last 200 years have used some form of conscription at some point. The question becomes, is conscription ever justified? Is it ever okay? Or is conscription an evil practice that we should do away with? And we have gathered quite the crowd to talk about it and to discuss it. And yeah, let's get right into it. Let's give the mic first and foremost to Quibbles over coffee. Quibbles, open us up. Give us what you got. Hello.
Okay. Yeah, I think we own our bodies. And I think if we own our bodies, that the government does not have a right to take hostile control over our bodies. I think it's slavery. I think we can talk about slavery with degrees of sort of, obviously it is worse to be a slave who is chronically sexually abused than a slave who is not chronically sexually abused. It is worse to work, on a rice plantation than on a cotton plantation, perhaps. But like at base level, this is all slavery, and I don't think the government gets to enslave us.
Okay, well, thanks for being here. We'll get into it as we go. Next up, we have Andrew Mercado, no stranger to the channel. Give us what you got, sir.
Thank you, Wick. Thank you again for having me. So conscription is justified only in specific circumstances when a nation must defend itself from existential threat or when the world faces true evil, such as Nazi Germany or the Russian Federation. However, I firmly oppose conscription when it is used for imperialist land grabs or unjust wars of choice, such as Vietnam. The distinction is critical. Mobilizing for survival is necessary. Forcing people into war for political or economic gain is not. Throughout the debate, I will show why conscription is sometimes a moral necessity, but only when used for the right reasons.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. We will get into it as we go. Next up, he's been on my show a couple times now. Timothy M. Holt. Hi, what you got?
Hey, so it's a complicated question, right? Because we've used it to go to Vietnam, and I would argue that we used it incorrectly in Vietnam because we probably shouldn't have been there in the first place. Leave that part out of it, right? But then in World War II, we also used it, but we also had this flood of volunteers who were volunteering faster than we could sign them up in some cases. So I see the justification for it, but the trouble I have with it is I think it depends on how you define conscription, right? We drafted people, but we put them through the very same training that our volunteer military would go through. Russia conscripted people, pulled them off the street, handed them a coat and a rifle, and said that way. Right? So there's a big difference in degrees of conscription across the history of man. So I think the answer is it really, really, really depends.
Okay, well, thanks for being here, and I guess we'll get into the nuts and bolts of it as we go through the discussion. And last but not least, and a special thank you to Soy Pill. He's a last-minute replacement for someone who had an emergency, couldn't make it tonight, so give him some grace here, okay? Soy Pill.
Yeah, I was going to say I was conscripted into this debate, which you would think would make me anti-conscription. I'm actually on the pro side, but like he said, this is last minute. I'm not coming at this from a deep legal, historical, philosophical perspective. It's simply, look, it's easy to be anti-conscription. War's terrible. War is brutal. People don't want to fight. But the two criteria that I think justify conscription is an immediate and an existential threat to your country. If that exists, then I think the wars are justified, or the conscription is justified because of those wars. So if you look at Ukraine or World War II, the countries conscript conscripting are facing immediate and existential threats. If you compare that to something like Vietnam or even what Russia is doing in the Ukraine invasion, they are not. So it is just a simple argument on that front. If your country is going to disappear, it doesn't matter what's going to happen to you. If you are being enslaved, as we want to call it, your country won't exist and your way of life is gone. So that's my position.
Okay, and with that, we're going to open it up to the floor for general discussions. I want to give the mic first to Quibbles. You seem to have the strongest stance here.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Do we all agree that it's slavery?
No.
No.
Okay, so why is it not slavery?
Well, for one, you get paid.
I can start with that. Payment. So I served in the Army for 10 years. Okay, so that I'm letting you know I already kind of have like I was served in the military, so that's my perspective, including a deployment overseas. And I just think it's absurd to compare it to slavery, especially conscription for national defense. One is about defending a nation in crisis, and the other is a lifelong forced servitude with no rights at all. And I also feel like it's disrespecting history and people that have actually been slaves throughout time to people that have been conscripted. Now, again, countries like Russia, I would probably maybe agree with you a little more with how they're conscripted because they don't have rights. Like Tim said, they're given a AK and told to try, hey, go take the position. That is not the case in Western militaries. Never has been. When you are conscripted into a Western military, you are treated the same way as somebody that volunteered. You have to. It's like in the warrior ethos. It's in the Army values because I serve in the Army. I can't speak on the other branches, but it is, and especially when you become a non-commissioned officer, when you are in charge of soldiers, it is your duty as a non-commissioned officer to treat every soldier the same. That's why I support DEI. But also, it is just a part of the foundation of what the warrior ethos and what the military stands for. Okay, I'd have to treat as a sergeant. I would have to treat everyone the same.
If I, as a plantation owner, have nice like huts for my slaves to live in, comparatively nice huts to the other slave owners, am I suddenly no longer a slave owner, or is it the fundamental fact that like I own them and they're not allowed to leave? And I'm forcing them to do labor on my behalf against.
So you're trying to conflict. You're trying to do two different things.
I reject the comparison.
Let's give it to Tim for a minute.
Yeah, so you're trying to conflate two different things. One is there's an existential threat to your country or your countrymen. The other is I want cheap labor, and those are not the same conversation.
Okay, so then let's propose this. This is an example. Let's say there's a famine, right? And as a result of there being a famine, we realize, oh, shoot, we really need people to start working on farms. And so the government says, we're going to round up all of the black people and force them to work on farms until such time as there's no longer a famine.
In the history of man, has that dumbass thing ever occurred?
If it did, would it be slavery?
Wait, I'll bite this bullet. Other than the just specifically black person thing, like, yeah, if the country would not exist but for the conscription of people to be farmers, I would think that was completely justified. If everyone was going to die otherwise,
justified, or is it not slavery?
What do you mean by slavery? Are they not?
Can you define slavery? Can you give us our?
Yeah, I'm curious what your definitions of slavery are, because I think it's pretty obvious that slavery means at core a fundamental and complete bodily autonomy violation.
Right, but I want to see I think the question is like we want to discover what level of libertarian brain rot you might have. So like, do you think enforcing a contract, like someone to work by enforcing a contract, is that slavery?
I don't know what you mean by enforcing
a contract. So say someone doesn't want to work and it's like, hey, you already signed this contract that said you would, and the government says you are forced to do this.
Contract?
Yeah, you consent to join this contract. And then they force you to do it.
Yeah, it depends on, like, Scientology has contracts that say for 1,000 years, right? Those are bullshit contracts. I don't think should be allowed.
You agreed to do work on a roof. That's it.
Yeah, if I agreed to do work on a roof, then I think I should be allowed to, like, I would be violating the contract, and therefore I would owe money, I owe restitution for not having paid, like, done the labor that I owe.
Okay, and if the judge
definition of a word,
you're
flat out trying to change the definition of a word. Dictionary.com. Slavery is defined as the condition of being enslaved, held, or owned as human chattel or property in bondage, or the practice or institution that treats or recognizes human beings as legal property of others. In the military, you are not the legal property of somebody.
Wait, why?
So by default, your premise is incorrect.
Well, for one, it's not indefinite. For two, you get paid. Yeah.
Well, I get paid. Okay, that doesn't. Yeah,
That doesn't mean it's not slavery.
Of course not. Wait, do you know the history of American?
No, I know.
Slavery?
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm aware of like carpetbaggers
yes.
and like indentured servants. Sure.
No, stop. Sorry. The fact that people are getting paid means literally nothing. There were slaves.
It does mean something when we're comparing it to we're paying you penny wages to keep you indentured to us, and we're paying you an actual salary so that when you get out of the military, which we're going to let you do, you can go buy a house and go to college and all the other things that come with people who are.
We're here to discuss.
Hold on, everyone. You're all trying to talk at once, and no one can hear anyone talking if you're all talking.
No, we're trying to discuss conscription, and you want to turn this into a slavery discussion. If you want to turn it into slavery, I'll go away, and you can.
That's what he said.
That's his core argument. Saying that
conscription is slavery.
Conscription
that's his argument.
Stupid argument.
I know it is, but that's what he's saying.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Repeat what you just said.
So what I was saying was not exclusively, but being paid, especially to the extent that people conscripted, say, in World War II are being paid, or like you could make this argument for a lot of different wars, but that is not akin to, we paid our like indentured servants or our carpetbaggers or whatever. I think I'm using the wrong word here, but like when we paid slaves like these penny wages that you could say, oh, we're paying them, it's not slavery, but clearly the intent is to keep them indentured to you perpetually. That is not the same thing. This is a very clear distinction.
So the fact that people are getting paid to be fishermen, for example, they get a portion of the money because obviously you want to encourage them to get more fish.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that they're being paid does not mean that they're not being enslaved. The fact that
so that's why we're asking you, what is your definition of slavery?
Okay, let me jump in here for a minute. Let me jump in here for a minute.
Explain. The fact that they're not allowed to leave is the fact that they are slaves. That is the core. That's what it means. The fact that you can't stop doing this type of labor.
Changing the definition of a word doesn't make you correct. It just makes you idiotic.
Are children slaves because they can't leave school?
Are children slaves because no, I don't think that children are slaves because
that's so far this is the only criteria you've given, so then you have to give me a better one.
I think that children are different than adults. I think that there are lots of rules for children that are
they're less human than adults.
Tim, I think that there are lots of rules. For example, I think that children should not be able to have sex, right? But obviously, if I were to say that you were not allowed to have sex, that would be an obvious violation of your bodily autonomy.
Joke's on you, I don't have sex anyway, so...
Okay, right? Hold on, okay.
Define child.
Yeah. Define child? What are you talking about? Define child?
You're the one that wants to put slavery and conscription in the same sentence. Now you're saying child can't have sex. What's a child? 18 and under, 16 and under, 12 and under? Define child. You use the word. You want to change the definitions of words. You either define them or shut the fuck up. That's the way it works.
Okay, I'll define it. We have, across all of different societies, different specific ways that we define what a child is. In America,
so you can't do it. You can't give me a straight definition.
I'm trying to answer. It's going to take more than one sentence. You can handle it. It takes. You have
I'm
to
not
figure.
Sure you can handle it, but that's cool.
This is something that is obviously not something that happens overnight that you become an adult, but we have to understand that there has to be an overnight threshold that we choose societally to be the threshold.
What is your definition of child?
In America, because I'm an American,
throw a flag on
American threshold tends to be 18, which I'm comfortable as a threshold.
Okay.
If you want to say
flag on the flag, we're not having an age of consent debate today. This is not going to happen. We're not having. This is not what we're here for. Okay, we're not going to have an age of consent debate.
The answer for this case.
Now you have another topic in the future, Wick, though.
No, please.
Well, here I can simplify it then. I mean, so do you think that prisoners who aren't forced to work are they slaves?
Prisoners who aren't forced to work?
Yeah, they're not allowed to leave if they want to. Are they slaves?
I think that people who are who are guilty of immense crimes are categorically dissimilar from people who are just rounded up just by virtue of being young men.
Okay, that's fair. So then I guess this is getting back to what is your definition of slavery? Someone who is not allowed to leave a place. Someone far as the criteria.
Someone who is not allowed to leave and is being made to do forced labor. Yeah.
They are allowed to leave.
Okay, so now we're turning a conscription discussion into a slavery discussion because he wants to have a definition that he wants to change. I understand. Yeah. So that's not the discussion we were supposed to have. But let's go back to conscription instead of trying to redefine the English language.
This is conscription. We're talking about
you're trying to redefine a word, and I get it. You want
redefining a word by describing literally that forced labor is slavery. That's what the definition of slavery
And my
is.
contention is conscription is different. But,
Tim,
Tim,
look, we agree with you, but we can just move on from
that.
Like,
everyone shut up, because I want this to be at least somewhat productive. So let's stick on that, right? So let's talk about conscription. Whether it's slavery or not, let's set that question aside. Is it ever okay for a nation to forcibly, when they don't want to, right? Someone doesn't want to be part of the military. They don't want to go on the front lines. They don't want to fight. Is it ever okay for a nation to force that individual to go on the front lines and fight? And under what conditions is that okay?
I think over time it could, if it's necessary. But at first, from what I've seen, especially Ukraine, they've put their people that don't want to fight at the front lines, but they're conscripted. They put them in the rear, or they put them in a position to where they're helping in the background, or like they're facilitating logistics to the front lines. But eventually, if it gets bad enough to where you need people to defend your country from an imperialist invader, or you won't literally have a country anymore, then at that point the country has to make hard decisions, and it will have to put people that aren't necessarily ready. But at the same time, countries, at least Western countries, do everything they can to prepare soldiers before the front lines, or before any combat roles. It's not like if you served in a Western military, you'd be given a rifle and sent to the front lines without any training or any understanding at all. They would spend months on you, if not maybe a year, before they'd even put you in a situation. Because in Western militaries, if you are weak and you're sent out there and you don't know how to shoot, move, and communicate, you're going to kill other people. Not like literally, but you're going to get other people killed because you don't know how to do your job. So it's imperative.
Chris Speaks for the raid, by the way. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, you're
Chris
good.
Speaks, thank you for the raid. Hit the follow button, all that. Okay, continue, please.
So yes, over time, at some point, if the country needs to make those hard decisions to put people that wanted to, they were conscripted, they not necessarily are willing to go to the front right away, so they were put in the rear. If it comes down to it and it's an existential threat, because I feel conscription is necessary when a nation is fighting for survival or confronting a genocidal regime, and without it, your entire democracy or your entire country could fall. That's why we're seeing what we're seeing with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and why I feel like Ukraine is justified in their conscriptions to support their defense, and I feel that Russia is not justified for their conscriptions and what they're literally doing, and would actually fit into your argument about giving us you are given a rifle and thrown into the front line in the meat grinder, and that's how Russia acts, and I'm strongly against that. I would be for conscription as long as you have the proper training, you're properly equipped, there's no discrimination there, you're treated the same way. As long as all of those boxes are checked, I'm okay.
What principle are you trying to defend in this case?
The principle of existence. Like if you have a country coming to kill your people and own your country, I mean, you got to defend it, right?
Okay, so I personally believe that I want to defend my country. I understand why other people also would want to defend their country, but I guess I'm curious. In the case of the person who does not feel that they want to risk their lives in order to defend the country, or whatever X is, I'll say the country in this particular case, what are you defending them from by rounding them up and forcing them to risk their lives?
Well, if it's an existential threat to your country, it's defending their way of life. So the only way for them to be out of that, their only way for them to be out of that, if they don't care about their country getting taken over and losing their sovereignty, is for them to move to a different country. So if that's what they want to do, that's a whole different story. But if they're living in that country and saying, I don't really care that my country is being invaded and my entire, if the Nazis come in and take over America, whatever, I guess I'll just be, thrown into a concentration camp. Like
as part of my definition of how my way of life works, I would include not having to kill people and not getting shot at regularly.
You might not have to kill people.
Yeah, there's conscientious objectives in conscription.
No, hold up. Andrew, you said earlier that there is a situation where even if not yet, I am going to have to kill people, or not yet.
You do understand that not every member of the military carries a gun and kills people, right?
Conceivably down the line, I might have to, right?
I mean, you do understand that for every combat troop, there's like 6 or 7 support troops, if not more.
Of course there is. But conceivably, his defense is a defense that would include, conceivably, me personally getting shot at and me personally having to die, right?
I mean, if that's what happens, if missiles come in, what are you going to do? It's not like I'm like, hey, guess what? I'm sending these missiles at you. No, it's the enemy.
You went to work on 9/11. We're trapped in the tower.
So here, let me hit you with this. Let me get good faith with it.
That is potentially what's going to happen to me. then you've already granted that my way of life is gone, right?
No, not necessarily. If you're fighting for it, like it's not gone.
No,
Like it's not like
gone.
guaranteed
No.
gone.
I'm not
No.
fighting for it.
He's saying if
I
his
have
way of
been-
life is to be peaceful, you are taking that
Yeah.
away from him by conscripting him.
And but beyond that, like I've already lost the core of like everything because I've lost my bodily autonomy, I've lost all peace, and I'm
You
forced to
haven't, though.
literally leave the country in some cases, or at the very least, leave everything that I know and love behind, right?
Right. So it sounds like you're making like an individual freedom argument for against conscription. Freedom is, I would agree, freedom is important, but it is meaningless if your country ceases to exist, right? Like, what are you going to do then? Existential wars, national survival comes first.
Yeah.
It has
Why?
to. Otherwise,
So-
what
well,
individual freedom are you going to have without your national
I think I can
survival?
elucidate this because what we're saying is
So
not, you
he's-
have certain morals or you have certain ways of life that might be contradicted by the conscription. It's that every single right that you are entailed to right now that is enforced by the government would cease to be enforced as soon as that government gets taken over by the invading force. And
Right, but
that's
the
why...
point is that all of the most core and important rights that I have already been taken away by my government.
So you're
By the
trying to make a
government
philosophy,
my own
trying to make a
country,
philosophy
taking
101
away all of
argument,
my
and
rights.
it's really not that simple.
I'm sorry?
You're trying to make a freshman level philosophy argument. It's really not that simple in this case.
Okay, so give me the sophomore definition or explanation.
Let's say you live in Poland in the early 1940s and Hitler rolls troops into Poland. You're now German. Your way of life is now changed completely. Whether or not you like it, you are now under the flag of Germany. And in fact, you're under the flag of Nazi Germany. Your lifestyle has changed whether or not you like it.
Yeah, I think
you
that's a
have
really
two
strong
choices. You
argument.
can either put up with those changes or you can fucking move.
I think there's a really strong argument, obviously, as to why a Polish citizen should, if they choose to, and they should choose to, risk their lives in order to defend Poland from Germany, obviously, right? But that's very different than should the Polish government
I'm trying to address your
enslave,
very
force me.
elementary argument
Yeah,
that says
go for it.
my way of life might change if somebody invades, but what about my
No.
way of life? I want my way of life. Guess what? We're talking about a situation where your way of life is going to change
Okay,
unless
but
somebody goes out and
going
defends it.
Okay, so you're saying that there is a high probability if whoever the enemy is takes over my country, that it will at core destroy my way of life and at core destroy my freedom.
Listen,
but you're also
you don't
saying
even-
that therefore, right now, today, all of my freedoms must be thrown out today in order to defend the potential of maybe my freedoms will be taken away in the future. Obviously, that's absurd, right?
Listen. No, it's
Well,
not,
obviously
because
you're
you
making
don't
an
need
absurd
to.
bad
Yeah,
faith argument, but sure.
you don't even need to use like hypotheticals. We already have historical evidence of this and why it's been necessary. Otherwise, we might, as Americans, I'm American, we might have Nazi flags flying from World War II if we didn't step in and help too late. Actually, we should have stepped in earlier. But what you're saying, I think, here is like a volunteer military is enough. So like in regional conflicts, a volunteer army might be enough, but in existential wars like World War II, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the Winter War in Finland, mass mobilization was necessary. Without conscription, these nations would have fallen. Ukraine, I cover Ukraine every day, so I will admit I'm personally like I care about the country. So obviously I'll admit a bias to that, which is fine. But I also feel that like without Ukraine's conscription that they've had to do to put soldiers out on the front lines, well, yes, they had a wave of volunteers come through. And foreign volunteers came, and they had that. But to sustain the fight that they've been in, they've had
Guys, I'll read all the super chats at the end. Sorry, I can't read them in the middle of a debate.
blanket conscription for everybody. All males, you're going. No, they've like kept it, and they've had to drop age brackets slowly, and it has been like a political fight back and forth between the U.S. and the West versus Ukraine, because Ukraine is looking out for their people and not just trying to conscript everybody to the front lines like you're trying to argue. It's like you're trying to argue hypotheticals when we actually have real life examples that you are giving hypotheticals. You're not working with like the actual historical evidence as to why these conscriptions happened, their effect, and then also bad effects as to how they're implemented. Like we have real life examples of this.
Back to my famine example. Famine is real. Famine has happened. I understand this particular way of handling famine hasn't happened, that we round up all of the black
Absolutely
people.
doesn't apply in this situation. So move on.
It's nothing. It
But-
hasn't. It's not irrelevant.
Well, no, I see the analogy he's making, but I mean, if you want to
famine-
move past this, just say, do you support the
Wait,
conscription in World War
wait,
II? Like,
I don't know why you're interrupting. He just went on a long thing. And
well, because they're going to disregard your analogy, but I see what you're trying to say. Sorry.
That famine happens, and that famine is an existential threat, which obviously, yes, if you starve to death, your freedoms are gone, duh, right? That famine exists doesn't mean that we get to round up the black people and force them to work on farms.
Okay.
And that
Again,
there is
you can
stop
Why are you
people.
focused on that? Military conscription does not give a shit about color.
And
Dude,
that there's
you're
this
just
existential
arguing to be a
threat
dick at this
of
point. That's all
Russia,
it is.
that there's an existential threat from Russia may very well be true, but it doesn't mean that you get to round up the men and force them to go risk their lives and kill people.
I'm gonna play a little bit of a steel man for Quibbles here. He's a little outnumbered. I thought it was gonna be more equal 2v2, but apparently it's not.
Totally fine. No worries. Go for it.
So we're gonna put our thumb on the scales a little bit and kind of talk about we'll talk to Soy, right? Like you mentioned that people have a chance to leave their country if they don't want to be conscripted. Most countries do not let you leave.
So if we're talking about in the immediate of you are conscripted and then I want to leave, but the point is, and this is kind of going back to the contract example, by being in this country, you are agreeing that, hey, like I think all of us, if we're all Americans, we have signed up for selective service. If they institute a draft, we have already agreed to do that. And if we don't want to do that, we can leave right now.
If you don't sign up for selective service in America, I think it's a crime.
Exactly. No, yeah, you are for. That's what I'm saying. And the way that you say I don't want to do this is you leave and you go live in a different country. You revoke your American citizenship.
You also in our country also have the option to say let me finish. You also have the option to be a conscientious objective here, which they will put you in different kinds of positions. So we treat it a lot differently. So it's not just you must go carry a rifle and kill people, because that's a bad faith argument. So is we're going to round up only black people to do things. That's a dumb fucking.
Be clear.
Argument.
The reason I say black people only is because we're doing this.
I want you to stop making that argument. It's offensive.
No. The reason I'm saying it is because the reason that I'm saying it is because we're rounding up.
Because you like to be offensive. I get it. Go ahead.
Men are a protected class, so are black people. We are rounding up a specific protected class and forcing that specific protected class to go do this.
I don't think men are a protected class.
I have okay.
Okay, that said,
I got it.
Soy, could you repeat your statement?
Oh, I mean, men are a protected class. I was contradicting. I'm pretty sure.
So what it sounds like your real argument should be, because I can make your arguments better for you, is conscription disproportionately affects the poor. That's your actual argument.
No,
but anyways,
that's not my actual
that's what it should be, because you're focusing on like black people, but it really would be focused on the poor.
Okay, enough.
It's a better argument than what you're making. Like I can make better counter arguments.
That's not my argument. No,
my own argument. It should be. It should be one of them. And then
I
would say,
you want me to have different opinions than I do?
I want you to have real arguments about this. You're saying black people, like it would disproportionately affect poor people, actually, because rich people get out of shit like this.
Because I'm talking about a protected class and comparing it to another protected class. Yeah,
but it wouldn't matter. Like they wouldn't target protected classes. They would target the lowest class. They would target the poor people. That's how it would happen. And it is a fair criticism.
It's a protected attribute. Race is a protected attribute. To round up all of one gender or to round up all of one race is both protected classes.
Okay. I have a question, maybe to move a little forward. Okay, move a little forward.
I'd love to actually talk about conscription instead of slavery.
This is conscription. You're talking about the violation of bodily autonomy.
Okay, conscription outside of wartime. Is that ever okay? When you aren't sure that there's an invading threat, but your country is like, well, in order to deter, right? In order to have a robust military, so countries don't think
we haven't needed it historically. It's not been a historical need. We have enough volunteers for just that.
Under no circumstances.
Well, there have countries, however, Israel, for example, has mandatory military service, right?
Yeah, Switzerland did for a long time too.
Yeah,
but
there are several countries who have this.
Okay, what about Pete Buttigieg's plan? What about the idea of mandatory service? It doesn't have to be military.
But now we're completely off the topic.
Are we talking about military, or what are you talking about?
Is that not conscription? Is that not
That's
an example of...
Yeah, so like kind of what Germany was doing, where they said if you don't want to serve in the military for it's once you graduate high school, you can do a year of civil service, which is like working in a retirement home, working in a hospital. Are you asking us if we consider that slavery?
I'm asking whether or not, I am asking ultimately whether you think it's slavery, but I'm also asking whether you think that it's defensible.
Yeah, I don't think it's slavery. I think there's plenty of defenses for it, but it's also, it doesn't matter, because regardless of whether or not you want to use the word slavery, I think the question here is now, to what extent is a country allowed to violate the individual rights of people to maintain its sovereignty?
Let's set aside so then let's just ask it this way. Let's set aside the word slavery, because seemingly you don't like it. do you agree
I don't
that
like
it is a
slavery.
fundamental violation of one's bodily autonomy to make us do forced labor against our will?
So you're trying to get at slavery from another angle. I understand. It's
No,
debate
no,
101. Sure.
if you don't like the term slavery, we agree that it's mandatory labor, surely. We agree that it's against your will, surely. So do you agree that it is good and valid for people to be forced to do mandatory labor against their will in peacetime?
I hear what you're saying, and we're not talking about peacetime. We're talking about conscription and warfare. At least that was what I was told. Now, I'd like to make a statement. Can you shut the fuck up for a second, or are we going to
go ahead
over each other? Okay. When it comes to conscription in a military sense, there are very specific cases when it can be somewhat justified. There are also very specific cases and ways in which it can't. For instance, if you look at Ukraine and some of the reports coming out of it that I may or may not believe, they are conscripting anybody who can walk and talk. Okay. If that's the case, and they really are sending people, for instance, with Down syndrome to the front line, let me finish. That should not occur. There are occasions when an invading force comes in, like Russia, and says, we're going to take over your country. Conscription for Ukrainians can be justified. Now, if you want to conscript the U.S. citizens and force us to go fight, I'm absolutely against it. If Ukrainians need to be conscripted to go fight for their country, that's different. None of this makes any difference in a world with drones. We can actually get 99% of the people off the freaking battlefield. Let me finish.
We're talking about
go back to your fifth grade argument. That's fine. I'm going to go get another cup of coffee and go on mute.
Okay. So the question, I didn't want you to.
That's going to be me. Tim's going to be me in like 20, 30 years.
I'll repeat it. Was in peacetime, do you think that force?
I'm willing to listen if you make an argument that's over the fifth grade level.
Okay, so in peacetime, do you think that it is acceptable to have forced labor by government mandate?
Wick already asked us this like 2 minutes ago, and we said no.
Neither of you have answered.
Well, hold on. So I can talk about. Well, hold on. If it's a military thing, I would, especially if, like fighting in a war, I would say no, especially in peacetime. Well, like like going into a combat like scrimmage thing or whatever. But when it's like, if you look at Germany's conscription, I guess if you want to call it, what they used to have back in like the early 2000s, I think there are pretty good arguments for it. It does promote a sort of societal cohesion. It is a violation of bodily autonomy, but I don't know necessarily if I would support it. If we're talking strictly about the conscription, obviously we're going to have the wartime conscription has to be immediate and existential. That's my criteria for it. But if you want to get into an argument about whether or not a year's worth of mandatory labor from the government is good for the society and measure the effects of that, I mean, we could talk about that, but I think that's a separate argument too, right? Like I think mandatory service and conscription are two entirely separate arguments.
The reason that I'm asking is because you either do or do not believe that the government owns my body. If you do believe that the government owns my body, then what that implies is that even during peacetime, you can forcibly round me up and make me do X, whatever X is, right?
No.
Okay.
If you don't think that the government owns my body, then it begs the question, why, when war happens, does the government suddenly
Quibbles. The problem is that you have to have you agree with this, that there is some criteria by which the government has control over your body by living in this country. So if you commit a crime, the government's allowed to lock you up. That is a violation of your autonomy based on the agreement of you living in society and violating the laws of that society. Okay, so you agree with that, right? Obviously.
Hold on. But you would grant that there are certain crimes that shouldn't be crimes, and if they are made to be crimes, then that is a violation of my bodily autonomy. If, for example, it becomes illegal to be gay, obviously it's a violation of my bodily autonomy to round me up and put me in jail because I'm gay.
Okay,
right?
sure. So you can disagree with the violation of bodily autonomy.
What does it have to do with it?
What I'm saying, you're making it as this absolute though. You're saying, oh, the government. Are you saying either the government does or does not own my body? They have the ability to do certain things. We're saying,
does not own my body.
And we're saying,
guilty of an actual crime, the government does not get to round me up and put me in a camp. Correct.
Okay,
that is what I'm saying.
Okay, let me try to bring this back to
I
reality.
do have a
here
super chat I need to get to, but
go
ahead. Yeah. Okay, $10 from Doobie. Okay, thank you for the $10.
Like Doobies.
I think we can all agree that on two things, and then I'll let you scream and yell all you want, because after this you're probably going to need some blood pressure medication. First, I think we can all agree that slavery is bad. Okay, slavery should not be allowed, and rounding up, as you put it, black people is a bad thing. Okay, number two, there are certain times in which some rules need to pivot a bit because there is an existential threat across a broad spectrum against a large number of people that must be taken care of in some fashion. And to equate conscription with slavery insults actual slaves. Go ahead and scream.
Okay, well, $10 from Doobie. Let me read the super chat.
Full
real
agree.
quick.
Full agree.
Yeah, if Ukraine found that women could help the war effort by improving morale and providing a further incentive to join by conscripting them to work in brothels for soldiers, would you support that? Why or why not?
It's a good question.
I think that might be akin to borderline sexual assault or rape if you're forcing them to have sex.
Not even borderline.
I don't
So
know.
that's actually what that would be.
Yeah, so
literally.
No, it's diverting the topic again to brothels instead of serving in a military.
And it's trying to be reactionary because if you said the same thing about men, I would say no. But if you said if we could conscript, if it got so existential that they needed to conscript women to do the exact same roles as the men, I would say that's probably justified.
Why do you think that it is a more fundamental and core violation of my bodily autonomy
for you to be a mechanic on a truck than to get raped every day by a squad of people? I think it's a pretty big difference. Yeah, but you're going to make some dumb equivocation. It's very easy to just say what the difference is.
It's not a dumb equivocation. You haven't heard the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go on.
Sorry. Okay. The question is, why is it a more fundamental violation of my bodily autonomy for me to be chronically raped than for me to have PTSD, for me to get shot at?
Okay, so it is what I was saying. So you didn't have to finish your sentence. So again, I said, like we said, there's like 6 to 7 non-combat roles for every person being conscripted. First of all, second of all,
again, Andrew earlier in this same conversation,
there are. You have to admit there are. You can't just say no. There are.
Okay. I am saying no. There aren't, because
you're full of shit. That's all I'm saying.
Earlier in this conversation, Andrew explicitly stated that there are cases where people should be forced to the front line, not just to be part of the military.
I can walk out my front door and possibly get shot. There are cases people get shot here.
To be forced to the front line is obviously a violation.
But we're not talking about that.
As to be chronically raped. Yes, surely we agree with that.
No. Under no circumstances. What are we talking about? To get killed. That's a good question. What are you talking about?
Exactly, please. And you're also misconstruing my argument.
Wait, Quibbles, can we back it up a little bit? Do you think
let Andrew clarify his argument. Andrew's trying to clarify his argument. Go ahead.
Yeah. I didn't just say like randomly, like it's okay in just random times or like, and just in some cases. It was very clearly defined to where if the existential threat becomes so great to where without people going to the front lines to fight and defend the country, or you're going to literally lose your country, that is when I would be like, okay, I can understand that. But even then, you would still, like, if somebody is like not fully ready or physically capable or mentally capable, you would find that individual a job that is not at the front lines, because that is how you keep your military effective. You cannot have somebody that isn't going to be effective out on the front lines no matter how hard you want them. So you're going to do everything you can to prevent that individual from actually going out there before they're ready to do so.
This is a lot of in the case where it is necessary, would you force someone to the front line?
I just said yes. If it becomes existential threat, becomes beyond.
The equivocation, 15 sentences. It's just the answer is yes. So now I'm going to ask another
question.
You
need to apply that same rule to no need for 15 sentences and stick to 2.
Okay. If you must have a group of women get raped chronically in order to win the war, is that defensible?
Okay, in your absurd.
I reject the premise.
This is a stupid premise.
I reject that.
Oh, here, watch this. Hold on, wait.
Okay, hold on.
I can engage.
Everyone stop.
Wick, I'll engage. I'll engage with the question.
If you cannot win the war unless you conscript women as well as men, is that justified?
No, it's not conscript women. It's specifically conscript.
No, okay. We're going with that. We're working down the line. Let me go.
No, wait. Wick. If Putin said he would stop the war if he would rape me and then he would stop the war, I would volunteer myself. I'll bite that bullet, all right?
Volunteer!
Yeah. No, we're not dealing with that analogy. No, it's a very simple question. I wish people would answer the question. Is it okay if Ukraine could only win? Let's use Ukraine as an example.
Can I take this one? Because I've actually looked into this one historically.
I was so close to answering the question.
Be quiet!
For women?
Is that possible for you? Okay. Apparently it's not, so I'll just go away now, and you can finish the afternoon.
Someone answer my goddamn question.
I'm happy to answer it if Quibbles will shut the hell up for a minute.
He's going to answer it, and I'll be silent while Tim
answers. No, that's all right. I'll leave. You take it over, man. Go ahead. It's all you did.
Wick, go for it. What's your question?
My question is simple. If Ukraine was like, okay, well, we need more people. We're not getting enough volunteers from the men. We need to open up conscription to the women too. So women over 25, you are now in the line to be conscripted. Is that okay? Is that justified?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Simple question. Okay. What if they like okay
with a caveat to that? Okay. I have a very specific caveat to that. I don't know what MOS anybody else had when they were on active duty, but I've read extensively about World War II and other attempts at putting women in combat situations. Normally, women that are drafted or in the military are always in support positions in the modern world, and in some cases in World War II, they were put in combat. If you were going to have women in combat, you need to, and let me explain why before anybody screams, you need to have separate male and female combat units, because men have interlocking, in a combat situation, have interlocking fields of fire. I'm supposed to cover specific people. I'm supposed to do things a certain way. In the case when and I forget who it was that tried it, and I apologize for that, but in the case when you try to mix men and women together, men will stop covering each other and start covering the women more often than the men, which completely leaves some people uncovered and out to fry. So if you're going to do that, it has to be separated male and female units.
We need anti-simp
training.
For
no other reason than men it up every time.
Fair enough.
That part I think we all agree with. Yeah.
It doesn't work. Okay. They script all the women. Doesn't work. They need to conscript children now, or they're going to die.
I had women in my basic training. I'm just saying, I had women in my basic training. They had their own barracks that they went to at the end of the day. It would be the same thing. Like they would be in our platoon.
Okay,
like,
but the question again, the question now again, they can't do it with the people they have. They're going to lose. Existential threat. They have to conscript 16 and up now. Is that okay? Is that justified?
We can just skip to the end, Wick. If there was an alien invasion and we had to do literally everything in our power, send the fucking Kinderguardians to stop our world from dying. I would send the Kinderguardians. I would absolutely arm them and send them out.
Okay. Does anyone think that that's
no?
I'm trying to find people's lines where you're like, my country is not worth sending children to war, for example.
It's not. When sending children to war is just you're sending people in to die. That's all it is.
At that point, you're probably losing. You're probably done. But like you try to prevent. Listen, that's why
throwing nukes at that point because you just
or like at that point, I'm not gonna support children going to war. But like,
let him finish.
If the adult populace loses and cannot continue to function without a functioning society, democracy, a government, and the enemy government has completely obliterated it, and you have nothing left, then yes, surrender is probably at that point. But you try to do everything you can to prevent that and fight against it before that point. That is the bad ending. That is the bad point. But yes, I would
not to be contentious, Andrew. I was memeing, but like the reason I said alien invasion was like, if it literally was, they're just going to kill all of us. But agree, if surrender was an option. But what if it wasn't an option? What if they were just going to kill you all? Would you then send the children? Like it's like, hey, fight to your last man if you can. Like,
I mean, at that point, I'm not sending anyone. I'm probably dead by that point. So
true, fair enough.
I'm personally not sending
left at that point.
Yeah, the grown-ups better be wiped out.
To Andrew, at the point where you're rounding people up who don't want to be there to get shot at, haven't you also already lost?
Well, we won World War II, so no.
That's how they won World War II. So World War II was won, Winter War was won, Ukraine is in the fight right now. American Civil War was necessary, and South Korea was necessary.
I don't think that the majority of people who are at the front lines of World War II were people who, during the war itself, were in opposition to being a part of it, right?
I'm sure maybe onesie and twosie, but it's an existential war. So at that point, you need as many people as you can. At the very least, I can claw you back from the claim that there should be people at the front lines who don't want to be at the front lines. Have I not already made that argument?
Okay, he said only if you have to.
Said this.
You're saying that you do not believe that.
Okay, what happens? Okay, I got you. Okay, so the
He
front
hasn't
lines are.
changed his
I got
position.
you.
You're twisting
My
his
position is the same. So the enemy is 500 meters away. Okay, today. Tomorrow the enemy is now 200 meters away. The next day, now the enemy is like in your shit. At that point, at what point do you like decide to defend yourself? And like when the front lines come to you, it's not like the front lines are always out there somewhere and you're being sent out there. Sometimes the front lines come to your backyard, and then what are you gonna do? Then what? Then you're gonna sit there and try to have some this is slavery. I don't know what I'm going to do when they're like, I'm going to kill you now if you don't defend yourself. Like, what are you going to do?
The answer is if I'm getting shot at, I am.
Okay, I'm not. So I'm not. That's a fundamental disagreement. I'm going to defend myself. I'm going to do what I got to do to prevent this. I don't know why you interrupted when I was in the middle of saying that. Yeah,
if I'm getting shot at, I'm going to shoot back, regardless of who's shooting at me, presumably. However, that doesn't mean that it wasn't an obvious violation of my bodily autonomy to put me in a position against my will where I was getting shot at.
No one's saying it's not a violation of bodily autonomy. We're just saying it's okay or justified based on the existential threat.
The argument being made. Just to be clear, stop everyone. Oh my God, let me please talk. Okay. So the argument being made, the sides here, is Quibbles is saying that bodily autonomy, one's personal freedoms, are sacrosanct and should not be violated, right? And what everyone else is saying is that there are specific incidents where it's okay to violate.
Can I ask a question?
Just a general philosophical question? Before you do, I need to read some of these super chats. I got to make a little bit of money, so allow me to do that, and then we'll go to you for your question right after.
I've got a question too.
Yeah, and we'll put you in the
line.
I
have a question.
I put you all in line. Okay, $5 from Old School. Thank you for $5. These kids are arguing against conscription and need to learn the difference between liberty and freedom. The former requires active participation. Thank you for the $5. $2 from Non-Fon. Is jury duty forced labor?
Oh, I was going to ask that too. Thank you, Non-Fon.
No.
Well, no?
That seems like
you go to jail if you don't go.
You go to jail.
That seems like a direct question to me, so I'll answer it.
I was going to ask you that,
The answer is no. I think that there are certain cases, obviously, it is a violation of your autonomy for me to, for example, kidnap you, right? That's obviously a violation of your autonomy. However, if you are sitting on a roller coaster, right, and the roller coaster starts moving and you say, I'm scared, let me off the roller coaster. I don't think that the roller coaster must stop, right, in order to let you off.
Okay, what's that have to do with jury duty?
A 30-second long roller coaster ride, right? This is a momentary violation, right? But the broader.
What do you think conscription is?
Do you think
it's forever?
You're in the military forever?
Argument right there.
That is wild.
The broader existential is not a threat. When we're talking about something where it is literally talking about years, and we're talking literally about forcing me to go to a completely different country, literally risk my life, all of those things make it fundamentally different.
The Ukrainian conscripts aren't leaving.
For an afternoon, or for the moment where you have to pay your taxes, where you have to write the thing, you have to physically write the thing, right? That is
so what's the cutoff? It's not a week. Is it a month? Is it a year? Is it 5 years? What's the cutoff before it becomes a bodily autonomy violation that you're not okay with? Then
the answer is they're all bodily autonomy violations.
Right, that you're not okay with. We agree.
Okay with the degree.
Okay, I think that there is a categorical difference between violating my autonomy for 2 seconds in the roller coaster example.
Right, that's why I'm asking, what's the limit?
What about roller coasters?
What's the limit? Jury duty can be a week or a month. What's the limit?
Are you asking me whether I think that people a month into jury duty should be allowed to leave? Because the answer is yeah. Also, they're able to, right?
Not always. Sometimes they're
always. If you want to get off jury duty, you can get off of jury duty. Yeah, always. Yes.
Sure.
Okay. You got a military service too.
Sure. Yes.
You're making a bad.
You're
making a bad faith argument again. The question was very simple. You like these nice philosophical constructs. Here's a philosophical construct. You've been picked by a jury. If you don't show up, you go to jail. Is that slavery?
I don't show up. I go to jail for not showing up to. First of all, that's not how the system works in the United States. You don't actually.
So you're not going to answer the direct question.
That's not how the military works either.
I am answering. One, that is not the structure of the United States. I'm glad that's not the structure of the United States. Two, if it were the structure of...
You like these nice philosophical arguments, but you're unwilling to engage in one without bad faith. I understand.
If it were the structure of a hypothetical system, that system would be violating the person's bodily autonomy in the moment, but I think that there's a categorical difference between an afternoon and forcing someone to risk their life overseas for years on end.
Why are you saying
I have
overseas?
another
I've already
question.
told you it's not necessarily overseas. Like for Ukraine, for example, it's in
Ukrainian
your home.
conscripts aren't
Again.
overseas.
Okay, so you're making my argument for me, in which yes, conscription is necessary sometimes, but not always. You're literally going to say the same exact thing that I'm saying or been saying this whole time.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay.
So at core, you believe that the government should be allowed to do literally.
I still got more
anything
super
about it?
chats. I haven't made all my money.
Sorry, Wick. Are we used to reading those?
I'm trying to read them. People give me money.
The money's sparking debates, but yeah, keep going.
I know. Gotta give me a little money. Okay, I gotta
Keep
make
going,
some
Keep
money
going.
here.
I
Okay,
have a
$10.
question.
You guys are being conscripted into my super chats. Okay, $10
So I have a
from
question. Okay, go ahead.
$10 from Doobie. Why doesn't that quote unquote existential threat standard apply to conscription for brothels to help the war effort? Do you believe having women take a penis every day too isn't justified to save the country?
Because you'd have to demonstrate that somehow the penis taking is so, like, oh wow, it's like every time a woman gets fucked in a brothel, 1,000 Russian troops die of a heart attack, and like
Exactly.
you know, like
It's
this
such
is
a dumb fuck
it's an absurd hypothetical that's like
It's literally you have
So
to
let
be
me-
no
let
have
me
to
ask you a
no
question.
brain.
So let me
No,
time
no,
out.
no,
Time out.
no,
Time out.
Actual
let's stick
retard
with Doobie's
argument.
question.
Okay.
Don't ask your question. We're staying with
see ya.
Doobie. We're staying with Doobie. Soy, that was insane. What you just
Yeah,
said was crazy.
it
and I hate
was.
you. That's terrible. You're horrible. I love
I'm
you.
horrible.
Okay. You're horrible and I hate you and I love you. Listen, okay? The individual who is getting conscripted, who is forced to risk their life overseas, is not somehow a magic guarantee that we're going to win the war. So too, the individual woman who got raped is not somehow a magic guarantee that we're going to win the war.
Doobie, you need to pay me more
Yeah,
money for
but the
these.
quantifiable
Same chat,
effect
please.
of
It's gonna get
fixing
demonetized somehow.
a helicopter or shooting at enemy soldiers is very different than boosting morale by getting fucked. That's
Either
very
do
different.
Okay, it's not a guarantee, but you either do at core or don't at core believe that these levels of violations of their bodily autonomy can in aggregate be defended because in aggregate those kinds of bodily autonomy attacks can defend the country.
Right, sure.
Right?
So I don't think
So
getting
you're
raped in a
answering
brothel
this
helps
question.
defend the
Okay,
country,
Doobie's
and I think
question-
shooting at enemies and
Let me ask
repairing
you a question.
tanks
Let me
does.
ask you a question.
Okay,
Let me ask
so
you a
your
question.
answer.
Ace.
Okay, what's your one more? It's a
Wait,
$2
you're
a
refusing to
statement.
entertain-
It's a $2
He's
statement.
refusing to
Testicle
answer the
Johnson
question.
says $2 from Testicle Johnson.
I'm
Then
serious.
send the children first.
I'll answer it
Okay,
later. Ask
great,
again
we're
later.
done. Now,
Okay.
Timothy.
Wait,
Timothy,
I wanna-
ask your
I
question.
wanna
Ask your
pin
question,
down
Tim.
Soy.
He's got me
on
nailed
this
down. I'm up against the wall. Let's go.
Okay. If
Okay, I have a question.
if hypothetically,
Take some blood pressure pills, dude. I think you need them. Have a drink or some
I
shit.
don't know
I
what
don't
you're
know.
talking about. I'm
Smoke
very
a
normal.
joint.
I'm very normal.
Wait, let him ask.
If
For
hypothetically,
sure.
if
You love the
hypothetically,
filibuster. I can see it. It's great.
hypothetically it was necessary, as he's interrupting while calling me a filibuster. If hypothetically it was necessary in order to win the war, would it be acceptable to have hundreds of thousands of women?
Okay, so
get
again, yeah,
chronically
sure.
conscripted?
Yeah, sure. If this is in this magical hypothetical world where this is the
Yes, the answer is
only
yes.
way to do it, the answer is yes. I don't think this will ever happen. I think this is absurd hypothetical. But like I said, if Putin would stop and he had to rape me to do it, I'd let him do it. All right, so we're past that. Now we can talk about reality.
Can I ask a question?
Okay, if you're willing to let it happen against you,
It's still rape. I don't want to have sex with him. No, it's still
Okay,
rape.
Enough. Timothy, ask
So can
your
I ask a question? Okay. Here's a hypothetical for you that violates my bodily autonomy. Let's see if you agree. I'm driving my Jeep Wrangler through a school zone with a speed limit of 20 miles an hour, but I feel like I should be allowed to go 95. Is that okay? Or have they now violated my bodily autonomy by not permitting me to go as fast as I want to go?
No, I don't think that speed laws are the same as the draft.
Do you believe in vaccine
Okay.
mandates? Do you think that's a violation of your bodily autonomy that is unacceptable?
I think that vaccine mandates are massively dissimilar from, again, being forced to go overseas.
Ooh.
to
Well, now we're drawing distinctions.
Oh, okay, here we go. Now we're getting to the bottom of it.
Yeah.
Oof.
Okay,
Hold on.
but do you agree with that?
Why
I'm just
can't we
asking.
just bite the bullet on all this
Yeah,
and
I
say
do.
yes?
I think that there are situations where a vaccine mandate is defensible.
I-
I think that, yeah.
I have
should
another
only
question.
say,
Real quick, just
believe
real
in the
quick.
FDA. I don't think
Well,
we
hold
should
on.
be doing
This
it
is just an
willy-nilly.
easy answer. Come on, Quibbles. This is just an easier answer. Yes, all these things, including speed limit laws, are to some extent a violation of our autonomy, but that's okay. It's not always wrong to put limits on other people's autonomy.
Yes, that's why I'm saying that the roller coaster example, which is the equivalent of the speed limit thing, right? Any level of an infraction.
Quibbles, right? I see what you're saying. You have a limit somewhere, you draw it, and you think that the year's prescription. So let me ask you. Let me ask you another hypothetical then. If someone has Ebola and the government says, "I'm going to quarantine you," let's say Ebola in this universe, it's super Ebola. It's mutated and it lasts for 10 years, and the government says, "I'm going to violate your autonomy and quarantine you for 10 years to protect the rest of the public." Would you be okay with that? I can't believe it's a question. It should be yes.
Yes or no.
Wild.
No, because it is a question, because what you're describing here is not just a should they be forced out of the country, right? Which is something that I think the government should be able to force people out of the country. You're asking should they be quarantined, which
locked
is
up.
a different thing.
They're not allowed to leave their house.
Locked up is different, and so I think the question then becomes: is this person guilty of some sort of crime?
Nope, no crime committed. They just happen to get super Ebola. Total accident.
They happen to get super Ebola. Again, I think that if
patient
it's
zero.
Who is working, if it's someone who's been working in a lab,
nope, it just came out of nowhere. Super Ebola just came out of nowhere. They discovered it quick, but it didn't spread. If this person comes out of their house, they will spread it to the rest of the country and kill many, many millions of people. Is the government allowed to quarantine them for 10 years?
I think I'd pay them a fuck ton of money to not come out of their house, but I don't think
Jesus Christ. Okay, I mean, that's just it right there, Wick. That's the fundamental disagreement. This guy would say, well, I would really hope they didn't, but I don't think the government should have the ability to stop this super Ebola from killing everyone. So I do.
Your answer is, should you pay them at all?
Probably it would be nice to, yeah, but I'm not going to hope that my payment is going to keep them inside their house.
You should be paying them billions and billions of dollars. Because I've personally felt you should be paid billions and billions of dollars.
Billions of dollars to stay in your house for 10 years? I do that for free, buddy.
I have a question.
We got people doing that for free in my audience. Okay.
So
can I ask a question?
Who has the ability to protect the entire country, the entire world from super Ebola, who's going to kill us all? Yeah, I get personally paid.
We got the answer. Correct. We got the answer. Okay. Next, a few people have questions.
Wait, hold up. Let's just be clear.
Yeah, I call on Doge to shut down the super Ebola funding and to actually just send 3 military soldiers to keep them from stepping outside. Honestly,
we just need one Marine, man.
It is very
one battalion of Marines.
It is very obvious that this person almost certainly would accept payment of billions of dollars, which is definitely worth it from the American government perspective, obviously. And so therefore, I don't think that this is a
You're just avoiding a yes/no question, which is dumb. But
in the same way that earlier, Soy, you built the hypothetical bullet of would you, in this case of you have to have hundreds of thousands of women get raped by Vladimir Putin, you said, yeah, I would be willing to have hundreds of thousands of women get raped. Yes, I am willing to bite the bullet that this person does have bodily autonomy, and therefore I am willing to defend their bodily autonomy. But I would also suggest that that's not an actual problem that would ever happen, because you can just pay them better.
Yeah, billions of dollars. Okay, so now what if it...
Hold on, what's your question, Tim? What's your question?
So I have a question that brings us back to conscription. So
yes, please.
Conscription, which is kind of where we're supposed to be.
I know.
So conscription is in, to use your word, slavery. I'll grant you the slavery term for a second for this hypothetical. And since slavery is evil in all of its forms and we should never do it, if you're a country like Ukraine and to defend yourself, you have 2 choices in between conscription and use of nuclear weapons, which one are you going to go with?
Nuclear weapons are a violation of bodily autonomy also, because they kill a bunch of civilians.
Holy fuck.
Is that what they are? Is that what nuclear weapons are? Nuclear weapons are a violation of bodily autonomy.
I think murdering civilians is an example of a violation of bodily autonomy, yeah.
Oh,
do you disagree with that, Wick?
It's a weird framing, and I think Mrs.
It's technically true.
Yeah, it's one of those technically true, but it's technically true in a way that obfuscates what it is. Right.
It's weird framing doesn't make something wrong, right?
Well,
it is obvious that a nuclear weapon against civilian targets is a violation of those civilian targets.
Yeah. And if my mom had wheels, she'd be a bicycle. But
I have a follow-up. Okay, so
I wrote it. Anyway,
so we've established nuclear weapons bad, conscription bad.
I had wings, I'd fly.
Your country's been invaded. You don't have enough military to fight it. What's your answer? Go.
My answer is that I personally would definitely be involved in the military in that situation, but my answer is also that people should be allowed to flee, and if people want to flee, they should not be stopped and rounded up.
I'll answer your question directly, Timothy. In that instance, if I have nuclear weapons, right, and I have to, and we're losing, and I can either institute a conscription or I can institute nuclear weapons, I'll do conscription, but there will come a point where I will do the nuclear weapons too, right? That will happen. That point will come. But conscription first. So
I just was curious where the line gets drawn, because that's really what got. So the whole thing that started this discussion was the Ukraine war, and the reason Ukraine, honestly, was let's back up to the whole reason we're having this discussion, right? Ukraine is it. Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons in return for a protection pact from various countries, including the United States, but they didn't get NATO membership. So they had them. They gave them up. We said we'd protect you just in case somebody invades. They got invaded. They didn't have nukes to prevent that. So now they said, well, we've got to fix this. They did conscription. We've sent them a lot of weapons. We've sent them intelligence, which lately hasn't been as predictable as it used to be. But now they have a choice. They can either look to us and say, keep giving us weapons, keep giving us this stuff, or give us our nukes back, or we're going to have to do conscription. But to use your words, the conscripts in this case aren't leaving the country. They're still in Ukraine. They're fighting to defend their home. So there's got to be a line somewhere in between nuclear weapons and fleeing the country, because fleeing the country is also robbing you of your bodily autonomy to live where you want to live.
I don't think that the government of Ukraine is the one who's responsible if you're fleeing due to the Ukraine war. I think Russia is solidly the one guilty of that.
Hey, but it's still a violation of your bodily autonomy.
Right, but he's saying that Russia is the one committing it, and so Ukraine is not justified in doing another wrong because Russia's doing it wrong.
I am the one who gets to choose how I'm going to handle the violation by Russia. So if I choose to handle the violation by Russia by defending my country against Russia, that's valid. And also, if I choose to handle the violation by Russia by fleeing for my life to protect my children, that also is defensible.
Listen, you live in a society, okay? We live in a society. We have responsibilities as a society at some point. Okay, not always, not every single day do you have to wake up and say, what am I doing for society today? God, I can't wait to just be the best for my government. Absolutely not. That's insane. When you are being invaded and the front lines are now in your backyard, that is when, you know what, you're going to have to be called upon and protect your community if you are physically able to, or if you're able to.
I think you just snuck a premise there, which is that protecting society is protecting the government. I think my society is, for example, as a parent, my children.
That's not what I'm saying.
Right? Defending my children, I think, is more important than defending my government. And so, yes, if I were
Quibbles, is what you're saying, like, if it was just a regime change, Quibbles, I think you would hold weight here, but they're coming in and killing and kidnapping people. This is a very different story.
Why? Okay. I don't know why you're interrupting.
Because you're making a point about how it's like,
you're moving the argument again.
You're moving the argument somewhere else. You're saying it's not society, it's the government, and that would be true if they just usurped the Ukrainian government.
I am forced to protect not just society, but a particular framework of what society is. Your framework of what society is. But my point
we live in a democracy. What do we live in?
My core job as a parent, for example, may very well defensively be the protection of my own children. That's valid. I'm not a bad person. I'm not like failing my duties as a member of society by protecting my own children over protecting the country.
Being conscripted and going and doing what you have to do is protecting your children.
Or leaving. Protecting my kids.
Yeah, which people do. Which people do. And
that is a valid choice.
And people do that. And people do that. And they do that right now.
If it's a valid choice, then don't jail people for trying to take it.
This is going back to the government has a responsibility to try to defend itself, and whether or not you agree with that, and you clearly don't.
Jail if they don't.
Yeah, no one disputes this. Wait, okay. Maybe I can ask you a question because you.
Parent want to protect my kids. Should I be allowed to, or should I be thrown in jail for protecting my kids?
I would morally not object to you fleeing. I understand and, however, justify the country conscripting people to defend the country.
If you think it's morally justifiable for me to flee the country, then I don't know why.
Because if everyone did it, there wouldn't be a country anymore.
Hold on, let me short circuit this. Let me short circuit this. The question for the government, right? The government has to. Excuse me. The question here is, how would you morally condemn a man who, in order to protect his kids, fled, and that led to the death of 100 other kids? Would you morally condemn that man?
Nope.
No?
That's kind of a Charlie problem.
I would.
I might have a problem with it.
Yeah, it depends. It depends.
My job as a father.
It depends.
Sorry, my job as a father is to protect my kid. Like, yeah, no.
But are they cool kids, Wick, or are they like lame nerds with roller backpacks?
Depends on the type of kids.
Right? As the government, who is in charge of everyone's kids, basically, right? They have a duty to protect as many as they can, and if they have to force you to stand and fight, I think they have a moral. It is not immoral for them to do so. Again, there's a lot of context here. There's a lot of different things, but on the base principle level, I think that the government has a duty to its society, and if it can, by forcing people to stand on the front lines and fight, right, when they don't want to, that they should. Yeah. For example, in the military, right, even non-conscripts, even active duty members, they can't go AWOL, absent without leave. They can't just leave, right? You can get punished for that. Normal jobs, you could just quit. You just like, deuces, I'm out. Military, you can't really do that. They do kind of own you when you sign on that dotted line to a little.
Oh, that's very clear.
Extent,
yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Even when you volunteer, that's made very clear to you.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Uncle Sam's got that ass.
Exactly, and the government. That is a moral necessity that the government has to uphold, because if they don't, and things get hairy, and people just desert and leave, they know that country is done. It's gone.
So okay, to the first point of, there are jobs, and this isn't just true of the military, this is also true of, like, you're a surgeon, right? There are certain jobs which obviously you can't just like walk off the job in the middle of surgery. Obviously you can't just, like, if you're working for NASA and you're on a space station, you can't just like decide that you're going to go home and force the entire space station to go home with you or whatever, right? Obviously that's true. To the other point of this idea of that, there's a hypothetical that you're posing here, which is that, like, is there a possibility where both, one, the military is defensible in terms of their demand to force you to the front lines, and also, two, that you are defensible for trying to flee? That both of those are morally correct statements. Is that essentially your contention?
I can imagine scenarios where that's the case, but I don't think.
Yeah. Okay.
But I don't think that's the case in, like, say, Ukraine. I would judge someone.
Okay.
Honestly.
Fair.
Yeah.
World War II, Finland, Ukraine, etc.
Hypothetically.
Hypothetically,
but those also aren't mutually exclusive quibbles. I mean, I can say I understand why someone is scared and doesn't want to die, and yet at the same time, I condemn the fact that if everyone did this and if everyone thought like you, we wouldn't have a country. Those aren't contradictory.
When these things are in direct contradiction, right? The correct moral frame of the military on one hand, and the correct moral frame of the father on the other hand, right? Why is it that you seem all to agree that the government should come first and that the family should come second?
It's not about the government. It's not the government. What are you talking about the government? We're talking about the societal structure that is provided based upon the ideology.
We're talking about the government of Ukraine.
No, we're talking about the people of Ukraine.
We're talking about the people of Ukraine and, like, the society that they live in. They don't live in. Does Ukraine live in a democracy, or does Ukraine live in an autocracy? Does Ukraine live in an autocracy under dictatorship?
That's a different question, because that's a different question.
I'm asking him because that's the key
really
point.
Complicated question. They haven't had.
It's really not.
The reason he's asking is because it will change when Russia comes in.
Because of Russia's invasion. Are you serious?
It's a complicated question because they
haven't
had an
election. It's really not.
Wrong.
Why haven't they had an election? Why haven't they had an election? Why haven't they had an election?
They haven't had an election for defensible reasons, because it's very difficult to have an election while you are being actively invaded. However, if you're asking
in their constitution, they're under martial law. It's just
the answer, unfortunately, and this is not the fault of Zelensky, but currently, no, I don't think that they're currently a democracy. I also don't think that that's Zelensky's fault that currently they're not a democracy. But no, they're not a democracy right now.
They absolutely are a democracy because they're following their constitution, which puts them at martial law because of Russia's invasion.
they have not had elections
because of
timely
Russia's
manner
invasion.
that
Guess
is
what? They will have
expected of them.
elections. They will have this is exactly my point. So Ukraine
You're
is
saying they
justified
can
in
turn
defending
back to
themselves
a
and
Let
conscripting.
Andrew get his point
Anyways,
out. Yeah, then
because
he can respond.
if Ukraine does not conscript and they don't defend their country, they will become an autocracy because Russia will own them. They will become a puppet government to Russia, in which they will lose their identity as a democracy, which is what is the society. And yes, the institutions and the government can hold it up, but it can also fight back against it. That's why, as the people, it's important to hold them accountable.
I don't know why we're arguing with this, because I'm confident you agree with me and that we're just like missing each other here. My point is that they're currently not a democracy. They were a democracy in the past.
No, I fundamentally disagree. I disagree. This is
Yeah, but you're saying the same thing.
Before you interrupt. Thank you. I love you. When
you would extend that
in the
courtesy
past,
to others.
they were a democracy, and when Zelensky is making very clear that he is trying to make them a democracy in future, that
they
is
are
different
currently a
than
democracy.
saying
What are
that
you
currently,
saying?
when
What are
they
you
don't
even
have
saying?
Elections, that they are a democracy.
Why do they not have elections?
Currently,
Why do they not have
they have-
elections? Why do they not have elections? Tell
Doesn't
me.
matter.
Why do they not have
Doesn't actually
elections?
matter.
It does
It
matter
does
if
matter,
they.
because that's why they're not having
No, it
them. What are you
doesn't.
talking about?
Democracy
They do
means
not have
election.
elections because
You
of
can
Russia's
say-
fucking invasion. What are you saying? What are you even saying?
Under Rome, right? Under the Roman Republic.
Under
there were
Rome,
certain
under Ukraine's
situations-
constitution, dumb fuck. What are you even saying? They're under martial
You're
law because of Russia's
describing a
invasion. What are you
situation
talking about?
Where you can
What are you
have
even saying?
momentary
Okay.
dictatorship in order to try to
What
protect
momentarily
the
dictatorship? It's
future
in their
of not a dictatorship.
constitution.
Okay.
They are a
Simon,
democracy.
This is
What are you
almost a-
talking
this
about?
is-
That it's in the Constitution doesn't mean
What
that it's
are you-
democracy, my friend. Constitutional monarchies exist, okay? Doesn't
What
make
the
it
fuck?
a democracy. Constitutional isn't democracy.
If it's a voted on and democratically agreed upon constitution, is it
Yeah,
not
if
a
the democracy
democracy?
agrees, if people
That
vote,
there's currently
hold on. Let
a-
me ask you this, Quibbles.
currently
If
not
people-
serving as a democracy
Hold
does
on.
not mean that it's not
Hold on.
trying to
Hold
become
on.
a democracy in
Give me
future,
a second.
or that it is not coming
Please
out
give
of
me
a
a second.
democratic.
I understand what you're saying. I'm not accusing you of being anything, right? Like, but just to be clear, if a democracy votes and says, "Hey, under these circumstances, we're going to postpone elections until these circumstances no longer exist," and the democracy votes for that, does them voting for that mean they are no longer a democracy when those conditions do come up
Wait,
and they follow those
You are
conditions?
describing Hamas. Hamas came to power democratically, and then they didn't have elections for 20 fucking years or whatever it's been, right? So no, I don't think that the Nazis, who also came democratically to power, are still a democracy during this period where they ceased to have democratic rule. That said, am I saying that the Ukrainian Zelensky government is the same as the Nazis or Hamas? Obviously not, because I do genuinely believe of him and not
What
of
I'm
either of those
talking
other
about,
situations.
just so you know, and why these things are just disanalogous,
Please
even
let
at
me
the
finish.
beginning.
Wick,
If I may,
please let me
please.
finish.
No, because
Hey, Wick.
you're getting it
No.
wrong.
Wick, you should ask him, are we not a democracy in between
you
elections?
Stop too, because you are interrupting me as well, soy pill. So stop. Right.
The
What
soy
the
question,
situation
no.
is that Ukraine voted in its constitution that under certain circumstances they would not have elections under these circumstances.
So
This
you're
was
describing
not what
back to the
happened
Roman
with
Republic. I
Hamas,
don't mean to
and
offend
this
you by
was
talking
not
about
what
Rome.
happened
Yeah.
with Germany. They are
Okay.
fundamentally, at core and foundations, different situations.
Okay. When Hamas and Hitler and Zelensky came to power, it was democratic, right? There came a period of time where, by virtue of war, by virtue of whatever the reason, it ceased to be democratic. There is a massive difference morally between Zelensky and Hamas/Hitler, right? Which is that I genuinely believe of Zelensky that Zelensky does want to return to democracy, right? That
The last
doesn't
time a
mean
dictator
that in
gave
this
up power.
moment, that in this moment where there are not elections, that in this moment it is democratic.
So
When was the
because
last time in history a
It's nothing to
dictator
do
gave up
with
power?
the draft. I don't know why we're talking about it, but like, yeah.
So yeah, your
When was
argument
the
is
last time in
just
history a dictator gave up power?
I'm sorry?
When was the last time in history a dictator gave up power once they had it?
Washington, for example. Washington during the war had dictatorial control over our military. Thereafter, he gave it up. He was president
Over our
for a while,
military
then he
was a
left.
different situation, but this is a bad analogy, but sure,
No,
go ahead.
No, in the United States
No, it is.
system,
It's a bad
in
example.
the
but go
United
ahead.
States system,
Well, Lincoln, let's use Lincoln as an example. Lincoln suspended habeas corpus and all these things. Civil War. As soon as Civil War ended, he gave it back.
Yeah, Lincoln shouldn't have done that either.
Yeah, but he gave it back to answer your question. So you asked the last time. That's off the
United States Constitution makes the president, what do we call them? The commander-in-chief, right?
You're being a dick at this point, and I wish you'd stop it. People might actually listen to you.
Okay. I'm sorry. You're right. I am being a bit of a dick, and I apologize. It is a little bit weird to have 3-on-1, but you're right. I am being a bit of a dick. Okay.
To be fair to me, Tim said he was against the conscription.
Yeah, I'd love to get into that at some point, Tim, before the debate's over.
I am within certain boundaries, but there's limits to that, right? So
you're not.
Okay, let me take it for a moment. Okay, let me take it for a moment.
Go ahead.
So you brought it up. I am against conscription. Can I finish my point, or are you going to interrupt me now too?
Let Timothy go. Let Timothy go for a minute. Yeah, please.
Go for it.
That's cool. I'll just expect him to interrupt me in about 10 seconds. Now, I am against conscription in overwhelmingly most cases. Okay, let me give some examples of what I mean. Okay, take the war in Vietnam. We drafted our people to go fight somebody else's war. That's insane to me that we did that. Absolutely freaking insane to me that we did that. We did the same thing in Korea. And nuts to me that we did that. World War II, we were attacked. Now, you can make an argument that we were never invaded, so maybe we shouldn't have. But World War II is a very unique situation. Same with World War I. Much different situation than what's being faced now in certain regional conflicts. So when it comes to conscription, if you try to conscript our guys to go fight in Ukraine, you and I are going to have a fight, like a big one. Okay, absolutely a big one. I'll be the first one flying to Washington and like standing outside the White House, going, "What the hell is wrong with you?" Right? I mean, I'll be the first one there. You'd have to live in town to get there faster than me. Now, if you look at the situation Ukraine is facing, there is an argument for it within certain boundaries. Conscripting or drafting certain people in certain age groups and certain demographics, I'm for. However, some of the reports out of Ukraine say they're constricting people by driving down the street going, that guy looks right, grab him and throw him in and send you out to go to a brief form of training and go off and fight. The way the USSR did it in World War II, which was, hey, you look kind of healthy. Here's a rifle and a uniform. Go fight. I'm against that. Okay. Now, draftees within very specific, very limited boundaries, I fully understand. But they absolutely, positively have to be given the same training, the same absolute respect, and the same benefits of a soldier who volunteered. You cannot separate those two. And in most cases, and especially in Ukraine and Russia history, they have not been treated the same as volunteer soldiers.
Okay, so Tim,
you have to meet that criteria.
Well, I want Adam. Hold on, Andrew. I'm sorry, Adam. Who the fuck is Adam? Andrew, go ahead, respond because he says something there. I think you want to respond.
Really quick. I fully agree with Tim completely. With the Ukrainian conscription, it's not just random. It is they're on the list that they have to register for, and it's the people that are avoiding being called up after already being on the registry. But obviously, yes, you'd have a good faith moral argument there.
Okay, so the reason that I say, Tim, that you're on the same side as the other two is because, like, they also, I'm sure, are not in favor of drafts just willy-nilly just cuz, right? Obviously, they believe that only the draft should happen in the case where it's a just war. But you're saying that it's defensible in the case of a just war. So you have the same position as the other two people on this panel.
Sure. And
can I give mine?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll give you. Here is the unjustified.
Let Andrew give his, and then I have.
Here is the unjustified conscriptions, and it's going to be damn near almost the same as.
I really want to stick on this. What Tim do you think is the difference between your position and the other two people on this panel?
Well, let's let them explain it.
Did he even say he had one?
Also, I'd be curious about that. Yeah.
So conscription is wrong. Conscription is wrong when it's used to force people into unnecessary wars of choice, expansion, or geopolitical influence or resource grabbing.
I agree with them. Yeah.
What? That's
so. My question
so like.
Is there a difference between Tim's position and your position in any sense?
Why are you asking this? Why is this a point?
Well, because Tim did join this on the other side, technically.
Have you not been having this debate this whole time? Have you not been a part of this debate?
Tim was saying that I'm crazy for suggesting that somehow, like, I'm the wild one for being actually opposed to the draft. I should agree with someone like Tim.
Did you listen to my opening statement? Like, have you been listening?
Obviously, Tim, no. I'm not... Andrew,
have you even been listening?
No, I know very clear he hasn't been.
Is that, Tim, you are not on the anti-draft side of this conversation. You've never been on the anti-draft side of this conversation, which is fine. I just wish
you're trying to deal in an absolute.
What is happening?
Right? You're wanting.
Can I finish my conditions?
You're wanting a binary condition, like yes, I'm.
Can I finish my conditions, Wick, for a good faith argument?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm almost done, and then I'll pass it off. I promise.
Yeah.
For unjustified conscriptions, I would agree with Tim. The Vietnam War. Vietnam was not an existential threat to the U.S. The draft forced citizens into an unnecessary war. The Soviet-Afghan War. A war of imperialist expansion. Soviet conscripts died in an unwinnable conflict, but also Russia's invasion of Ukraine currently and Russia's conscripts. We can even look back to the Napoleonic Wars back in the 1790s to 1815 in France, which was initially defensive. And then it became and was used for imperialist conquest. So that is the actual one, if you actually know what you were talking about, you could use as like a actual gotcha. Okay, well then what about France? Because initially it was for defensive reasons, and then they went beyond it. And I would agree with you. And then if there was a hypothetical Iraq war draft, right? Like I served in the war on terror. None of us were conscripted. We all volunteered. If there was a situation in which there were conscription for that war, I would have been against it. And I would be strongly against that for the reasons why number one, we had plenty of volunteers. Number two, it wasn't an existential threat to the United States of America. We were fighting the war on terror across in the Middle East, which you'd probably even agree with.
Tim, I think I see what you're saying about the absolutes, and I think we have to turn this around on quibbles and see if there is any possible conscription that you would ever agree with. Like, if a alien force came in and the government, New World Order government said, if we do not just conscript people, they will kill every man, woman, and child, non-binary person on the planet, what would you do?
So I think that, in the same way that, Soy, you have already answered that you would conscript and forcibly, chronically raped hundreds of thousands of innocent women. Like, my answer is that no, I wouldn't forcibly enslave.
So you would rather everyone die than violate the bodily autonomy of some? Yeah,
in the same way that you're willing to violate the autonomy.
That's why I said, Wick, like, we don't really have to go past that. Like, that's a ridiculous position, but it's his position. It's like.
But the question is, the baseline question of this conversation is what's more ridiculous and what's more actually built in reality.
Hold on.
What is reality and what is
stop? Everyone needs to stop. Everyone needs to stop. I'll let you finish after stop, because the baseline question isn't what's more ridiculous. We're not going on the most ridiculous hypotheticals we could.
We're talking about at core.
No, it's Wick's show. I think he knows what it is.
The question at core.
Here, let me just ask you, just point blank. I'll quibble.
Please just let me answer.
Is Ukraine conscription justified?
I don't know why you're interrupting when I had a good question.
You answered his question.
No, I didn't in full. At core, this is a question between do you believe in bodily autonomy or not? And so if that's the conversation, which it seems to boil down to, then I'm curious, what is the thing that you're protecting if it's not bodily autonomy?
Everything else. If every single person will die, it doesn't matter if you want to hold one specific moral over the life of every human being.
Why is everyone dying bad?
Like, are we getting into some epistemology? Why do I not want everyone to die?
My answer of why is everyone dying bad? It reduces down to because it's a violation of bodily autonomy. That's the reason that.
No, we heard your nukes thing earlier again. So right, and you say no violation of bodily autonomy is ever justified to protect the entirety of the human population, which is insane.
I will write an email to the manager of the United States to make sure you are not conscripted. I promise. We will literally we'll do a petition. We got you personally. I got you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
No, but wait, no. I really want to drill down on this, because this is insane. What you're saying is you hold the specific moral of bodily autonomy so highly that it's more wrong for you to violate that for some people if the alternative is every single human being and everything we know and understand and all of human history is erased in the blink of an eye. That's what you're saying right now, which is
The
insane.
answer is obviously, I would choose in that situation.
It doesn't matter what you would choose. You would say it's not okay to force other people to fight. We know what he would. He's this dumb libertarian brand rot. It's like the free market thing. I wish everyone would just pay good money.
Everyone stop! You're a dictator. You're a dictator for life, okay? You are commanding the whole world, Quibbles. The aliens come. They're going to wipe us all out. They're going to genocide us. They're going to the last man, woman, and child. The only way to stop them is to institute a conscription.
Yeah, I've already answered this question. The answer is no. The answer for soy is the equivalent question for soy and for the rest of the panel. But the rest of the panel, frankly, is not engaging in the question with as much interest.
No, because it's such a stupid.
Okay,
it is stupid, but
it's boss about it.
At base, soy, how many women are you willing to get raped in order to defend America?
Has nothing to do with it.
No, he's asking an absurd. Well,
as many as is required.
If it was between these women getting raped or the aliens wipe us out, as many as it took. Exactly what Wick said. I'd give them all.
As many as it takes.
As many as it takes.
What exactly are you protecting those women from by having
complete and total annihilation of the entire planet?
Can I ask a question?
Why are you focused on women and black people? I want to know that.
Because it elicits an emotional response. That's why he's doing the black thing. That's why he's doing the woman rape thing. And we don't have to do that, but he really likes to go back to it.
I already told you the class argument is better, and you're not even.
Did you not get enough hugs as a child?
An emotional response.
I can do that. Hey, Quibbles, I'll take your side now. How about I take Quibbles' side from now on? All right, Quibbles, I'm on the anti-conscription side now. We need to help you guys out. You need help. So I think conscription is inefficient and costly. You need something. Okay, so hey, Tim and Soypill, conscription is inefficient and costly. You know what I mean? Like I feel like that's really what at the core of conscription is.
He is right now. What are you talking about?
I mean, I'm doing it right now. I'm on your side now.
And then pretend
I'm on your side.
I'm with
you now.
Wait. No. I get to talk now. I get to talk. I've been quiet and listened for a while. You're yelling at him for a straw man and you bring up shit about raping people? How the fuck is that not a straw man?
It's not a straw man. It's just an absurd hypothetical, to be fair.
It's not a straw man, and it's also not a straw man.
Oh, it's because you wanted to ask it. I understand.
No, it's not a straw man to ask.
Did you not get chosen for debate in high school and you're mad about it or something?
Let me answer.
I've never done. I'm like new to debates.
It is not a straw man to take something to its logical extremities. It's not a straw man.
It's not logical.
It's not a straw man for you to ask me, would I round up the innocent people to stop the Ebola? It's also not a straw man for me to ask of you, would you let hundreds of thousands of innocent people get tortured?
Yeah, Tim, in
Quibble. We're gonna do 2 hours on this one. I'm gonna give it to Andrew.
I just want to defend Quibbles real quick. I agree with what you're saying, Quibbles. Like it's just a hypothetical. That's it. It's not a strong. He's not strong enemy. It was okay. Like taking your logical morality.
What Andrew is doing right now, or what I'm assuming, and he could correct me if I'm wrong, is doing right now is he's decided. You know what? There are better arguments to be made. So he's not making your arguments.
He's wrong.
Why am I wrong? Why am I wrong?
Shut up and let him make his argument.
So is now a member of the
that are cons.
As a proud member of the anti-conscription side in the debate, I ask. Hey, do you think conscription lowers military effectiveness? I think it could. What do you guys think?
It does. It absolutely does.
Okay.
But would you rather have a half efficient military or no military?
True, but like how much what would the ratio of conscripts be? You know what I mean? Before it became like a problem, you know what I mean? Versus like, because you can only train so many newly drafted soldiers at once. So would you put a cap on that? You know, what would that look like?
I think it depends on the level of the invading force. I mean, you really have to look at the situation. I would say 0 is the optimal level, but if you have to do it, start small and work your way up until you solve your problem. But what's the optimal level? I don't know.
I have actually a really good response to this.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, no, a wise man once told me that
question, though.
In peacetime, that's true, but in warfare, numbers matter. And in World War II and Ukraine today, highly trained volunteers are not enough. You need both professionals and mobilized citizens to win an existential war.
Who would be in charge of dictating like how many conscripts or like how who would be overseeing that, do you think?
Like the logistics of conscription?
Would it be a conflict? Would it be a conflict of interest? Like, especially say the structure of the American government right now with Doge. Would you really want Elon Musk in charge of that?
Question. I would actually, if it were me, and let's say,
guys, real quick, I was reading off of Andrew's debate notes there because he's reading his opposing arguments out of his notes.
The shoulder in charge of that question. I would probably pick taking the Army version of it because the brass is not the ones that does the fighting unless you're the Air Force, and then their enlisted guys are way smarter than Army because they fix the planes while the officers go fight. I was trying to help you out there, Wick. Yeah. But in the Army sense, and I was Army, so I can only speak to that one, and I would never try to speak for Marines because I don't like to eat crayons. But the see, the veterans get that one. But in the Army sense, I would say Sergeant Major of the Army would probably be the right person to at least try to make that decision. And he's probably the only one I would trust to make that decision.
Okay, okay. Oh, sorry, Wick. Go ahead.
No, it's fine.
Your show.
I understand.
I'm trying to make better arguments.
I do have a couple super chats, but answer the question if you'd like. Yes.
Oh, I was just gonna say, would the conscriptions be limited to just like the Army and the Marines, like boots on the ground, or would you also expand it to like the Navy, the Air Force? Would it be like a wide scale, full DoD, Space Force? Like, what does that look like there?
Space Force.
Yeah, I know. What does that look like?
The hell is that? No, honestly, conscripts really the only example I can think of that actually makes any sense is like World War II, right? So if you take England in World War II when they were dealing with bombings and V2 rockets coming in, you tended to have large numbers of volunteers and just people that needed to help. You call them conscripts, call them whatever you want, that were always in support positions. Like the former Queen, even Queen Elizabeth, was an ambulance mechanic for a while. She actually fixed vehicles.
Jeez, yeah.
Absolutely in support positions only. I would keep them out of combat. You need to keep your volunteers highly trained people in the combat situations. There's a reason our special operations are as good as they are, is because they're so well trained. Conscripts are never going to be able to compete with those guys. So if you have to do conscription, they absolutely, unless it's absolutely unavoidable, should not be combat troops.
Okay.
And then how? And then one last final one, really quick.
One last final.
Do you see how this isn't an argument against the draft?
No, it actually. What are you talking about? I'm arguing for the problems that it could arise for a draft. What do you mean?
It's an interesting conversation, but
it is the conversation.
It is the conversation. It's a conversation about how do we handle the draft. But the conversation you just had, though interesting, required at base level that the draft is a permissible structure.
Well,
right?
yeah.
We are arguing. That's already been argued. That's
the question. I will just read literally from Wick's thing. The conscription isn't ever justified, right? So what you just said is presupposing that there are situations where it's justified. What are the situations where it's justified, right? But you're not actually addressing the question originally asked of you, right?
Yes, we are. His answers right now to what I just asked him is helping him reinforce his argument that conscription is sometimes good and how it's sometimes bad.
So
that is what we're talking about.
It's not
that is the topic of this debate.
Sometimes good and sometimes not good means yes, it is ever justified. Both of you agreed in that conversation. Yes, there are situations where it's justified. So you're not actually entertaining the base.
Let me read these super chats at this point.
You're taking that axiomatically.
Let's read this. I should have just read the super
Guys,
chats.
I hate to say it, but Quibbles is right.
10 pounds. 10 pounds.
Well, you don't have to hate.
Jacob,
you can love. You can be a lover, not a hater.
Jacob Buckingham. Okay. Are you going to conscript him to love?
We love you,
I'm not
Jacob.
gonna have another super chat. Okay. Does the level of support in the population for conscription affect whether or not it is moral or immoral? So say the people of Ukraine were entirely against, like 90% against conscription. However, without conscription, they're going to die, right? They're going to be wiped out. Does that affect the morality of the government of the Ukraine deciding to implement conscription? Interesting question.
I think that's a really interesting question, honestly, because if you could show that like some vast majority of the population was like, I want Russia to take over, obviously you can look at the fake.
No. But they just don't want to fight.
The people argument. Yeah,
Like
it's a will of the people argument. Sure. Like, okay, maybe it's not the Russia just take. First of all, if it was I actually prefer to have Russia take over, like as some of the fake, polls in certain regions suggest. Like, yeah, okay, maybe then the conscription is immoral because these people want that to happen, and the only thing standing in between them is a government that won't allow them to vote on a change to that. But what you have to understand is, yeah, if it gets to the point, and this is kind of, you could look at like World War II Germany, where they're like, I really do not want to fight this anymore. I want to surrender, and they're not letting us. That is when it becomes, yeah, it's existential, but at that point, it's like, hey, look, we've lost. There's no point in this anymore, and I want this to end. Yeah, maybe there is a justification for saying this. There's no reason to conscript anymore. Obviously, it's not there yet, but if you could show that like some vast majority of the population doesn't even want to do it, I think there would also be revolutions. There would be like massive protests, like, hey, we're stopping this, make this not happen, and that's not what's happening right now. So it's not super relevant.
Do you think that my refusing to be drafted is an example of an individual protest?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so
By
if
default.
I individually protest to this thing that we've all agreed is a violation of my bodily autonomy, why are you saying that society gets to make this demand of me directly against my interest?
We live in a society.
Okay, so it's
society.
So your view is that democracy can make any demand of me so long as it has a majority?
I don't think any demand, but many demands can be made, and I think we accept a certain level of violations of our personal rights when we accept a role in society. Taxation is theft, we accept that.
Cool.
Jail and that sort of thing, we accept that. And the draft, if you don't accept, you can leave and go to a country where they don't draft people.
What's your
and we have
baseline?
the stretch to be able to do that.
Please. What's your baseline of what is and is not a moral thing, like within the realm of acceptable for government to make this demand of the individual?
I don't have an exact line. Usually if you give me like a bunch of examples, I'd be able to analyze this case by case. I'm sure like, when we get to the very hypothetical extremes, like the crazy, brothel example, obviously I have an issue with that. But like ultimately, I think I kind of view it from a utilitarian point of view where it's like, what is this actually doing? What is this helping? Does it make sense to violate bodily autonomy to throw people in jail? Yeah, absolutely. We should punish people who are going to break the social contract. Does it make sense to defend your country? But if that's the only way you can do it is conscripting people, yeah, I also think that makes sense if it's an existential threat. So
okay,
wait. I want to pin this down. At core, you don't have any fundamental. This is the line. Government doesn't get to pass.
I haven't thought it out enough to be able to write like this specific thing.
Yeah,
but it's.
So what I'm saying
but you do have one, and that's if it's bodily autonomy, which is ridiculous because the entire framework of morality, in the way that it exists in society, you would rather that be wiped out than violate it is insane. So yeah.
What do you mean? I'd rather it be.
You would rather aliens destroy and kill every man, woman, and child on the planet than violate any of their bodily autonomy. Do I believe in free speech? Not absolutely, but in most cases, yeah, sure.
You're an American. You believe in like the basic.
Yeah, to an extent. I don't like that Trump's locking up that Columbia protester, but
I definitely agree with that. 100%. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Doobie. Okay, Doobie, thank you for the $50.
So many different topics. I love it.
Yeah.
Right?
$50. No, we make everything set aside. $50, Doobie.
Okay, well, let me get through these.
$50 is $50.
Silence is golden.
I did ask him for more money for these, but I don't know about this one, gang. But $50 is $50.
$50 is $50.
You're sounding like me and my Putin hypothetical.
First, I'll do this one. $10 from Michael Dale. How much to end this abomination of a debate? Are we allowed to throw the word retard around? Yes, retard is allowed in my spaces. Okay, you can. And
I know I'm right here
right now, and I'll end it all.
I'm standing.
I'll cut the debate off. And I'll end the debate for $100. Throw me $100, and we'll stop it right now. That does create.
You can turn your computer off. You could leave.
Right? Yeah, look. No, hey, if you want to give me $100 to stop this, I will. $50 from Doobie. Okay, here's a question. It's Doobie, not me. Okay, and he'd like an answer from all of you, please.
Oh boy.
How many children would you personally be justified in violating if it was the only way to save humanity? One a day. 1 million, all of them. What's the limit?
All right, I'm gonna go first. If it turned out that the way to stop the alien invasion was we found a special chemical in little boys' foreskins and we had to extract it, I would every single foreskin, get them all, and we stop those aliens. Absolutely bite that bullet because otherwise we all die. Now, there's a fun argument, and I don't know if anyone's read Ender's Game. If you can think about what is the limit to which I am willing to commit moral atrocities to save all of humanity, it is actually there is a line somewhere, and some people might say, I'd rather humanity die out than hey, we we have to go to every planet and kill every single fucking alien just to get our resources, or we have to commit genocide every time we want to live. Like, yeah, that's terrible, and there's probably lines there. But if we just have to get a little, foreskin chemicals, I'm doing it. All right, we're saving the fucking planet.
So that's unhinged. That's crazy. But I'm curious if
hey, you let them all die. What would you rather? We put some tweezers and get the chemical out of the foreskin, or we kill them?
In your defense, you are biting the bullet that yes, you would rape all of the little boys
and
also enslave all of the little boys. Well, that's
so. Can you read the question again?
What the fuck?
Your answer is yes. Okay, Andrew, what's your answer? My answer, by the way, is
at
no.
this point,
I'm going to give a controversial answer on 0. I will rape 0 of them.
I reject.
Very brave.
I feel like we have enough real world examples to stay within the framework of why conscription is good or bad. Engaging in hypotheticals like this is a waste of time, other than getting Wick $50 in super chats. Wick on that for sure. Like, I'm not going to argue that. Like, and that's probably why these are coming in. It is a waste of time. Like, we have why I like real life. Okay, that's why I left MAGA. Listen. That's why I left. I used to be a Trump supporter. And I've said I'm tired of living in a fake reality, and I like regular reality. And guess what? We have real world examples to work with, and you're like talking about brothels and kids
saying the
forcing
same thing
shit.
15 times. We heard it. Why is this example outside of the realm of reasonable to ask, but the Ebola question is not outside of the realm of the reasonable thing to ask?
I don't even agree that that's irrelevant either. I'm talking about conscription here. I don't know what you're talking about.
Andrew, you can simply.
Can you read that question again?
Wait, yeah, read it again. Wait,
let me read the question one more time for Tim.
Answer it and move forward.
Okay, well, he needs the question again so he can answer it. Let me read it.
Be quiet, let him read.
Let me read it, okay? I'd like an answer from everyone, please. This is from Doobie, okay? How many children would you personally be justified in violating if it was the only way to save humanity? 1 a day? 1 million? All of them? What's the limit of this existential
I don't think that's what the question said. I think you changed a word there.
No, that's exactly the same.
No, I think he changed one word. I think he has to ask it the right way.
I was asking it exactly how I want to ask it, and 99% how it was written.
Doobie gave you $50. $50,
and you're gonna not verbatim read it?
Not gonna verbatim read it.
Wait, can I? I'm not gonna say it again.
So
but
first of all, my response, just to get it over with really quick. Sorry, and then you can go ahead. I reject the question, like I told you.
Fair,
and if like we're living in this hypothetical, like we deserve to be.
Wait, Andrew, I want to push back on that.
If it's coming down.
Wait, Andrew, Andrew, I need to push back because, like, look, the reason this is asking, yes, it's an absurd hypothetical, but the reason it's being asked is because, yes, it's not the same to rape someone as it is to conscript them to war. These are nowhere near the same. Slavery is not the same as conscription. However, the point of asking this hypothetical is to test the boundary of what amount of autonomy you're willing to strip away from a person to uphold keeping your sovereignty as a country, to defend the entire human race. Yes, it's absurd, but the point is asking is you clearly have a limit, and your limit is not drawn at conscripting people to go to war. Mine is neither. And so they're asking, okay, then like obvious. Look right now. This is like it's just a dumb trolley problem. If you could shoot a child in the head and it would stop the entire Ukraine war, would you do it? It's a silly hypothetical. But the reason they're asking is that one child's life worth ending all of the suffering that is currently going on? It's trying to test the limits of your morality, the limits of your of your what you're willing to do to stop something. Quibbles thinks that conscripting people is always wrong. So yeah.
I got you. Yeah. So if it gets to that point, or if those are the requirements in order to end the war, I feel it's already lost. Like it's already an L. If that's what you're doing to require a win, it's already past an L. Like I guess I'm so conservative on this matter to where like there's levels of echelons ahead of that before we get down to that. But if like you get down to that point to where you have to do this extreme to survive, then no, I would think it's already lost.
There's a book by Ursula K. Le Guin.
I would admit that I'm not I am not smart enough to be actually answering questions like this. So please, I can answer questions about the military because I served, but I am not a goddamn I'm not a scholar.
Gotcha. There's a great book written in the 70s by Ursula
He just didn't answer the question.
Oh my God! Let me make my statement. My God. Okay, we understand. He answered it how he wanted to answer it.
Well, Wick, actually, can I try one last time? Wick, can I try one last time? I think I can try this because this is a real example. Andrew, if you knew, Quibbles, let me try this. Quibbles, let me try this one thing. All right, look, last thing. Andrew, would you be okay if the American, and this is a very realistic situation, okay? This didn't happen, but say you are President Nixon and you get a call in the White House and they say Russia is 10 minutes away from firing all of their nuclear missiles and destroying the country. Is it then okay to fire preemptive nuclear bombs and destroy all of Russia, killing civilians, like just wiping it off the map if this is the only way for you to survive?
Yeah, if that's what's going to have to happen at that moment. Yep.
Okay.
Send it.
Cool. So that's kind of like the heart of the hypothetical there is like, what are you willing to put up with in that case? So like, yeah, you can take it to absurd examples. That's a really like questionable one that you could push back and forth on. Obviously, quibbles, I think you would, I mean, nukes are a violation of bodily autonomy. So of course you would disagree with that, but there are people that would push back or forth on that. And that's kind of the core of the argument.
There's a book that explores this topic that I really want to fucking talk about, and you won't stop me talking about because it's a great book, and you all should read it. It's a great book.
I'll read it, Wick. I'll read it, Wick.
Ones
all three of
who
their
walk
answers.
away.
Wick, I just want to get all three. Doobie gave you $50 to get the answers to this.
I will
one
get
question.
the answer as soon as I'm done. We're not ending the show.
No,
I'm just
I know.
saying my piece.
I agree. I'm not the one who's holding us hostage here. Okay.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
You're violating his bodily autonomy.
You're violating
Or we could do
Super
this
chat
the hard
autonomy.
way.
My answer is no.
Okay, we're
So
gonna
his
do this
answer
the
is
hard
yes,
way. Boom. Beautiful.
Oh, I love
You're
it.
going to let me. You're going to let me.
I could read the
I'm
lips.
not
I know what he
gonna-
said.
I'm a free speech guy, but let me finish my fucking statement. It's a very short statement, I promise. But we turn a 30-second clip to a 20-minute clip if you keep interrupting. Okay, so The Ones Who Walk Away from Amelis by Ursula K. Le Guin explores this concept. There's a city. It's a fantastical city. Everyone's needs are met. Everyone's healthy. Everyone's wealthy. Everyone's wise. But in order to stay in this city, you have to accept how they get this done. And how they get this done is by putting a small child to be tortured, right, in a machine that powers all their stuff, right? And so the book explores the concept of what are we willing to accept, right, to have wealth, safety, power, etc., right? And I think that is an interesting question, and I think it's worth of a discussion. We're going to go to Tim. After Tim answers the question, which I've read, we can move on.
Like you should do a trolley problem debate at some point with all this hypothetical.
Oh my God, I wanted a conscription debate, but here we are. Okay.
No.
Tim, go ahead.
I just want a yes or no from two people, and then we can move on. Please, I beg
You
of
haven't answered a yes or no all afternoon. But
My
He
answer
said
to this
no.
question is no. Soy's answer to this question is yes. I want a yes or no from the other two people. It's not that hard.
I wanted a yes or no from you earlier. Didn't get it.
Okay.
Anyway,
Hold
now
on.
I'll answer your question.
I give
if
a
you'll be
yes or
quiet.
no to whatever question you want me to answer yes or no to. Literally any question. It could be any question in the world, right? Give me a yes or no question, and I will answer it yes or no. And then
That's
answer
cool,
this
bro.
question. You promise to then answer this
If
question.
you'll shut up, I'll be happy to answer it.
Have you ever felt the love
Yes
of a
or no?
woman?
Oh,
Yes or
that's a
no?
good one. That's a good one. No, it's a question. Okay, this
This is not a
particular
yes,
one.
it's not a no.
He's
Oh, wait,
answering
yes.
the super chat. Let him answer the goddamn super chat. Go ahead.
This
I
is
didn't
not.
hear the
It's
super
not a
chat 'cause I'm so
democracy.
afraid.
This is
I was
a
muted.
dictatorship. All right.
True.
Exactly.
Tim,
I was
answer the
trying to
question.
answer the question, but he likes to interrupt other people and gets upset when they interrupt him. But so
Yes or no?
now, shut the fuck up for a second. I'll
Yes
answer.
or no question. Why are we trying to hide from the question? I answered your.
He's trying to answer the
It's so
question, but
easy.
you keep going yes or no, yes or no, yes or no at him.
It's pathetic. This is pathetic. Truly, Wick, I am embarrassed for Tim. I am embarrassed.
Let
for
him
him.
answer.
They must answer the yes.
There it is.
There's some real embarrassment here, but still.
Answer your
Anyway,
question.
I'm not.
it's there's of course a limit to the number of people that you would kill. Now, if there is a chance where, hey, you go, let's since it's a hypothetical question, I'm going to answer it in a hypothetical way. You know, if somebody says, hey, can you go back in time and cap baby Hitler? You know, and it'll solve all these problems. Absolutely, I'll go back and cap baby Hitler. Not a big issue. If somebody says, hey, we just picked a random child off the street, no, I'm not going to do that.
Well, baby Hitler was a random child off the street. He hadn't done it. That's like pre-crime, right? Like, if he's an
Well,
innocent
sure,
baby
but
at the
that's why
time of killing
I
him.
caveat it with back in time. You get the back in time part, but it's a
So you
hypothetical
shouldn't have
question.
entertained it, Tim. So you shouldn't even entertain it.
No, my
your
short
answer
answer
is
is
some
no. I
number?
don't, because I don't think anybody would ever.
There's some number of
If you-
babies
if
that you would rape
no.
to defend America.
The answer is
No,
no.
I just unmute you for 1 second. You already make me regret it.
What's
okay?
your answer?
I just fucking answered it. If you'd shut up, you would
He
have heard
said
it.
no. No, he said no.
Yeah.
He said not a single stranger
no.
random
Just
baby.
no.
Yeah,
Not
he
a
said no.
single one. Not a single. Your answer is no.
Yeah, he said no, not a single one.
Not
Is that
a
hard to
single one.
believe that I said no?
And Troy, your answer is yes.
My answer is every single one.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. To be clear, absurd, but thank you for actually answering the question. We're getting there. Okay. We got one left.
Thank you
Andrew.
for wasting our time.
Yeah.
Andrew, what is your
Only the black
about-
babies.
Okay. Okay, you know what?
I don't know why you can't just answer the question.
He
Yeah,
did. He
yeah,
said
yeah,
yeah. He
one
just he
more.
just
I
answered.
did, my bad. I
Your
just
answer is
answered.
like yes, millions of babies. You would rape millions of babies.
Oh, whatever. I guess whatever.
Okay.
Whatever you gotta do.
Conscription. Back to conscription.
Okay, the reason that it's being asked, to bring it back to Doobie's question, the reason it's being asked is because there is a baseline principle that I have and that Tim is claiming here in this particular niche example to have as well, is that we believe that bodily autonomy is a fundamental right and therefore it should never be violated in this certain way.
But you're trying
Even
to
in
make
the
it
case
black
where
and
it is
white, and it's not.
massively useful to society, we're not utilitarians. We think that there are principles, right?
No, you're trying to make it an absolute, and there are no absolutes in life.
Okay, so
None.
your answer is yes, you would rape the babies.
No, his
You're trying to
answer is
change
he
my
has
answer
a
for me, and
different
that's the
take
fucked
on
up
it
thing
on
to
a
do.
different situation. And
I
your
don't
answer
wanna-
is
I
I
don't
would
wanna
never
talk about
violate
this anymore.
autonomy, even if it
Everything-
meant the killing of every single man,
The
woman, child.
aliens
That's
explode
the
the
difference.
world, whatever the thing is, right? Would you rape a baby to stop them? My answer is no, right? Soy's answer is all of the babies, right? Andrew's answer is the black ones, right? What is your answer?
I already answered the question.
He said
What
not
the
a
fuck?
only baby. He
No.
said he'd only rape
Yeah.
baby Hitler. That's what he said.
That's right. Only baby Hitler.
Okay.
Maybe
Okay.
maybe baby Putin.
We're gonna end this because my God, I don't think we're gonna get any better. I don't think we're gonna go anywhere. I think we've circled the drain for 1,000 times. I do have one more super chat that I have to read because they did pay me £10, and then we will give all of you outros. And may God have mercy on all of your souls. £10 from Jacob Buckingham to say, my last question was aimed at both sides. Would conscription become moral if the vast majority of the population supported it? Wouldn't the people be willingly giving up their bodily autonomy? And then $2 from Jeff Lewis to say, Quibbles held this panel hostage. He is a terrorist.
He violated my bodily autonomy in this
Yeah,
debate.
he violated my brain and ways I don't think
My brain hurts.
Quibbles, to be fair,
Get
my brain doesn't hurt. If you want to entertain more hypotheticals after
Yeah, I'd
this.
be down to talk to these.
Yeah.
He's like, talking about baby raping. Let's get him on my show and let's go. Okay, Soy
Talking
Pill, you
about
can have
the
fun with that.
baseline principles behind our belief.
No, I get it. Here,
Joy is
here's the
capable
answer.
of having a
Quibbles.
conversation
Here's a
at the
simple
base
answer.
level of his
Here's a
belief.
simple answer.
Yeah.
This is a problem with what you're trying to do. Is you're trying to boil it down so all violations of bodily autonomy are bad,
Principle.
and I think that that's not true. I think there are some bodily autonomy violations that I would do in a heartbeat. Like, for example, if you were about to jump off the roof of a building, I would stop you from doing that physically. I would grab you and I would pull you away from the ledge. Is that violating your bodily autonomy? Absolutely. Would I do it? Absolutely. Is it a good thing that I do it? Absolutely, right? So this idea that just because your bodily autonomy is being violated, it's always bad is something I reject completely.
Wick, would you stop
That's
baby
my
Hitler
closing
from
statement.
jumping off of a bridge?
That's yes,
Wick's
because I think we
answer
can
to
save
question
baby
there. I think it's a
Hitler.
good.
But
I think
here's-
it's a good test. I think it's a solid test for my view, because like my answer is I would also stop someone from jumping off of a bridge, and obviously yes, that is a violation of their autonomy. I would also stop a kid from running into traffic or whatever it is, right?
No, I'm not talking about kid. I'm
Those
talking about you as an
situations-
adult.
Wait. This actually breaks down your argument perfectly. One more caveat. Okay, Quibbles, you stop them from. Wait. No, because this is no. Don't finish, because this is so much more important. Okay, look, you do stop them from jumping off the bridge, but they tell you for the next 10 years, I'm going to keep trying to jump off bridges, and you have to hold them in a prison for 10 years to stop them from killing themselves. Is that allowed?
Nope, I am not going to stop. I'm going to stop them in the moment, but I'm not going to keep them under lock and key and stop them for 10 years.
I will. Okay,
Wow.
with that,
Similarly-
we're gonna end the show.
similarly-
Okay, we're gonna end the show because
Alright.
oh my god.
Well,
Gang.
I am genuinely down to talk to you for further.
Yeah,
if you
you
want.
guys
Yeah.
can have fun. But for my end, I don't know why you would do this, but if you like the content, hit that like button, subscribe button, hit the follow button, hit the all that. Maybe one day we'll have a discussion on conscription, but apparently that wasn't today. And on that note,
I mean, we did.
on that note, we're gonna give each of these lovely individuals an uninterrupted chance to have a closing statement and tell people where they can find you. I have links to all their stuff in my description, so if you liked what they had to say, if you hated what they had to say, you can find it in my description. You just click on their link, you go to their channel or their X account or whatever, right? And you can find their stuff. Let's start with Tim, and we'll end with Quibbles. You get to go last, okay? Tim, closing statement.
I'm honored. Thank you.
I just hope everybody learned something. But no, it's the trouble with conscription and any of these things is if you try to break it down into a absolute, it falls apart. Like anything in life, there almost are never absolutes, and everything is kind of situationally dependent. Unfortunately, it's a reality we live in. So you can find me on any social platform you want. I don't hide anywhere. Google my last name. I'm usually the first hit.
Okay, thank you for being here, and go check him out, gang. I have his stuff linked in my description. Andrew Mercado.
Thank you again, Wick, for having me on another debate and panel. Conscription is not something any nation should take lightly, but in moments of true crisis, when a country faces annihilation, or when global evil like Nazi Germany or what the Russian Federation is doing right now rises, mass mobilization is necessary. However, I do not support conscription for wars of choice like Vietnam. The real issue isn't conscription itself, it's when and how it's used. If we abandon the draft entirely, we risk being unprepared for the next great war of survival, but if we use it recklessly, we become no better than the empires that force people to fight for conquest. The balance is key, and that is the stance that I am defending tonight. And thank you again, Wick, for having me. I wish we had real anti-conscription arguments to debate, but unfortunately we debated against slavery and a whole other slew of just nonsense. But hey, GG's, Wick. This is good.
I hope you at least had fun. So
I did.
Here we are.
This is good. This is great, actually.
Okay. Next up is the soy pill.
Yeah, so like I said at the beginning, I think conscription is justified in the case of existential threat, and if it's immediate existential threat, I think obviously we can go into all these crazy hypotheticals. I said a lot of stupid stuff today to entertain said hypotheticals, but that said, despite disagreeing heavily with Quibbles' ideology and libertarian brain rot, I understand where you're coming from and why using these is important. Tim and Andrew, we're on the same side here. However, I do think it would be better to entertain some of these hypotheticals to really explore the reasons why Quibbles believes what he believes. Because had we had some pro-Russian propagandists on, had we had some, anti-war, like peace pacifist person, they would probably be making similar arguments. They would just be maybe not using the hypotheticals to explore those arguments. And that's how you get to the root core of why someone believes what they believe. So despite still thinking Quibbles is dumb, which now I'll talk to you after about it, I understand where you're coming from. And I think that your hypotheticals, although ridiculous, did help me understand more why you're against it, and nevertheless it's still completely justified. Slava Ukraina, or whatever they say.
Thank you for being here,
Slava.
Yeah, thank you for being here last minute. I do really appreciate that. Check out his stuff, and are you streaming on Twitch, or are you just streaming in general?
You're talking to me? Oh, yeah, I am streaming. I am streaming on YouTube. You can, please. Oh, yeah, raid onto my stream or Andrew's stream. And Andrew, I do want to chat with you as well, actually. So maybe if you're still on, if you're still, well, Andrew has more viewers, so you should give them to me. You know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah, come over to
but Andrew, I'll ping you in a little bit after I'm done with this Quibbles character. So because I do want to chat.
Kata Media.
Okay. And Quibbles, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, my final thoughts are. Bodily autonomy good, slavery bad. You can find me on Twitter at QuibblesC.
Okay, give me one second.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Because how?
Also, Soy is better at ad lib mouthing things.
No, I have his script right here. I was literally reading.
I feel less bad about myself for failing to.
I just thought it'd be funny if I did that.
Remarkable. Yeah. All right. Cool.
Sorry, 1 second. I'm seeing. Okay, this is me. You're not coming. Oh, there you are. I need redirect privileges. It's not letting me.
Oh, that's for
Andrew.
Andrew.
Not letting me raid into you guys on YouTube.
You have to ask nicely. Should have it
Pretty
online.
please, Wick.
Redirect privileges. Hold on.
I don't know how it works on me.
Channel.
Sorry.
Oh, it does let me. It does let me go to
Yeah.
Mercado. It does not let me go to you. So
Okay, I'll have to figure out
So
how to
you
do
gotta-
it.
You gotta open
Yeah,
it.
sorry.
I gotta
tried.
open it.
Okay.
gotta open
And with
it-
that,
open her
I'll
up.
see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna have Econoboy on. Tomorrow we're gonna have fuck, who else is? Well, Econoboy's gonna be on there. Fabian Liberty Scott's gonna be on there. A few others are gonna be on there. We're gonna be talking about the economy.
Non-Fawn?
Should we be worried?
Will Non-Fawn
Okay?
be there?
Non-Fawn will be there.
Hell yeah.
Non-Fawn will be there. Okay.
The short answer to that one is yes for tomorrow. Beware.
Yes, yes. So tune
Thank you
in.
for your one-word
I,
answer.
I,
for no.
I am praying to God there will be less baby hypotheticals. Okay. Let's see if God is real. Let's find out. Okay, and with that, I'll see you guys later. Wait, bye, everyone.
What, can you leave me and Quibbles in here? Bye, everyone. Nice to meet you,
Bye.
Tim. Nice to
Yeah,
meet
you
you.
guys
Bye-bye.
can stay.
Bye-bye.
We'll go to the bathroom before we continue. But
Yeah,
then,
go ahead.
we can-
I'll talk to my chat a little bit.
Yeah, you guys can stay as long as you like. I don't care, right? But
Okay.
I sent them over to Mercado Media Fixture shit, so I can write into you next.
Do you know how to change it? Is there a setting?
No, I don't know how.
Well,
I
thanks.
couldn't help you. I'm
Very
sorry.
helpful. Do better. What are you, Captain America? The new Captain America? Just telling me
Yeah.
to do better?
Okay. Well, thanks for. Wow, this was a terrible discussion.
I don't think, unironically, I don't think it was. I understand it went off the rails and it got kind of ridiculous. We got to understand is this does break down why someone would or would not be for conscription. And
No, I get it. It's just that there was a mismatch. And honestly, Tim, I thought you were anti-conscription. I thought you were.
Boundaries. I mean, I am within certain limitations, but it's anything in life. There's no absolutes, right? I mean,
You said it was evil when you were.
it is evil, but it's a necessary evil on occasion.
Okay, fair enough.
Well,
I
then
should've
that's kind of what
explored
our argument is, yeah. So
that. Yeah. Okay.
War is evil. I mean, I've been deployed. I was post-war on terror, but I was in Somalia, right?
But
So
I guess the more philosophical question is: it evil if it's necessary? And I don't know if that.
well, here's my big thing about warfare, right? Is the people who make choices to send people to war are not the ones that have to go fucking fight the thing. So of course, inherently, the entire concept of going to war is absolutely evil and should never fucking occur. But in certain instances, it does become absolutely necessary. The trouble is who gets to decide when that necessary is, and that's really where the weird ass line gets drawn. And personally, when it comes to conscription, I would hope we live in a world where it absolutely never occurs. But I also want to live in a world where I don't pay taxes. So, there's a line that has to be drawn somewhere. So yeah, is it evil? It absolutely is fucking evil. It should never occur. But there are instances where it has to. It's just the way it works.
Okay, I somewhat agree, somewhat disagree, but I do have to go. I will see you guys later. Quibbles.
Oh, I found the
Thanks for
enable.
coming.
Now
Thanks
you
for
can
trying.
raid me
Quibbles,
with.
one day Quibbles, the first time me and you talked Quibbles, you admitted that all your arguments that you had been making with me were generated by AI, and it made me angry.
That is true. That did happen once. Yeah,
it was crazy.
I went on like an artificial intelligence weird thingy-maboober, and I made 50 fake articles all using AI. Just technically they didn't legally count as being stolen, because what I did is I just reworded enough to be legally distinguished, but essentially just stole a bunch of people as a way of trying to understand what it looks like to steal people's articles and what it means to have IP rights post artificial intelligence. Yeah, that is true.
Yeah,
I did do that.
It was a weird discussion because
It was a weird conversation.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
he pulled a soy on me, right? He lured me in with AI, right? And fake images, if you will.
That was 100% genuine, human generated. And first of all, I didn't lure him in. That was after he agreed. Okay.
Look, I agree.
Completely ancillary. Pulled a soy on me. How dare
I gotta
you?
go. I gotta go. I'll see you later. Bye.
Bye, buddy. Tim, you're welcome to join everyone. I just want to spend another 5-10 minutes with Quibbles here and just kind of break down where his morals lie, because I fully do not understand. By the way, Quibbles, nice to meet you. It was fun. I understand it got a little heated and ridiculous, but I think I don't understand how you could say I would not violate bodily autonomy to save the human race. Not even of one person. What is then the point of having a moral if the entire human race is dead?
Yeah, so we didn't really have time to get into this. The real the baseline of, okay, so do you think that there are situations where law should be violated?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so I think that there are just laws in certain circumstances that should be violated, but I think that they should still be law, even though they should be violated, right? So the real
Right,
answer to
because
your
you agree with
yeah. So
violating
the real
autonomy
answer
to
to your
save the suicidal
question
person,
is,
right? Right. Okay, sorry, go on.
if it were genuinely one person in that situation as you're describing, the real answer is like, yeah, conceivably I might see an argument to violate that one of an individual person's bodily autonomy, but I think that in doing so, it should be illegal, and in doing so, it should be understood to be against the contract of society.
Right. And
Does
so
that
in
make sense?
times of extremism or extreme existential
Yeah.
threat, there obviously must be some violations. And then there's a limit for sure. Like I said, like
Yeah.
Ender's Game, like they're committing genocide, and a lot of people are still debate to this day whether or not that is okay. But there is some level that you would be willing to accept, but you don't want to make it, one, the baseline for normal society, and two, even to normalize it, like you have to have a society that nevertheless condemns it, regardless of doing it to survive, correct?
I think that so Sam Harris, I don't know if you have read this article, but he had a famous article during the time of the I think it was the Iraq War. Don't quote me on that. I'm not sure exactly which war, but some war in the context of the War on Terror was going on, and he wrote this article. I think it was for the New York Times. It may have been for Wash Post. And it was about a defense of the idea of torture. Right?
Yeah,
He
in
was
defense
saying,
of
like,
torture. I've read that
here's a
article. Yeah, yeah.
situation where torture would be appropriate.
Mhm.
And he made the claim that, oh, well, I'm just in the abstract talking
Yeah.
about would it be appropriate to do this thing.
Right.
But I think in context of what he was actually asking, what he was actually making an argument for was torture now.
Well, exactly,
sense.
because it was in context of the war on terror and whether or not someone had a dirty bomb that was going to blow up like a state or something. Like, yeah, it was, hey,
in the context,
shouldn't it be okay to have Guantanamo Bay because we are stopping people from killing even more people? It's this like, utilitarian breakdown. Now, the problem with that, of course, is that it's like, hey, but you're one, trying to normalize the idea of torture, and two, ignoring that the torture isn't effective and proven time and time again to not work.
Sam Harris in that situation was lying.
You think he was lying? Interesting. Okay.
I think he was, in a sense, what he was lying about is he was saying that this is just a hypothetical. I'm just talking in the abstract about this, like, thing out there in the ether. If it worked, if blah, 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 if blah, 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 and blah, 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 blah. But in reality, what he was doing is he was defending torture in the context of the War on Terror.
So, sort of, but I think he was doing the, like, debate bro thought experiment that kind of we employed a few times in this debate. And it's like, if you...
The real answer to Sam's hypothetical, I think, is yes, if torture worked, and if it were the only way, and if blah, 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 and if blah, 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 then we should break the law, but the law should be the law that the law is.
Sure. So if we can break down your whole argument and tell me if this is wrong.
To the question of, if you're asking me in the context of a conversation about the draft, right, would you do this hyper-specific Ebola situation, which has never happened, very likely never would happen. In that situation, because I definitely don't think that's comparable to, like, what happened in China, for example. I assume you would agree.
Yeah.
In the case of COVID.
Right.
That hypothetical, I think, could conceivably be an example where you should break the law, but the law should still be the law.
Understand. Yeah. No. So it's like, but and this is kind of like the whole, hey, should we not hold elections in times of war based on an agreement before?
But
like,
so
yeah, in times of extreme cases, you could violate. And so
it's a bad question is my point, right? Like the question.
Well, I think it is only insofar as if you just came out swinging with, hey, I think there are times in which this is obviously acceptable. I'm not an absolutist on violating bodily autonomy. I think that the draft is one where I wouldn't do it, but then concede that, yeah, obviously in the alien example, you would have to, otherwise my moral framework wouldn't exist anymore. I think that'd be a lot more defensible of a position, but we had to go to that extreme, which is...
The point is, in the context of the reason the question was asked in context was not actually in the same way that my question, or Doobie's question, I guess it was, about like the millions of rapes or whatever it was, is not actually about millions of rapes, because obviously that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
The question about the Ebola is not actually a question about the Ebola, but in the same way that you answered, yes, you would do the infinite rapes, I don't literally believe you.
Yeah,
right?
because well, that's also. I mean, like if we're being serious, I don't actually think I necessarily would, because it's like if you had to destroy the mental, give PTSD and destroy the mental fortitude of every single man, woman, and child, like what kind of life are they living in the future if that entire generation is screwed, right? So
I think in the context of your broader view, I think you answered that question correctly, even though I don't literally believe that you'd literally do that.
Right, exactly. Okay, I understand what you're saying, where it's like, hey, like my broader philosophy says this, however, in these specific situations, I might do it a little differently. But then I guess maybe we can get to, or Tim, did you have a question real quick? Sorry, you were interrupted.
No, I was just going to point out that you know, when it comes to some of these things, the challenge is, especially when you try to go to like the philosophical arguments, it ignores the situational arguments.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, philosophic, like I'm divorced, I have 3 kids, right? Philosophically, is it better to stay married? Absolutely. Was it better in my case? Fuck no, because I was married to a woman who was very physically abusive to me and the kids. So is it a good reason for me to leave?
No.
Absolutely. Philosophically, is that the right thing to do? No, because kids should have a mom and a dad until you get to a point where it's just untenable for that to occur.
Right.
And now as a result of that divorce, which I'm not a big fan of, I do have primary custody of my kids, but she went through court-ordered anger management therapy, and they now have a much better relationship with their wife. So did we violate a particular thing I believe in? Sure. But was it the better answer? Absolutely.
Right.
Do I think conscription is evil? At its heart and soul, I fucking believe it's an evil thing to do. But I do believe there are situations in which it absolutely is justified.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you think that it should ever be legally built into the constitution of a country?
I don't think it's ever built into the constitution of a country. We do have certain laws that are wrapped around it, and maybe you could argue the constitutionality of it, but that's a whole different argument. I'm not a legal scholar, so
Constitution,
like the way Ukraine is doing it, like you could like
essentially what you're saying there is like there are situations where rounding up all of the men and able-bodied people, whatever it is, and forcing them to do XYZ might be defensible. But my question is, are there situations where that should be the law, or are you saying that in the moment where you're under threat, you would do it, but you wouldn't expect it to be legal?
So no, that goes back to the whole, you know, I'm a physicist, not a lawyer question. So whether or not you make something legal is sort of beyond me, because laws of physics are one thing and laws of man are another. And it also begs the question of, is it ethical, right? So is it legally ethical? So I have a cousin who's a lawyer, right? And I asked her one time, I'm like, is something ethical? She goes, I don't know. Tell me the situation. I'll go look it up. I'm like, it's not something you can look up. It's either ethical or it's not. But in a legal framework, it's a different argument. Mm-hmm. So should it be legal to go off and conscript people into time of war? Well, okay, you can make the second argument. Should Lincoln have done away with habeas corpus? Well, no, he shouldn't have, but he did, and he solved the problem. And sometimes you just have to look at it like, hey, we have this problem in front of us. I've got 3 really shitty solutions to it. I don't have a really good one. I got to pick one of the shitty ones.
Well,
yeah,
Tim,
so my point is, like, what Lincoln did should be illegal.
And it later was proven to be, but he had been shot in the head at that point in time. So
that there are situations where the president breaks the law, and perhaps even is justified in breaking the law, doesn't change the fact that it is a just law, right?
Yeah, like the president, like not declaring war because Congress has that power, but maybe doing like some sort of military action to stop a strike from happening.
Truly, we haven't declared war since World War II, so that's gone out the window.
Right, but the point is, like, you're not supposed to be able to like unilaterally like declare a missile strike or something. But sometimes they do that because it's like, hey, if I waited for Congress to act, the opportunity's missed or whatever.
Actually, legally, I know the answer to that one. Legally, there's like he can do things, but he has a certain number of days to go notify specific people over in the House and the Senate. After making that decision, because let's say, there's 12 submarines off the West Coast. He's got to handle it now. He doesn't have time to go make 15 phone calls and say, hey guys, I'm about to do this, right? There is a certain thing in law that says, hey, he's got a window where he has a responsibility to go inform them. Mm-hmm. But he also has the responsibility to protect the country. So, it's.
Yeah, I'm curious for both of you. How would you respond to Sam Harris saying, in the context of the Iraq War, like, oh, with that as the backdrop of the conversation, oh, there are situations where torture is defensible.
Let me give it to you this way. So were you, and I'm not trying to do a personal dig here at all. I'm just curious. Are you a military veteran of any kind?
I'm not. No, I did work for AmeriCorps for a period of time, but that's obviously not military.
So I got out. I was in from 89 to 96. So I got out a long before the Gulf War on Terror. Okay. However, my MOS was 18 Bravo, which translates in English to be Special Forces Weapons Specialist. So I was in the Green Berets, highly trained individuals. Okay. You study a lot of things when you're in those units. And the reason I don't bring it up often, especially on my YouTube channels or my Twitter channels, because if you add everything together, I've got across all my channels, I don't know, 150,000 subscribers or followers, depending on how you count it. But I don't bring up that particular part of my life because now that I'm PhD in physics, I have a whole bunch of other stuff to talk about. But and I want to give the guys in the War on Terror the props because they fought a war I didn't want any part of. But you study that kind of stuff in those units very carefully. And what you find is that people that are tortured will tell you what you want to hear. They're not going to tell you anything real. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They're going to like, oh, you want that answer? Great. That's the one that makes this stop. And that's the one they give you. So torture is fucking useless. In Vietnam, the Russians just about had it right, where they would go into the prison camps and play good cop, bad cop with the prisoners. They would be the good cop and the Vietnamese would be the bad cop. And the Russians were extracting information from prisoners in ways the Vietnamese would have never been able to do it because they were actually, oh, here, let me give you good food. Let me give you water. Let me give you bourbon. And they would actually get information out of it. So there's ways to get information that don't involve torture. And usually that's by befriending people and showing them there's a better way. And when I was in Gulf War I, which was a completely different war than the War on Terror. Okay, so let me get that part out of it. I was in the 82nd Airborne. Our job was not to really go fight anybody. We were ready to, and we were equipped to, but that war moved so quickly that the Air Force went through, and then the tanks went through, and we were basically there collecting prisoners. Okay, because we didn't shoot at, we showed up and like people would surrender immediately. But what we found was that people were so hungry and so scared that if you handed them an MRE, they would tell you a lot of real information, like instantaneously, because they were fucking hungry. And what they saw was, hey, look, we're going to give you a shower. We're going to give you a place to sleep. You're going to have a nice little spot to sleep. You're going to have water. You're going to have food. By the second or third day, man, they were spilling information left and right. That's the way you get information from people, not by torturing them. Torturing them is a fucking waste of time. Everybody knows it.
So first, I agree with you. But the second question is, in the context where Sam Harris wrote the article in defense of torture as an abstract, with the knowledge that you have, would you say, I disagree with you, Sam Harris, when he's claiming to talk about an abstract principle, and you're saying the practical reality of this war that I've experienced is such that your abstract principle doesn't apply, or your abstract principle is sort of like missing the forest for the trees, if that makes sense?
No, he was doing something that is absolutely moronic in some ways.
Sure.
He was framing an argument in a way that he hoped nobody would notice when he got to the punchline. It's like, oh, let me frame this hypothetical, and 3 pages later, you forget that it's hypothetical. Like, so talk show hosts do this all the time. Sean Hannity does it all the time. Glenn Beck does it all the time. Right? They frame this argument in this weird ass way, and they go, great, so you agree with me. Well, no, I don't. You framed it, and now you're trying to draw a general answer from a really weird ass framing.
Yeah.
And it doesn't
They're
ever
doing
work.
The same thing with AI, Tim. All the right winger got on board and said, hey, like, hey AI, would you say the N-word if it would stop a nuclear bomb from exploding? And it wouldn't. And it's like, this is dangerous. This is dangerous. It's like, look, this is absurd. You're not getting to the punchline. The punchline is, hey, what do I actually care about the ethics in my AI? Is torture, does it work, and is it defensible? But this isn't what they're doing. They're hopping into this world where it's like, well, I don't actually understand this concept. So let me talk about, what would happen if this happened, and you've got 16 different caveats. They don't care. They just want to pontificate about their little thought experiment. So
right. So I don't know. Can you guys see my screen? Right. So I work with AI every day. All right. So
cool.
Let me do a little lesson here. When people talk about, it's not going to let me do it. Okay, never mind.
You're streaming your Discord. I don't know if you want to stream something else.
It wasn't my plan. So there's different forms of AI, right? So there's the generative AI, there's image generation, there's text generation, and that's one form of AI. And that's one of the things that drives me nuts is the AI guys who are the core AI guys. Now, for context, I do have a PhD in physics. I'm not just making this shit up.
Cool.
After I got my doctoral degree, I spent 12 years at MIT postdoc in various forms on the research side. I was never tenure track, but I was still there for a dozen years.
MIT is the enemy. I went to Carnegie Mellon, so you're my enemy. But go on.
It's different schools. I mean, you guys are good at some things. MIT is good at something else.
Yeah.
I was physics, and it's different. I worked at a place called the Institute for Soldering Nanotechnologies, between there, the Department of Physics, and Lincoln Lab. So I did all kinds of stuff. When I left there, I was the upgrade lead on the Patriot missile program, and now I own a couple of companies here in Dallas, one of which is an AI company associated with social media. But when people talk about AI, and this is where the AI guys have really, I think, done a great public disservice. All of the discussion wrapped around it is around generative AI. Everybody's screaming and yelling and crying about generative AI. And that's like going into the grocery store and only sitting in the canned food aisle and saying, oh, look how bad this is. It's terrible. We've got to stop this. The rest of the grocery store is all AI, and we're pretending it doesn't exist because everybody's fighting here. And the reason I say that's an awful, awful thing to do is that the AI applications that are coming down the pipeline, whether you agree it's awful or not, I don't think it is, but anyway. The applications that are coming down the line on all the other stuff are going to absolutely upend the economy in the next 4 or 5 years. The number of people that are going to be displaced out of work because of predictive analytics, because of all this other shit, automation getting much, much cheaper, the cost to actually compute some of the stuff getting much, much cheaper. The number of job displacements that we're looking at very carefully dealing with both Harvard economics people, MIT economics people, we're talking 9-10 million professionals that are $150,000 a year and up in the next 3 to 5 years.
Yep.
You're talking about automating fast food restaurants to the point where you need nobody to work at them except the people that load the robots with the food. So what you're looking at in the next 3 to 5 to 6 years, depending on how fast it gets deployed, is mass unemployment, and people are arguing over generative AI that's going to cause like 2% of the damage. Mm-hmm. Right? So the other 98% gets completely ignored. Yep. In favor of this little 2%. So the AI guys that actually own and control all of it, including the ChatGPT guys, the OpenAI guys, even to some lesser extent Musk, who I've been in a room with 3 times and I'm not a big fan of, he's framing it like, oh, let's go look at generative, when they all know that what's coming out the other end is what's going to really do the damage, but nobody's looking at that, nobody's yelling about it. It's going to be too late before anybody realizes what's going on.
Hey, Tim, I got to check out here. That's super awesome. I actually kind of want to ask you more questions now. Although, can I ask you like a quick question? Because I did an aerospace engineering degree. You have a PhD in physics. I can't properly explain, and I think there isn't a direct answer as to why planes fly. There is arguments about like the different streamline theories and like why the lift is actually generated, and like if it's like a Newton's thing. Effect. Yeah, the Bernoulli effect. It's like, do you have a better grasp of like, do we actually know? Is there a definite answer?
There is, but it would take me about 45 minutes to explain it with some pictures. So
damn, 4 years of education
it
couldn't
is the
solidify
Bernoulli
that
effect that actually lets it work. So you have to think of it like. So you took aerospace, right?
So, right. So like I understand Bernoulli's equation. I understand the compressible flow. I understand the higher velocity, lower pressure.
It's fluid dynamics, right?
Right.
So you get a lot more friction on one side than the other, and it kind of causes this lift, and you get these weird air effects, and it causes lift. And
I was under the impression that even though we understand what's happening, we still don't know why it is. It gets to the point where if you keep asking why, it's kind of like gravity, and it's like, wait a second, but maybe I'll have to ask you another time.
No, you're right on the money. That one we actually understand and we can explain. Gravity is the one nobody has a fucking clue. We know what it does, we just have no idea why. Like none.
We'll figure it out eventually. Anyway, it was great to meet both of you guys. Thanks for sticking around and answering questions. Tim, Quibbles. Yeah, have a great one. All right, guys, let's see. I'm going to see if I can call Mr. Andrew here, if he'll pick up. And if I can pop this screen out. And maybe he's gone. Let's see. Window capture. Thanks so much for getting and attending my insane baby debate. That was real something. Let's see. Is this it? Here we go. Uh-oh. Docs. Okay, he's not answering. Does this... I don't think this... Yeah, this doesn't docs anything. Okay, cool. Let me see if he's still streaming, guys. 1 second here. If not, I'm going back to intermission mode. Andrew Mercado. Okay, I think he stopped. Oh, wait, no, he's live. Do not type 1 into the deep state, guys. I need to talk to. I wanna help Andrew with his debate skills because he did a really good job. He has very. Oh yeah, cool, awesome, thank you. Yeah, tell him to answer, guys.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Are you in my call now?
Hey. Yeah, I'm in there.
Hey, awesome. How's it going? Yeah, I just wanted to like have a little debrief. I thought that was hilarious. It was a little silly, but what's it called? You said you were new to debates in general, or like you didn't usually get into the whole setting?
Yeah, this had to be like my 4th or 5th debate.
Okay,
like, it's not like a common theme that I do.
Gotcha. Because I was gonna say you're doing amazing. Like you have like a
5th debate. Like I'm not.
Oh shit! Hold on, wait. Oh fuck! I have your stream open. I was like, wait, are you talking again? All right, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No. So, yeah. The only thing is, yeah, Quibbles was bringing us to like extreme places. I think it helps a lot to use a hypothetical to find out what is the limit of someone's argument. So like, even though it is dumb to entertain, like the whole like, oh, like what if we went and rounded up all the black people? Like, yeah, obviously he's trying to elicit a response. He's trying to draw a comparison to slavery. It is ridiculous, but I would say the only constructive criticism I have is like, if you shut that down, yeah, it is like something you don't have to engage with. But if you do, and you come out and say, look, yeah, I see what you're trying to say. No, I wouldn't be okay with it in this situation. Ultimately, your core position is X. That's when you can then reject that and move on to the actual realistic scenario. And like you shouldn't get lost in the purely hypothetical debates. Like if people start getting on like theology and epistemology, and it's like, yeah, you can talk about that stuff, but really like how does it affect me is a lot more interesting. But yeah, that's the only thing. Because otherwise, like, you are destroying an argument. Like, you have like this just totally solid like A to B to Z, and like the demeanor is perfect. Like, and I don't know if I'm even allowed to give you like criticism because I'm still new to this too.
Oh,
I think you're fucking killing it. I want to see more of it. I think your audience probably eats the shit up because like I'm eating it up and I'm in your audience, so I hope they do. But
hell yeah, I hope so. I mean, yeah, it's just it can be effective. I'm more so, my passion's more with like journalism and going places IRL.
Right, like, and I can tell you're so thorough. Yeah.
Oh, I want to. I want to be real, or like I guess have it framed in reality. And I guess yes, hypotheticals are very good. I guess I just personally suck at them. Like I told you in the debate, like that's why I eventually left MAGA, because a lot of that is hypotheticals and not living in reality and like what could be, and it really pushed me away a lot, even when he was president the first time. So me personally, on like a personal intellectual level, like yes, hypotheticals are awesome for just good conversation, I guess, but
what actually, do you mind me asking? I don't know if you have like an agenda, but like what actually drove you away specifically? Was there a specific event that made you go, wait, what the fuck? This doesn't make any sense.
When Trump was, when he was president the first time, it was the Unite the Right rally. I was like, what, they're carrying tiki torches. I'm like, what is that about?
Yeah.
And it was the school shootings. And then I would be like, guys, can we do gun reform a little bit? Like, something. And then I'd be like, yeah, I have TDS or something. I'm like, what do you mean, dude? I voted for him. Like, and then obviously the final straw for me was January 6th. Like that was that was actually to where then now Trump is, like the antithesis of America. Like,
yeah,
like
I mean, literally tried to subvert the democracy, and
yes. Yeah, so for me, like, I came from that, and then my own experiences covering journalism myself and getting called a George Soros actor, and every right-wing conspiracy that I used to believe in under the sun has extra pushed me away. And then what's finished me off now is the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the misinformation nightmare that has came from it.
Yeah, well, I mean, hell, I commend you. That's awesome. Like, I don't have the privilege of saying like, hey, this thing really changed my mind, and I think being able to do that is huge. Even like regardless of what direction, like being able to acknowledge that is insane. So like, yeah, awesome, super props to you for having principles. That's really cool. You don't meet a lot of people like that,
which is wild, because I learned them from my conservative parents, right? It's a conservative upbringing, so like it's like, I mean, we went to I was a Catholic school, Sunday school, and I was like, all that really, but I've kind of like rejected religion a little bit now at this point in my life. Not like that I don't appreciate that it exists, and it does help people live a life and have like a foundation, but me, I'm just a little less religious, more spiritual maybe, I guess. But it is credit to like my parents and like how they raised me, I guess. Like it wasn't anything that I learned, because if anything, I was going the wrong way. So I had to like kind of return to some of the foundational principles that they raised me with, I guess.
Yeah. And honestly, like your story is such a benefit to I would say converting similar people to you, because you're formerly right wing, veteran, tall, traditionally masculine. I think you can pull a lot of people with that. So that's awesome. I really hope it keeps happening, because I mean, first of all, debate performance, fucking killing it. Second of all, just the entire story and what you're advocating for is awesome. So this is great. I would say I'd shout you out, but you're bigger than me, so I mean, I can shout you out, but
I'll shout you out. I'll shout you out the soy pill, because your videos are great. We're glazing each other, and I love this. This is great.
This is my favorite kind of circle jerk.
So we're getting it out. Yeah. So the two videos, your last three videos have just been fire about Matt Walsh and the deep dives, and I hope you continue doing that.
Yeah.
And
I was writing a video until I got conscripted in this debate, so I am still making videos. But actually, this is a good litmus test for the next topic. I don't know if you saw that Ben Shapiro is doing this petition for pardoning Derek Chauvin for the George Floyd thing, and I'm curious as to, obviously you have opinions on it, but more of what your experience with that was, because I guess you were still conservative when that happened, and how you viewed that situation, and how maybe I could provide a similar sort of narrative from someone who's not on that side.
Yeah, so like when you're conservative and you're raised, like all protests are bad, or like they're all evil, or like democratic things, right? Like the arm of the Democratic Party to control people. So like while I was out there, I was condemning the riots part. Like burning buildings is never good. Obviously, I don't think that's really an extreme take. So I was out there like saying this is bad, like while the building was burning in front of me. But then they became protests, and people were just out there with signs and marching and gathering, and that falls within the First Amendment, and that's all I cared about, was that they had the freedom of speech to gather and protest. And I don't think they had the freedom to burn buildings and smash shit. Like that goes a little bit beyond, right?
Yeah.
Legal, but when it comes to just gathering, protesting, marching, signs, whatever, that is all for First Amendment protected. And when I had a lot of my own MAGA conservative surroundings push against that and say, oh no, these are George Soros paid, etc., or these people are going to go out and burn the city down tonight. And I just like it just became taxing after a while. I started really pushing back. I was like, guys, I stream every day. You don't see riots. Like that happened in May, because this was in 2020. Yeah. And this is like by July or something. Like, guys, this happened so long ago. So it was really just kind of like dealing with reality.
Right. And what about specifically the like the event itself? Like, because if you don't want to like, I don't know if this is TOS violating or anything, because it is a touchy subject, but my perspective is like when I see right wingers, first of all, I think right wingers are obsessed with this event. Like to this day, they are still talking about it. They're still making memes of George Floyd. It's kind of this strange like hang up on this cultural event. And my kind of idea is that they're bitter that this happened and like the country kind of united against what they perceived as racism, and then they kind of got happy when it was like, oh look, people don't like these riots, and now we can kind of coalesce behind this very palatable message of violence bad. And so they're kind of chasing that high of like, look how bad the left is, they went crazy over this murder. What was your perspective on the event itself, like before even most of the protests happened?
Oh my god! Like so when the event happened, we were locked down, right? Because of COVID. Warzone had just came out, I think maybe a month prior to this.
I was playing
at home playing Warzone with my friends. Like I was in school to become an addiction counselor, so we had to do at home learning, and I was not doing that and playing Warzone instead.
That's awesome.
George Floyd was murdered on Facebook live, and we all saw it. Right, it went viral in Minnesota, and then it went super viral around the world. Everybody, I'm telling you, even the most conservative friends I had changed their profile picture to George Floyd. Wow. I did too. All of us. Okay. Everybody changed their profile pictures to George Floyd. It was not really even like up for a political debate.
Right, because it was so obviously unjust.
Yes,
like, we all saw it happen.
He was murdered in broad daylight. Yeah, like there was nothing to argue about. Like and it was a live stream. It was on Facebook, and like we all watched it and saw it. It was disgusting. Yeah. So it wasn't until after that right-wing media, which I do feel is like a big point of like what keeps people believing in narratives, they started injecting political narratives like, oh, this is a Democratic Party coordinated thing, and really started making it partisan when it was really just Derek Chauvin murdered George Floyd in broad daylight.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that shouldn't have been political.
Now they're getting hung up on the whole, he had drugs in his system and that's what killed him. He would have died absent of if George, the cops are over there, and this like ridiculous narrative. And like you can look through the court documents. I'm like writing a whole video on like debunking this, but it's interesting to see how that's transformed and like why they're bringing it up 5 years later at all. But yeah, I didn't know it was that. I mean, I kind of understood this, but I was in Germany at the time, so hearing that is very interesting. That even the conservatives were like, yeah, this is fucked up. Because that's kind of the core of my argument is when you see something so unjust, it doesn't matter what side of the politics you are. Like people really hate when people are getting fucked over, regardless of their political leaning. And
I saw a parallel with it when Russia first invaded Ukraine.
Yep.
It was not a political debate. It was Russia's invading. They're killing Ukrainians and taking their land. And then over time, I feel at this point, because Russia paying tenant media and injecting propaganda into the right wing, right wing media pushed their own people away from supporting Ukraine. It was nothing else.
Yeah. It was this crazy shift watching the formerly, people that grew up hating the Soviet Union, being super, anti-communist, like within 20-30 years are now just completely flipped on that. Like, oh, Russia's our ally, Russia is cool. I think, I don't know if you saw Marco Rubio said, like, he said this, he said, we're not going to provide any military support to Russia. And it's like, whoa, why did you say that? Like, no, like, oh no.
When he was saying, when Obama was president, like Marco Rubio was making it known, like, this is an existential threat. Like he was there with like John McCain.
Yeah.
And John McCain was based about this still to this day. And he's probably rolling over in his grave right now if is what's happening right now.
Yeah, even Obama, I think, got it wrong. Where in that Mitt Romney debate, think so too. He said like, "Oh, it's not the 1980s. They want their foreign policy." Everyone thought that was an own at the time, but it's like, hey, look, like Mitt Romney was right. Yeah, Russia's scary. Geez, okay, no, that's awesome. I really like your story. Maybe you would even want to explore that more. But I won't hold you too long. I know you've got you stream every day, right? You've got like a whole like things you go through, and this seems like it. Is this your full-time job, by the way?
Yeah, it is now.
That's awesome.
YouTube and social media. So
that's super cool. Yeah, no, I think you're doing a great job. I really appreciate what you're doing. Great job on that debate, and let's talk more in the future. Like, I think there's a lot we could explore, and maybe some sort of like conversion video. Like, how do we win more people over? Because obviously, the more sane people like you, like stuff happens, they see it, they switch, right? But there's still a lot of people locked in that kind of information bubble, and I think people like your help reaching out to them, and there's just so many ways to get to these people. And you said my video. Did you use my like guide to like talk to people in your family, like to try to like pull them out of their bubbles, or like how did that? Do you have any empirical results or?
I wish I did. It's like a tool it's like a tool I'll employ in the future. We're not ready for that. Like we still have a rift because like it's all personal. But like my family like rejected me even just being out there with Black Lives Matter things. I can't.
You went to a protest and they just got mad at you.
I didn't even go. So the thing is, I didn't even go to protest really. Like I went out there just to stream and ask people questions and make sure that their protest was like covered.
Yeah,
or like that they had First Amendment protections, or whatever. Like that's all.
And they condemned you for that, just for talking to them and asking them.
Yeah, yep. They threw a whole bunch of Black Lives Matter narratives at me, or like, why are the Hollywood Black Lives Matter getting millions of dollars? I'm like, I don't fucking know. I don't even know what that means. I'm out there with the in the streets. I don't know what's happening with that.
Yeah. So, no, I'm sorry that happened. I mean,
so
are you still
we can
on
have that conversation? Like, I can never. It's never conversations you can have about like the experience. You know what I mean? Or like the good conversations you can have. It's always like just being hit with narratives, similar to like the debate we just had.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is like I think you and I were prepared for a narrative debate, for some Russian propaganda crap about, oh, they're gonna, it's cost too much money. Oh, they don't want to fight. Oh, they're rounding people up. Look how evil this is. And what we got was Tim, who's a little more nuanced, and so he was actually ended up being on our side. And then Quibbles, who just had like a very libertarian moral objection to the idea of conscription, which is actually, in my opinion, a better argument than anything that a Russian propagandist would put forth. But it's a completely different conversation, because instead of fighting this like, hey, what dumb bullshit do I have to counter? And you had your whole thing like laid out. And it's like, oh, he's not gonna make any of those arguments because smarter than a Russian propagandist, so he's going to make some like
Exactly.
philosophical argument about why it's wrong, which is unfortunate because I do want to counter the Russian propaganda, but it's an interesting debate. It's just not what we were there for, really.
Exactly, and also too, if one of us took the position that all conscription's good and none of it's bad, then he probably would have cooked a little bit more.
Absolutely cooked, yeah.
But none of us took that position.
Yeah, I almost dipped into it because I think I said the Germany like mandatory 1-year service. I don't know if I necessarily, it's not a hill I die on, but I heard it had really good outcomes, and I know Switzerland, places like Israel still do it, and I don't know how that. I think it does build some sort of cohesion in your country, but I don't know, freedom wise, if we should just force people to do stuff. So
exactly, and that would be a good argument to actually explore, because I'm not even educated on that, or like because I just looked at conscription, or is mandatory service conscription? Is it the same? How is it different? Like that would be good, but
yeah. Oh, actually, real quick question. I don't know if you knew about this. In Germany, there's a bystander law where you can be punished if you see a wrongdoing happening, if someone crashes their car, if you see someone getting robbed, and you don't do anything, if you don't go and help. Like that's actually partly illegal in certain cases. I don't take my take this with a grain of salt, but there's a mandatory what's the word, Good Samaritan law or something like that. How do you feel about that? I'm just curious because I kind of like it, but at the same time I understand the arguments against it.
Yeah, I honestly would have to even look into it further
to
give like a good take on it, because I'm just hearing about it like right now.
Yeah, fair enough.
But
and
I mean, if
I'm
it
no
has,
German legal scholar either. So.
If it has like empirical evidence that it's provided like a good to the society, like but still, then you'd have freedom arguments. But I'd have to explore.
I'm sure it does. I mean, what happened? My car slid off the highway, and within 10 seconds, like 60 German people are helping me push it out of the ditch, and like it was pretty cool how it works. But it's one of those like. It's a country where the people kind of already are on board, and that's why it's the law. And I don't know if you can just like enforce that on people that Americans would absolutely protest that. How dare you make me stop that woman's purse from getting stolen? But yeah. Anyway, great debate. Great talking to you. Great to meet you. I hope we chat more in the future. Looking forward to your career.
I agree. I same with you. Keep up the good work.
All right. I'll have a new video for you to watch soon. So
nice. Fuck yeah. All right,
ciao,
buddy.
Man. Bye.
Peace. Yep.
All right, guys. We're almost done here. I'm going to give some quick updates. Let's go back to intermission. Can I turn on my webcam? Doop, doop. Are we back? We're back. Hey, everyone. Thanks so much for tuning in. That was a lot of fun. It was a little ridiculous. I had a lot of fun. I have a friend of mine who is now clipping stuff and maybe making little shorts like I did, which would be really cool. But let me read some of these super chats. I will read your chats as well. Can you put the Sigma Skull? You're back asking for brain rot. You son of a bitch. I know your name. You're the brain rot man. No, I'm not putting brain rot in. All right, I got 2 super chats. I remember Cody Moon did one. Oh, my favorite strokey friend said $4.99. Thank you. The only thing that makes sense to you right now was the way you were talking about it. And I was like, I don't know what it is. Not even what is. What is? So that's the brain rot for you, School. Stroke chats. I love them. Cody Moon. Hi, Cody. Super chat at $10. Didn't ask me to spend the hat. Just got out of a 2-hour wisdom teeth removal. What the fuck is happening here? Yeah, I don't know if you'd understand it, regardless of whether or not it was a coherent debate. Bionic Latino, great name. Oh, by the way, hello to any Mercado people. I saw some of you in the chat for coming over here. I really appreciate that. $4.99 from Bionic Latino. There's a huge difference between going to war and defending your home soil. Exactly. Yeah, no, 100%. That's kind of the whole crux of my argument, is if it's an existential immediate threat on your home soil, then you got to do it. And you could argue maybe there's one where it's like, hey, if we don't invade this specific country at this specific time, they're going to fire a nuke off and destroy our entire country. That was the impetus for the Iraq War. That's probably why so many people were on board, because we were lied to about what was happening there. So that's maybe an argument against conscription. We didn't have to get into the detail, and I wasn't going to grant that to them in that debate. But yeah, if you're under false premises that your entire country is at risk, I don't think the Iraq War showed either one, that there was proof of WMDs, but if it was faked, that it was an immediate threat. So that's why it wasn't a just war. The Autobahn is coherent too. Yeah. I don't think it's bad that Ukraine has paused elections. I think we should ask Ukraine to do an emergency election. I mean, we could. I just don't know how much it would benefit them. I'm not an expert on Ukrainian politics, though, so... Hi, Joy Pill, I'm evil. Just put the skibbity in the bag, soy boy. I'm not doing it, mildly muscular mom. what's the moral? Oh, Latino again, $5. Thank you. What's the moral difference between? I hope you're still here hearing me read these. What's the moral difference between the non-combatant that the QAs? Oh, the QAs that drop the A bomb, or the guy who pushes the button over the city. I kind of talk about this in my Banality of Evil segment in my United Healthcare video, and yeah, like you can divide labor up to an ad infinitum, where it's like, okay, I harvested the fruit that Oppenheimer ate before he designed the bomb. Am I evil? Like, if I am complicit and knew that that's where the fruit was going, like, kind of. But if you're talking about like, okay, I'm the person that is pressing the button and this is going to kill people, I think that's obviously a very direct thing, especially if you know that there might be an alternative. I think the A-bomb itself, there's a whole moral debate about whether or not we should have dropped it, how many more people would have died had we done the land invasion. Sean Vids, if you guys know him, did a very, very good work on that. I don't even know if I necessarily agree with him, but he very much went into the morals and ethics of it. So I would recommend that video definitely. Hi, JP. Thank you for subbing. Trump questioning if it is a dictatorship is a legitimate question, but Trump is being disingenuous. Natalie, yeah. So like you could say, is Zelensky using this to do like some sort of power grab? It's pretty obvious he's not, but Trump is never asking that question in good faith. So it doesn't matter. Like that, he shouldn't be the one sparking the conversation. Yeah, but if we're talking about like the QA tester on the bomb, I think you could argue that like, yeah, if you could have a different job and you didn't want to be complicit in bomb making, yeah, 100%, you could be considered some sort of morally compromised. I specifically, as an aerospace engineer, decided not to go work in the defense industry because I didn't want to make bombs, I didn't want to make missiles. At best, maybe I'd be okay with making some sort of defensive thing, but I didn't want to do it. So yeah, there's a fair argument there to say you are morally compromised if you work on that sort of military equipment. That said, some people justify it, and it's hard to argue with this, that someone else would do it. I know I'm really good at this job, and I want to make sure I do it safe, and maybe this is a necessary evil to prevent more evil. Whole moral thing. So is there another super chat? I don't think there is. Is it just those four? Yeah, looks like it. Soy Pill, opinion on men, all bad. Every single one. What did Star say in our last debate yesterday? Just lock them all up. All right, let's do some housekeeping. What's going on tomorrow? So this totally impromptu, although I think I had a lot of fun. I'm glad I did it, and I'm going to be doing more impromptu if people ask for it. Tomorrow, Econoboy, we're talking to him. I know Wick said he'd be on the panel, and he will be, but he's talking to me first, so Wick's getting my sloppy seconds. So we're going to be asking him all about the Trump economy, like what's up with tariffs? How about the stock market? Should we get rid of the penny? All your interesting economy questions, we're going to go to Econoboy, and it's not going to be a debate, just a fun discussion where he explains how effed we are in the current situation. HFS Aerospace Engineering, do you go to EAA Oshkosh? No idea what that means, so I don't know if that exposes me as a fake aerospace. Should we have more engineers in politics? We have a lot of them right now. It's all the tech bros, right? I don't know if that would necessarily be good or bad. Sometimes they're like these weird, like, can I apply this checked out robotic engineering solution to a moral question about how we should help people? So maybe not. I don't know. Anyway, so that's on Thursday. On Friday, we're just going to do a relaxing stream. And by relaxing, I mean we're going to be playing a weird Lovecraftian horror game while I talk to you guys, maybe give you more time. You can ask more questions. You can super chat me to do dumb impressions. And by the way, guys, I am ramping up my stuff. And so I'd love more super chats and Patreon members and all that stuff. And I'm grinding out more videos. I have a script that is on its way to being done. I've been workshopping it. That's the George Floyd script. So I ran it past FD Signifier and anyone else who I respect's opinion and said, hey, is this weird? Like, am I saying this right? Like, I don't want to say something bad, but it should be coming out in the near future, hopefully sooner rather than later, but I have to push myself really, really hard. So bear with me. Is Bernie making a new party? Probably not, but it'd be cool if he did. When's the next TF2 stream? I don't know, Bucket. Probably after another video or two, because I don't want to make that a regular thing, because then I'll get addicted to TF2 with you guys. Econoboy sounds like a Silver Age hero who rivals Soviet villain Comulad. That's awesome. Some of you guys, I saw, there was some super chat. I saw the one that told me to blink 3 times if I was being held hostage. That was funny. But someone said something really fucking funny. Something about like, oh, I used being trans to get out of the draft or something. I don't know. I died when I saw that, but I couldn't couldn't reply. Soypill, check your Discord. I'm about to send you a photo of me at work. I work partially in the military industrial complex. Okay, I'm opening that up right now. It's a video of you in a bunny suit. Not like literal bunny, but you know, I'm not going to show this on stream, by the way. I don't want to dox you. But just so you know, guys, we're doxing Max Stirner. He has glasses. Or she. Actually, can't tell. He's in a bunny suit. It's like one of those like nano fab, like my entire body and face is covered. So, oh, and Quibbles messaged me. Yeah, thanks for the debate. Oop, and I spelled it wrong. I love the gaming streams. Awesome Skull. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to do it every Friday, which means all of the lonely people who have nothing to do on Friday, me included, will join in, which means all the parasocial relationships will deepen there. But if I were to make a regular streaming schedule, I'm thinking, actually, let me put a poll in the chat right now. This is half Zeus's idea, but I want to... Let's see, where do I open this up? Poll in the chat, poll in the chat, poll in the chat. Open, mute this immediately. Cool. How do I add a poll? Let's see. So, no, this is Q&A. What switches you got on the keyboard? This is I don't know. It's not custom. All right, yes or no. Would you be interested in the reality show? Okay, so my pitch for a show to you guys. I'm pitching you this now. Clean suit. I know it's called a clean suit, but people call them bunny suits too. A clean room suit. Yeah, I used to work in a clean room. I know, extra. Sorry. I had an idea for a show that's kind of based on what Cersei had pitched to me, which is I have a very conservative friend, incredibly conservative, and we would watch a piece of media blind together and react to it in real time. And as we do this, you kind of see that our opinions are, you know, in completely different realities based on completely different facts, and try to break down why there's such a huge disconnect and see if I can bridge any sort of gap. Because I do this with him already for lots of stuff, and I've made ground. That's why we're still friends, because I don't think he's like some irredeemable monster. He's just a friend who shares a lot of values with me, but also doesn't share a lot of values with me. So if you guys would be interested in such a show where the idea is I'd watch this, we'd do it together, I'd edit it down, and I might even post it on my main channel if it's an edited down 5 to 10 minutes of like, hey, why are we thinking so different? How do we reach this common ground? I'm thinking of doing that. If it's not good, if people don't like it, I won't keep doing it, but I'm trying to make a more frequent content upload schedule in between videos. So a video maybe once or twice a month, streams on Fridays, some sort of, discussions with like, Econoboy, let's learn some stuff. And then please make that Freedom Tunes video is next, Angel. The only reason I'm not doing it first is because I got fucking flanked by this Ben Shapiro, pardon Derek Chauvin movement. I have to talk about it. It's bothering me a lot. But that will be the next video, and I'll take a lot more time on that one because I want to watch a lot of his stuff and really do the same thing I did with the Babylon Bee, where I'm watching all these videos and breaking them down and being like, this is why this sucks. But if you just want my general take on it, because I had watched a few in preparation for making that video, he has all of the elements of like what it would take to be a good comedian, and then he just makes the dumbest like straw man, like essentially an animated version of the, oh, you're so upset and I'm actually the cool calm Chad comic, right? So it's just this like super annoying, like you are making a joke but you completely misunderstood the point of what both sides are saying. For example, the Kamala Harris debate one, where it's like, oh, all she does is says I'm speaking, and then like say I'm a woman and I'm speaking, and then you go and watch the debate and she meticulously dismantles all of Trump's points with like all these facts, and you're like, all right, well, that's not really what happened. Like, it's not funny because it's not true. It's just kind of absurd, and you draw the faces well, and sometimes you do good voices, but you're really not getting the point. But thank you, Daniel G, for the $10. I really appreciate that. That will be coming as the next video after the one I'm currently working on. It used to be a big, unless something major happens, and then I gotta talk about that. But yeah, so his rate of YouTube releases exploded, and I'm sure he's funded by PACs. Absolutely, of course. I feel like all of these people are getting some sort of PAC money, especially like not just the Russian money. The Coke money goes in. Like the Daily Wire has got to be funded by some sort of billionaires. Dude named the soy pill just made a fair point, however, non sequitur joke. True. Were you replacing Ryan Macbeth? No, it was someone completely different. I don't think Ryan Macbeth was getting on. Bye, soy pill. Bye, Crimmy. Why are they so evil? I think they're just selfish and ignorant for the most part. Will you release the inauguration vid? It's already out, Astra. Just go watch it, goober. I mean to ask, is me working for the company make me evil? I don't think you're inherently evil, Max, but like if you could dedicate your time to making better things, I would recommend that. If you could go work at a national lab, like what I used to do, there's so many better applications to nanotechnology than the military. Unfortunately, the military also produces a lot of good research that leads to good outcomes. Like it's hard to argue with that. And also, I don't know, you probably have secret clearance, but like if you knew that your research was helping reduce casualties because it makes more accurate things or less lethal things, maybe that's good. I don't know. It's hard. You'd have to look through it. But, you know, use your best judgment. You're smart enough to be in my audience, so you probably know what you're doing. Making America 2008 again. Yeah, true, legionary. I never got... Oh, okay, you're talking to someone else, Natalie. What are your thoughts on the future made in Australia policy? Let me give you my 10-second, I know nothing about this take. Made in Australia policy. This is where we're getting into foreign politics that we don't know anything about. Bill establishes a national interest framework to support consideration decision-making in relation to public... oh, we're getting into legalese. Just tell me what it is in short sentence, 20 words or less, and then I'll react to it. The space program can do better. True, the space program can do better. I'm sad that NASA... I said in my video, and people try to correct me, that like NASA is not a competitor with SpaceX, which is true insofar as like, in the same way you'd think of like Target and Walmart competing, they're not competitors, but they're competitors insofar as the money that would otherwise be going to NASA is going to SpaceX, and SpaceX is doing things faster and looser, and I don't like that sometimes, but also NASA goes too slow. Ezra, $2, thank you so much. Command, Modern Operations Stream. Command Modern Operations, is this a video game? Command Modern Operations, it's a video game. Oh my god, is this a warfare simulator? I will never stream this because I will just get every country I control nuked to hell. I'm going to just lose every battle. It's like, go watch Ender's Game, and except instead of winning every fight, he loses just every single one. That's why we can't do it. Fred's call message retracted. I wanted to see what you had to say. Yeah, sorry, Ezra. I'm terrible at RTSs and strategy games. We need to be smart to be in this community. I'll show. No, not if you're muscular. Mildly muscular, mom. You don't have to be. Hey, Soulpo, this is your Russian media mentors. We're sending you the 10,000 for support. That better be $10,000, not 10,000 rubles. 10,000 rubles to US dollars is $100. Not enough. Damn Russians, cheapskates. That can't be true, Soy, because I'm retarded. Connor, believe in yourself. You said something funny that made me laugh too. I'm trying to remember what it was. The space program can do the military practical application stuff better. I don't know. So Jonah, like, think about this. When you have a problem and you need to solve it, and you get all these scientists together to try to solve it, let's say it's a military problem. It's like, how do we get a bomb to be laser guided and go into this specific hole and blow up this specific building? It's hard because that can lead to so many interesting technologies that you never would have thought of otherwise. And it's the same with the space program, where it's like, yeah, why the fuck should we fly to the moon, to this desolate rock? What's the point? I mean, technically, there's not a point at the very moment. It's just to explore, see if we can. But all the technology that came out of the moon landing helped us in so many other areas that we never probably would have thought of if not for going to the moon. So it's hard to say we could just do it better in this other industry. We don't know what we wouldn't discover had we not done that. It's a $50 billion policy that will make a $1 trillion industry on renewable energy. That sounds good to me. So you sold me if that's what it really is. I thought we watched Soypill so he can be the smart one. I hate, and I say this genuinely, being the smartest person in the room. Even being the stupidest person in the room, I like. When I was at SpaceX, for the most part, I was the stupidest person in every single conversation. And I liked that a lot because that means you're always learning from other people. So if you think I'm smarter than you, cool. I like to teach you, but I don't want to be smarter than everyone. I like being stupider, and I appreciate it. Do I ever play FTL? If it's a strategy game, I think it is. No. Bro doesn't notice me. Well, I just noticed you right there. Skull. I did notice you. I just hope you don't keep asking me for brain rot. The stuff that I help make in my company is currently, like right now, in the International Space Station. That's awesome, Max. See, that's what I'm saying. That's maybe it's military tech, maybe it's military industrial, but like you're doing things to help further space exploration. That's not, I wouldn't be worried about it. If you knew that your work was going to be attached to a missile that would blow up children in the Middle East, like, yeah, I think that's a little different. And I think there's plenty of places in the military industrial complex you can work that aren't unethical. Eggs are $7.16 a dollar. Oh, at Dollar General. Dollar General, it's not a dollar? What a ripoff. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Don't buy eggs then. I'm in the Rain World cult. What is Rain World? Survival game. Don't get me on survival. Wait, this does look kind of fun. Is this a Metroidvania? All right, this one maybe I'll put this in. This doesn't look like a strategy game. I'll consider it. What do I think of SFO? Well, I was just there this week or last week. It's all right. No, it doesn't suck. I can find my way around. I don't know why you're asking. San Francisco bad? No, kind of. Hydro Helium 3 might have been the Econoboy joke, probably. When we were asked for $2 eggs, I didn't think we meant per egg. Elon wants to get to the moon so he can finally bench the bar. If you're in a room with Elon Musk and nobody else, would you hate it? Yes, I would have a terrible time. I'd probably just chew him out the entire time. I've never been in a room with Elon. The closest relationship I had to him was my boss was the head of the Raptor engine program, which is the one they use on the Starship. It was Raptor 1 or Prototype Raptor or whatever. Now they have Raptor 3. And he would call Elon and say, hey, here's the setup for the thing we're doing. What do you want done? And for example, Elon was like, that strut is red, but you should paint it black. And so my boss would be like, hey, paint that black. I'm like, oh, okay. So I got 1 degree separation from Elon telling me to paint something. SpaceX, did Soy betray his boss? Former boss. I don't know what Boca Chica is. Sorry. No, I get that. It was just vaguely inspirational. One of the reasons I love your idea of a parallel reality. Oh, gotcha. Okay, thank you, Joanna. Too hard game. Yeah, I don't want to play games that are too difficult. So if Rain World is really hard, I'm going to suck because I want to be able to interact with chat. And the game I'm playing on Friday is like a kind of like Papers, Please, where I probably will start sucking at it once they add too many mechanics. But at the beginning, I'll be fine. And it's also spooky. So you can see me go like Markiplier, like... It's impossibly hard. Oh, FTL. Yeah. I love SF. I miss living there. Come back! Jonah Greenbaum Donkatsea. I think you missed an S there, Lucas. I also raised this because my step-cousin is part of the team at SpaceX that keeps Elon distracted. It's so true. The amount of times people at SpaceX are like, hey, when Elon says this thing's stupid, like, idea or whatever, like, just either ignore it, or if he's very persistent, like, turn it into a good idea, which is so funny. Like, that's when I started to realize, like, oh, this guy's not smart, because all I knew was, like, what I'd see on some article here or there, and then it's like, hey, like, turns out this guy's kind of an idiot. Ein Vergnügen. Now that sounds right to me, Jonah. Elon's home is in Boca Chica. Okay, I don't know that. Are we doxing Elon Musk? Don't do that. Guy from my team at LMTs with Boeing was instrumental for the GLSDB. What is the GLSDB? Global Locating System Database? If I got that right, I'm going to feel really cool. Soy face. So you just chose one that does more of what you like than you don't. If you make GPS chips, most of them will be in civilian stuff, but some of them will end up in guidance. That's true. But I think the GPS helps more civilians than it helps military stuff. Do you often pog champ at scary games? No, but I jump. FTL is pretty hard. Number 1 is the Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds is one of my favorite games of all time, Connor, and I won't play it on stream because you won't be able to see me stumble through it because I already know the whole game. I actually, my one life regret is that I can never play it again for the first time. So... Ground launched small diameter bomb. Wow, I wasn't even close. Yeah, so if you're if you're promoting ground launched small diameter bombs, I would say that's a little more of an ethical concern. I won't say no one should ever do it. Obviously, like, we need a military. I just wouldn't personally do it. And this is kind of like the conscription thing where it's like, yeah, I wouldn't want to be conscripted and fight to the death, but I don't think no one should. And if I was the one who had to be forced to do it and it saved the country, all right, I guess. I just wish we could just end war. You know what? I don't know if anyone's thought of this. We shouldn't go to war. No more wars. We should stop them. And no one has to fight. I will definitely move back as soon as money better, which will never be in the oligarch's economy. Yeah, I know what you mean, especially streaming, how money is important when you live in San Francisco. Doxing Elon's jet gave us X, so if you want to get bought, go ahead. I would take, what was the guy offer, like 50 grand to stop posting about that jet? I'd do that. I'd annoy Elon to get to get some money. Development for Ukrainian turned out to be a piece of shit. Yeah. You know what's funny is people always talk about the F-35 being like a huge waste of money. And it's like, oh, look how many trillions of dollars. But it's actually not all the same jet because it's for different purposes. So the next time someone talks about the F-35 being a waste of money, like maybe it does suck and maybe there's a lot of problems. But also there's like 60 different F-35s like put together. And there's like, oh, there's the Navy one, the Marine one, and the Air Force one. So it's ridiculous how we just call that all the same thing. How will we test all our AI drone killing machines with no wars? We will test them on uncontacted tribes to make them think there are gods. Me when I'm in a boot-sucking contest and my opponent is MAGA. I was really happy to meet Andrew as like meeting a former MAGA. I don't think I've ever met a former like deep MAGA person. I've met people that are still MAGA, and I've met people that even turned MAGA, which is insane, but not like, hey, I woke up to this people that I can think of off the top of my head. Maybe I have, actually. Maybe I'm being very ignorant right now. I'll have to think about it, actually. Also, hello. Hi, Ali. How's it going? Armored Core 6 is pretty awesome. Is that a tank game? Because I'm so bad at those. Armored Core 6. Oh, this one. No, I'm not great at mech games either. And I'm always so frustrated when my mech doesn't do what I want it to do. I think I could only play a mech game if they did like a Pacific Rim controls, and I could do all of the controls myself. So when they make a VR Armored Core 6, then I'll do it. Those tribes won't know what hit them. True. Yeah, you won't know how to make new shit unless you keep making new shit. Let's drone strike North Sentinel Island. I don't know what that is. I'm a former MAGA. Are you really, Skull? A former MAGA? Well, I forgive you for all the brain rot requests then. Thank you for coming to the right side. Congratulations. See, that's the one downside of me. I can never make the why I left MAGA video because I never was in MAGA. That said, I did post in the Donald just to like get people to say crazy things and just see what like they would respond to. And that was back in like 2015, 2016. Someone will probably find that and be like, look, he's lying about being a Democrat. It's like, no, I was just being facetious. But I guess I could make a why I almost became MAGA video, but it wasn't even close. You know, it was like at worst, I think I might have not voted for Hillary in a swing state, right? Because I didn't vote for her, but I was in California, so I felt a little more justified. I don't know what I would have done in Ohio. I was really bought into a lot of like pro-Bernie, anti-Hillary propaganda, but I was never like even close to considering MAGA like a legitimate option. I was just very mad at Hillary Clinton. So I could never make that video, but I could talk about it for sure. I did vote for Trump twice. Legionary, you know, you're a recent convert, but we still welcome you. Thank you for coming back. Unless the second one was in 2020, then you're 5 years late. But regardless, any amount, I'm happy you came over at some point. Nice chatting. Got a motor. Are you from the future, JP? This sounds like some cyberpunk slang. Like, yeah, look at those. What are they called in the there's like chums or chams, or I don't remember what the fuck the slurs are in that, but yeah, got a motor. Realizing I'm further left than soy is crazy. You were a former MAGA and now you're further left. Maybe you just don't have principles, Skull. It's technically possible to play Armored Core 6 with pedals and joysticks. That does sound pretty fun, but I'd have to make a whole setup like that D's guy from yesterday. SpaceX PR be like, Mr. Elon, sir, we're having trouble fitting these shapes into the square hole. We see the other holes, but there's something missing. Genuinely infuriating that MAGA not being MAGA equals Democrat. Well, it is in some ways, but at the same time, it's like, all right, wait, I found out all this stuff was lies. All right, what's the next best option? And it's probably a Democrat. There's not a lot of in-betweens, unfortunately, in our politics. I've always found the U.S. to be funny watching, but this current season is oof. Yeah, and it's only the first few episodes. We got a whole 4 more years, buddy. Beyond GTA 4. Yeah, she was bad. What? 2020. Okay, Legionary. So you're a 5-year convert. Welcome. Are you familiar with Alex O'Connor? I just watched a video of his yesterday. It was the atheist versus debate on Jubilee. I thought he performed really, really well. Like, he was not just being philosophically atheist. He like looked up all the religious history and all that. And Choom, that's what it is. Thank you, Jonah. I think I'd have to watch more to form a stronger opinion, but so far I seem to like him. But I hate every single younger YouTuber who's more successful because that means I didn't do it well enough. So, did you see the new Sarah McBride clip with the GOP jerk called her a gentleman? I didn't see the clip. I saw people talking about it. It's so ridiculous because it's like, okay, if someone misgendered you, like on the street, on accident, that's one thing. But when they're like purposefully doing it just to upset you, it should be treated like the same as calling someone a slur or like throwing maybe not committing a violence, but like you are trying to provoke your colleague at work. Not because of some ideology. Like you think, oh, I'm fighting against the trans agenda. It's like, okay, but this person asked you to do something and you're not following it respectfully, regardless of why you believe they should or should not be entitled to your respect. Like that, it's insane to me that they do that in Congress and don't get pushback from, I guess decorum is just gone, but like, at least we're not like the Philippines or whatever, where people are just like punching each other in the parliament. But who knows? Maybe we'll get there soon. I know there was almost a fight with Matt Gaetz that one time. So 1950s boy with iPhone, no idea what that says. Still Wakes the Deep. Is that the game I'm going to be playing? No, I'm going to be playing These Darker Tides. Let me think about what others you might like. Disco Elysium I couldn't get into, but I think I have to be in the mood. Preferential voting would be better. Thoughts on California high-speed rail? Will it get funding under Trump? Yeah, nice try, buddy. That's not happening. But, it would, I wish. Oh, your name is Francisco. Are you from San Francisco? Is that just your last name? It would be cool if we had a high-speed rail. I don't think it's ever going to happen, especially because Elon was the one who like got it canceled. Laserpig did a great video on Elon about F-35s. Is Elon related to the F-35? I thank Marx for my political education. Hillary did try to ban GTA 4. Oh, that's right. She was like super anti-video game. Yeah, they went on that like anti-video game tirade, but that's not, I don't care. I mean, I care, but like, I'm not going to hang my hat on that. Alex has a PhD in theology. I'm pretty sure that oh, well, that makes sense why he's so well read.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I got a super chat from Ezra. Again, thank you. Read this message to instantly read it. You fucking got me, buddy. I love anti-jokes so much. Thank you for the $2. I rewatched The Room. Elon Musk sounds so much like Tommy Wiseau. I hear it. I totally hear it. A, what up, bro? Ant Greats. Oh, Grant. Hey, how's it going, guys? Grant is in the chat. Grant is in my inauguration video. He's the one holding the sign next to my doxing. No, your name's Grant. Here, yeah, next to his friend. He was the libtard, my fellow libtard. He was hilarious. The Room helped me lose my V card. Oh God, dude, how could you? I guess you were just so aroused by those like weird humpy sex scenes. Good try, Grant. I don't believe you. If you were actually trying to be principled, you could compromise and just call her. Exactly. If they gave a shit, they're trying to upset her. They're trying to be mean. If they gave a shit, Natalie, they would not say he, him, Mr. They would just say representative, right? If they're just like, look, I'll just call you representative. But no, they're going out of their way. And you can see when they do it too, because Ben Shapiro and like even people who are like really locked into the anti-trans agenda will on accident for them, call them the right gender because of the way they present. And it's like, yeah, because it's easier, because that's how they present. You fuck. Like, you have to go out of your way to misgender for a lot of these people. And it's ridiculous. Good movie to lose your V card to. No. I would have considered myself a true centrist. Over time, I became more blue. Well, yeah, again, Legionary. Welcome to the right team. This is actually Taiwan, which has fist fights. Oh, that's right. It was Taiwan. Also, there was another one that happened last week. Jesus Christ. Newsom met with Kirkman. High-speed rail is totally cooked. Oh my God, yeah, I can't believe Gavin Newsom is meeting with Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon. Like, these are not the people you want to be reaching across the aisle to. I understand the concept of reaching across the aisle. People got really upset at Newsom for conceding to Charlie Kirk about the like trans women shouldn't be in women's sports thing. And this is something I feel pretty strongly about, because even as someone who understands, like, yeah, we do like look at like why the sports were sex segregated. How do we include these people? Is the biological disadvantage there or advantage still there? I would never flatly, without any pushback, just concede that to Charlie Kirk. Okay, the entire time I would be talking to Charlie Kirk would be pushing back on his super anti-trans agenda, saying if we had to talk about sports exclusively, I'd be like, look, I might yeah, you and I can recognize that there are biological differences between men and women, that trans women and trans men might have different hormonal levels, might have different bone densities. We'd have to look at like, how does this affect the original intent of sex segregated categories? But never in my fucking life would I just sit there and be like, well, yeah, that is one thing you're right about, and that's about it, Charlie. Like, see, we can find common ground, because that's just granting him so much fucking, like, it's no matter what he says that is true, you have to always be kind of questioning, why are you saying what you're saying? What kind of other arguments are you extrapolating off of this? And what does it look like when I just say, yes, I agree with you, not just agreeing, but like that's it. Just stopping at, well, you make some good points, Charlie. It's like the whole Tim Waltz, like, well, JD, you and I actually do see eye to eye on a lot of things. Like, no, don't fucking say that. Like, yeah, you can talk about common ground, but do not cede ground to these people when it doesn't make sense to. And if you have to, because they're saying something true, you have to do it in a way where you're acknowledging, obviously, the factual truth, but not giving them credit for this, because half the time they're just using it to make an even worse argument. So ridiculous. Do I see Tor's Democracy Manifest? No, I do not. Bakersfield gets high-speed trains? Well, yeah, but you're still in Bakersville. It's going to be filled with meth. What would happen to involve the charge of eating a succulent Chinese meal? Moderate progressivism is where it's at. I don't know if that's what you want to call me, but then it is where it's at. What types of games do you typically enjoy? Like I said, I play TF2 sometimes. I've been playing Baldur's Gate 3 on a replay. I don't know if that would be fun to watch on stream, though. Getting frustrated with my friend who will explore the entire map before like opening any door or fighting anyone. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, lots of stuff, but I'm also gaming a lot less because I want to be writing more. Ezra, again, thank you. $2. Do you worry about legitimate elections in 2028? So 4 years ago, I would say no. 3 years ago, I'd say no. 2 years ago, I would say no. I mean, even the 2020 thing is like, I guess I would worry about it, but I'd worry more about like the reaction, not the election itself. Now I'm scared. I am a little bit worried. Now I don't see the indications of like major scary things happening yet, specifically for elections, although I am reading a book right now about voter suppression, and that obviously came out before Trump was elected for a second term. And the more I learn about it, the more it's like, oh, this is already a huge fucking deal, like way more than I already thought it was. And it might get worse. So if you're saying like, hey, am I worried about like them actually not holding elections? I think what we'd see before that would more likely be a Trump running for a third term by revoking this 22nd Amendment. I think that would probably happen before they like did some scumfuck shit to the elections. But I don't know at this point. We'll see. And you bet your ass I'll be talking about it regardless of what happens. So yeah. All right. I do not want a President Newsom. Yeah, well, not me neither. Ban those handful of trans athletes. That will lower the price of eggs. Yeah, exactly. Are we talking about... Oh, okay, I didn't see that. They don't have data because there is no data. It is scapegoating. There is some studies on like musculature and some. I remember reading some. There was like some that was like, hey, like for certain sports, after X amount of years on hormones, trans women are in similar brackets as a biological woman. It's like, oh, okay, then they should totally compete, like in that specific scenario. And then it's like, well, some that are like, hey, like we don't have any criteria whatsoever. You could just say you're a woman. It's like, okay, well, I don't think that there shouldn't be people working together. I don't care. But like, obviously bad actors who just are like, you know, if you're a fully biological male powerlifter and you're not trans at all, and you just say, look, I declare I'm a woman. Now I'm in the woman's bracket. Like the thing that Republicans scaremonger about, because like not like what the fucking trans person is really doing this, but they do it. I think some of them have done this for a stunt. Yeah, that's not good. I mean, then you're defeating the purpose of separating the men and women brackets. So it's like, okay, well, then you shouldn't just be able to do that. You should have to look at like, what's the data? Do they fall within similar ranges? I don't like the ultra like non-nuanced takes where it's just like, you know, I made the whole video on Emma Vigeland just saying, I don't care about the science, just do it. But at the same time, it's like, I hate that I'm already still talking about it, right? Trans people are being fucked over right now. And the fact that like I have a slightly nuanced opinion on trans women in sports, it doesn't matter, right? Like they're trying to fucking get rid of them. My trans family member is not able to travel right now. Like my trans friends in different parts of the country are worried about, hey, should I move states? I don't want to get erased. It's not as big of a deal as that stuff, right? So I'm a little more worried about that. I'm never going to like dedicate a lot of energy to like talking about this more than I have to, even though it somehow comes up like every other stream. Let's see, what else are we going? I love talking to you guys so much. This is great. I need to finish Baldur's Gate 3. I made it like 4 hours in. All right, well, you're like 1% done with the game. It is goated. You like CRPGs? I recommend Owlcat Games' Wrath of the Righteous. Okay, I will put that in the queue, actually. I just Pavlov dog myself into I can never pronounce this word, synthesthesia. When I hear hypodermic needle, I think of Muni electric buses. Because the hypodermic needles on them, yeah. I don't like single-player games. I understand that. They're lonely, but I love a good single-player adventure game. Beyond Good and Evil. I don't know if I've mentioned that on stream, but that game is great. I fucking love that game. And 2 is never coming out. Do you think America's losing its international influence? Yes, 100%. We are killing our soft power right now. People aren't trusting us. Europe doesn't trust us. We're fucked right now, and it's going to take forever. Grant's back. Hi, Grant. What about tall guys being biologically advantageous in basketball? So this is an interesting argument, Grant. So it's like, yes, obviously within the strata and the categories that we have defined, there are people that are way more attuned to playing those. So so say we separate swimming, we're talking top level, of course, right? From men and women, biological. And then you get like a Michael Phelps, and it's like, hey, you have this genetic abnormality that just makes you 100 times better than all these freaking people because your wingspan is so wide, right? Like if there were a bunch of people like that, they would have their own category, or they would be the dominant of the category of men because they all have this. And I think you can look at like the builds for basketball players and say, look, they're all taller, right? Like not everyone. I think there's even people under 6 foot in basketball. For on average, like you need to be taller to be good at basketball. There's not a single 2 foot tall pygmy person that is playing basketball. They just wouldn't be able to be good at it. So when we separated sports for men and women for whatever reason, it was because on average you have these differences, right? And there are professional men that might be on level of the woman, but the top level of the professional men and the top level of the professional woman, there's a pretty big disparity. And so it's like, okay, do we still want that? God damn it, you got me talking about this again. Do we still want that disparity? Like, do we want to have, or do we want to mix them together? Like, who do we want to win? How do we want to define these categories? Those are all conversations worth having in the goal of making trans people accepted. 100%. I don't want them to not be able to play sports. That's fucked. Okay. But if we just blindly say like, all right, whatever the reasons we made those categories, fuck it, just let anyone go anywhere, then it's like, okay, well, this could mess things up a little bit, and I can see how people would be upset. And the reason I bring this up, actually, and this is more important than the topic itself, but it's the reaction. I think Emma Vigland had a tweet where it was some rage-baiting trans post where someone said, oh, look at this trans woman in volleyball. She got spiked in the head by a volleyball a trans woman spiked the volleyball, hit a cis woman in the face, and she got some sort of concussion or something, some sort of brain damage. And your reaction to that should be like, oh, I mean, it's bad that she got brain damage, but like, could that have not happened from anyone else hitting the volleyball? And Emma's reaction was like, ha ha ha, like, I'm laughing. Now, maybe, I don't know, maybe if I look into this case, it turns out that, yeah, it could have just happened to anyone and they're just singling her out because she's trans. But the problem is, and Emma could have posted the most nuanced thing. She could have posted, hey, like, look, obviously this is comparable to a cis woman doing the exact same thing. This is ridiculous. You're calling it out. And they still would have ran with it. I'm not pretending like we need to appease these like right-wing ghouls who are going to run away and make the worst out of any argument you make. But the problem is that normies, liberals even, will see that and be like, this woman, it's an unfair advantage. I understand that there are biological differences and that men are stronger on average. And this woman's just laughing at the pain and the suffering of this other girl. This is terrible. I can't vote for that party. Are they uninformed? Probably. Are they not going to look into it deeper than that? Yes. And so that messaging hurts. And that's why it's worth talking about it in some capacity, because your reaction to it, even if it's the most pro-trans stance ever, needs to be at least catered to the middle people. Change the title. Oh, you're right. I should change the title because I'm still talking. How do I do this? Edit. Just chatting. Thank you. Yeah, so now only the dedicated Sawyers are in here. I'll wrap up soon. Don't worry, guys. Let's see. Did Grant respond to that? Because I always don't catch up with the thing. Individual sports groups should get to choose a standard of vote requirements. Yeah, sure. Gender division bad. Maybe. Did the brain damage turn her conservative? No. Honestly, with Riley Gaines, very possible. Society cares too much about gender. Yes, true. Okay, I am caught up. Oh, I was mostly joking about the basketball, and I went on that whole ass rant, Grant. God damn it. Damn, video is way behind the chat. Is it? Oh, shit. Am I reading the wrong chat? No, I'm not. Schultz, $4.99. Thank you so much, Schultz. Do you think the Republican Party will ever return to its pre-MAGA form? I mean, it's impossible to predict, but that's a really good question. Trump is going to die at some point. All right, he's not going to live forever. Knock on wood. Like, he's old, and he is the face of the party. Now, what's interesting is, for the past few months, I've feel like I've been seeing a shift away from Trump. Like, Trump's still Trump, and he's still in charge. But, like, Elon's sort of controlling the narrative in a way, and it's almost as if, like, the downstream has been shifted from, like, one figure to, like, this kind of group, this conglomerate of, like, Trump sycophants. So it's, like, Elon and Benny Johnson and Tim Pool and Sean Hannity, and, like, they all kind of, like, there's just this big MAGA blob that's kind of controlling things, but there's not as much of a figure. I don't know if that's what it's going to be like. I don't know how many people will break out of that, but I don't see a lot of people turning away from the culty mentality. I just don't think it'll be one person. I think it'll be more amorphous, but it's hard to say. But thank you so much for the $5, Schultz. Nuance doesn't matter. Facts aren't important. In a post-truth world, people believe what confirms their biases even when confronted with undivided facts. Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. The problem is that some people don't have a position yet. So if you're like my parents might look at that volleyball story and be like, yeah, that doesn't seem right. Like, I don't think she should compete with the other, like, they're pro-trans, but they would see that and be like, oh, that's unfair. And who knows, maybe it is unfair. Like, if you looked at the strength levels or like the testosterone levels, I don't know. But the point is, laughing at it and be like, haha, that person got hurt, like, that doesn't help. And that turns away people like my parents versus, hey, the nuanced argument could potentially convince them. If I showed them that study of like, hey, the musculature like kind of evens out after this many levels of estrogen, then they would be like, okay, then I guess that's fair. But, you know, obviously you're never going to convince a MAGA person of that. So I doubt anyone here is itching for you to wrap up. It's fun to chat. That's true. I should just keep going. I'll keep going until I die, I guess. And by die, I mean of exhaustion because I'm tired. Oh no, I skipped fast chats. New next Reagan and new baby McCain will be MAGA too. Maybe. For measure, this is being sent at 9:20. I'm sorry, Grant. It's off. I'm trying to catch up with chat. It's kind of, like I said, this is only going to get worse. Soypil, I love your rambling and would sleep to an hour-long video of just talking about stuff. That's really sweet. Thank you, Hunter. Sorry for all the political questions. Ezra, you're giving me money. Don't apologize. But in light of Elon Musk's... But you have to give me money for this. I'm not reading the rest. Joking. Light of Elon Musk's personal relationship with Trump, do you think the government has more power than private companies? I'm not sure I actually fully understand, but I think what you're asking is like, because Elon Musk is a private company and got rich off of private companies, he now has more power than the government? I think it's a little more complicated than that. I think he just is part of the government now. And yeah, like private companies can lobby and have stuff passed, like TurboTax axing that free tax program we were going to get, and now we don't get it anymore, this motherfucker. But I don't know how you can say one has more or less power. If they went to fight, the government would win because they'd have the military. I don't think you could hire enough private contractors to fight the American military, but I don't know. Plot twist, life continuing medicine comes out. Trump lives for 1,000 years and gets the popular vote every 4 years for the rest of forever. Hey, if you kept doing it, like, we deserve it, all right? I miss John McCain. I don't know if I miss John McCain. He could have performed some sort of Faustian bargain to learn an eldritch ritual to bind his soul to a, I don't know this word, phylactery, and that he might rule as Dawn King Eternal. Well, I mean, the right-wingers joke about the whole, like, God King Emperor, but, like, actually, I think they'd be okay with that. Free market capitalism is good for the economy. On the other hand, monopolies crush it. I would rather 1,000 independent businesses rather than one that controls them all. Yeah, I think so. Astro Cosmos says estrogen, smiley face. Astra, I'm assuming you're trans. What is your unfiltered opinion on the Daily Wire and all of its affiliates? I think they are genuinely terrible people who, unlike anyone who might be misled, know that what they're doing is either bad or are just so brain rotted that they think that hating and discriminating and punishing people is good, and so they're ideologically irredeemable and ontologically evil. I don't like them, in short. It helps point out that the conversation isn't about being fair in sports, but purely just trying to persecute trans. That's what's so annoying, is like people like me, I could have like a nuanced opinion on it, but I'm never going to, like, in the next 4 years, I will never make a video talking about like, hey, maybe we shouldn't do this. I might make a video on the messaging, but I'm not going to fucking, like, why would I spend any energy helping these conservatives with their like crusade against trans people? That's all they fucking care about. It's fucking disgusting. I don't care. Like, I'm not gonna say this. Like, this isn't true. This is hyperbole. But like, I was thinking of like a way to phrase this. Like, if 1 in every 100 like cis woman athlete exploded because of a trans woman in sports, I would still lay my fucking face down on the steps of the Supreme Court so that a trans person could step on top of me and protest just a little higher, hold their sign high, because it's an existential threat for some of these people right now, and I do not care about this might be unfair for these 12 people. It's like, even if it is, it's not worth it. Obviously, if a person was exploding, it'd be a different story. But even then, like, still should be fighting for their rights. Maybe that right might just be a little curtailed, like if you're blowing people up. Do you think America will reverse this sinking ship of influence? It might take so much longer than it took us to undo it. Have we talked about your build yet? Grant, have we? Not really. So yeah, I'm finished my bulk, guys, for those of you who did see my thirst post, but I will be cutting for the next while. I might be low on energy, but around June time, right before VidCon, I'm going to try to make a workout video. So that's going to include nutrition. It's going to include the workout plan. It's going to include probably shirtless video of me, but I want everyone to be healthier, just not in the next 3 months, because I want to look good when I do it. How much money do I need to send for you to listen to Lady Gaga's new album? You don't have to send me money. I could just go look it up. It's not right now. I would walk across a mile of Lego bricks to hear 1 minute of Mr. Soy's voice. Do you think Trump is trying to intentionally set Elon up as a potential successor? I can't believe I never thought about that till now, but absolutely possible. Estrogen is anabolic, just not androgenic. I forgot the difference between those two. Testosterone is more potent, much more in upper body muscle groups. I saw Texas might try to disallow people from getting said chemicals. I think that's disgusting. Not the chemicals, that trying to get rid of them. It's a fucking choice. Like, in the most libertarian sense, like what all these people claim to be, oh, freedom, freedom, freedom. Oh, but you can't do that because I ideologically disagree with it. I think like the best argument they could possibly make is, oh, in doing it, you're influencing my children. It's like, okay, well, teach your fucking kids better then, idiot. Or maybe they are trans. Stupid. It's like the fucking, oh, I just wish those gays wouldn't kiss in front of my kids. How do I explain that to them? Someone said that to me in 2016. Someone said, how do I explain to my kids that two people are gay? It's like the Louis C.K. thing. It's like, I don't know, it's your shitty kid. You explain it. That two people love each other? Go fuck yourself. It'll be funny to see Ben Shapiro's political opinions change after Trump's death. Dude, I'm working on the George Floyd thing. He was like super pro George Floyd until like he decided not to be. Yeah, Ben Shapiro's a little flip-flopping little bitch. Phylactery is where liches store their souls. I learned this from WoW. That's why I don't know, because I don't play WoW. Phylactery is like a wizard clone. Why is it so delayed? What do you think is worse, Bush Jr. or Trump? See, like, I don't like the liberal whitewashing of Trump. Or of Bush, excuse me. Because it's like, yeah, he hasn't ruined American influence as much. But if you look at the consequences of the Bush presidency and whether or not like 1 million, potentially up to 1 million, like innocent Iraqis died, it's like, okay, I mean, Trump hasn't done anything that bad, but that's not a defense of Trump. That's just like, they're bad in both ways. And I'm not going to say either one is good or one is worse. They're both terrible. I think if you look at like probably the overall downstream effects, Trump is probably worse for America, but I would not rank these people on the evil scale and feel comfortable saying one is better than the other. I'm shocked that you just found that out now. I just ordered my first dose. Oh, congratulations, Astro. Hamburger, George W. Bush equals mad. Daddy was normal, as Hunter said. 1583. Have you ever heard of the progressive news site called The Zodiac? I have not. Have you ever played old school RuneScape? I did play old school RuneScape a little bit, but I didn't really play it. Soy yoked. We're going to allow freaking MMA to exist? I really don't care. I mean, sports can be inherently dangerous. Yeah, but not all sports should be inherently dangerous, Natalie. I mean, like, most people aren't playing golf expecting to get hurt. It depends on the sport. Coke or Pepsi? Coke. June. So your Pride. Oh, will be my Pride Month body. Hell yeah, Max Sturm. I did dance shirtless in the Pride Parade, but I'm not, well, I don't want to gay bait. I mean, maybe I'm a little bit curious, but I wasn't doing it because I was gay. I was to support my gay friends, all right? Brie de Mont Diet Pepsi. I don't know what that means. Does Musk have a chance to be the president in the future? Not legally as it currently stands, but I don't know if that would stop them. Like, he's not a U.S. citizen, or he's not born in the U.S. Kids believe in Santa. They just can understand non-binary people just fine. True. Absolutely true. Or just robots. Like, not to like dehumanize non-binary people, but it's like if you can understand the concept of a robot that doesn't have a gender. Although I guess they can't, because every Transformer has to have a boy or a girl now. So Trump did orange washing. What did you think about Trump's plan to create a strategic crypto reserve? So I'm not an... Oh, thank you for reminding me of that. I got to ask Econ Boy about that. I think it's pretty funny because like the whole point is to be, you know, decentralized, right? And yet somehow now we have the government who's able to, release or capture a bunch of that money into a reserve. And it's like, okay, like now it's just government controlled. Eventually they're going to have all the regulations. Like, cool. Like, what was the point of Bitcoin again? Who cares? Cake Chan. Okay, you're talking to each other. Coke period. I can send a link. It uses Wix at the moment. Okay, yeah, so shoot me a link somewhere. The kids thing is being ridiculous. Kids are in the real world. LGBT people are in the real world. Kids have to get used to people in the real world just like everyone else. Yeah, I mean, I think it was, did Jordan Peterson say like, oh, Elliot Page shouldn't have transitioned. Look how many people he influenced. It's like, fuck off, dude. Like, there are people making comparisons to Weimar Germany, comparing Trump to Adolf Hitler. I don't think he is Mr. Hitler, but I think he's close to Hindenburg. I mean, maybe. I don't fucking know. Whoops, man, at soy. Oh, you called me Vosh? How dare you? The USB is stored at Fort Knox filled with Trump coin. The kid thing is stupid. I have 2 dads. It was short, simple conversation. Hey, son, I actually like other men, not women. Oh, okay, dad. Yeah, I'm definitely jaded on this just because I'm in the Bay Area. So I grew up with all this. I grew up with trans people around and gay people and all this and every single fucking culture. And it's just like so easy for me. But I understand people like not getting it because they weren't born and they don't see it. I think it's very easy. You just integrate them and they're like, oh, wait, you're a person. I don't have to hate you anymore. It's really that easy. Like so many of these people do not have a trans friend. They don't have a friend that might have a legal immigrant family. It's ridiculous. Max Stern is ego. Are you watching 2 streamers at once? Are you cheating on me? How dare you? Do you ever play Persona? I don't play JRPGs. So no, but I love the music. To be honest, I've never seen a trans or gay person IRL. Skull, what country are you from? Definitely not from California. There's no way. Hey, nobody special. Hey, just hopped on stream. Do you think Trump's tanking of the stock market is intentional or just incompetence? Will it matter? I can't read his mind. I mean, if you came out with evidence that Donald Trump was doing this on purpose, reversing the tariffs immediately so that the uncertainty started to go away after he stopped flip-flopping and everyone bought low and then it enriched all his rich friends, I'd believe it. I don't know if that's why he's doing it. I think he thinks tariffs will work, but he also might just be doing it to fuck around. He could be a Russian puppet that is intentionally sabotaging America's soft power and hard power and economy. I have no fucking clue what the intentions are. The problem is he's doing it, so it doesn't really matter why. The problem is it's hurting everyone else. So kids don't get straight relationships either. Pretty true, honestly. You're from South Dakota? That's not a real country. That's fair, though. You probably haven't seen a transfer citizen. I always forget that state even exists. Hey, okay, so that. Do you think Trump's presidency is a fault of democracy? Well, it's a fault of? It is. It's because of democracy. Assuming there's no foul play, he won the popular vote, he won all of the electoral college. What are you going to do? He won. That's what people, I mean, you could say it's a fault of our education system, it's a fault of disinformation, it's a fault of voter suppression, but fault of democracy? No. And I don't want to get rid of democracy because they did something I don't like. I don't think you'd confidently say this. Did you ask every single person you passed in the street? That's true. You don't know if you met a trans person or a gay person or anything like that. It's hard to tell sometimes. I grew up in rural-ish Canada. We have phobes around, but for me, it was just never that weird. I didn't really care much that my dad was one way or the other, just that he was good to me. You know, that's crazy that you care about how your dad treats you, not his sexual orientation. What's wrong with you? There are like 300 people where I live, so they're either all closeted or just don't exist. You should download Grindr Skull. Suss them out. But then everyone will know if there's only 300 people that now you're gay and trans. Both, actually. Transvestigating every person I see at Mount Washmore. I think, wait, is it South Dakota? I thought it was North Dakota. I guess North Dakota's in the one. Why do you guys get 2 Dakotas? It should just be Dakota. All right. The blonde Christian xenophobia chick from the Sam Cedar video was hella pretty. She was all right. I guess blondes aren't my type. I wanted her to go longer, even though she was saying us deranged. Hey, well, good news. The blonde Sam Cedar arguing chick is not just some random chick off the street. I think she was like already first of all, I think she's from Canada, but she's like promoted by Rebel Media. I think she's probably going to get her own show because this is the conservative fucking thing. You know, you get one slightly valid pushback and all of a sudden, there we go. You have your own show now, and now I think Riley Gaines was like speaking at CPAC. For what? Because she lost to a trans woman in a swimming competition? Like, is she charismatic? No. Is she pretty? Not in my opinion. It's kind of weird. I mean, I wish because I yelled at Michael Knowles that my channel blew up. My channel did blow up, to be fair. more than it was. I think I had 2,000 subscribers when that happened, but like I didn't get my own fucking TV show. Do not download Grindr if you validate sanity. Mildly muscular mom, are you on Grindr? South Dakota does have Mount Rushmore. Okay. She looked like a cyborg. North Dakota sucks. Let's get rid of that one. Yeah. Just make it, actually, yeah, don't form it into one Dakota. Just make one big South Dakota. I know a couple of trans teachers at my college. Literally nobody cares. They all refer to them as she. Yeah. Who gives a shit? Even, okay, for the longest time, like I didn't fully, I mean, even to this day, I don't fully understand the concept of non-binary because I think people have different definitions for it. But it's like, okay, you don't fully accept one or the other gender role. It was how it was described to me. And I was like, well, if it's gender roles, then isn't everyone non-binary? Doesn't matter. The point is, even when I didn't fully grasp it as a concept, even if I thought it was ridiculous, I've had people use neo pronouns with me or like say, call me it. It's like, you know what? I just will because it's easy. Now, if it gets ridiculous for like the conservative strawman, like you have to call me your highness. And it's like, okay, that is ridiculous. I'm not going to do that. But like, even if you aren't fully on board, it's so easy to just be a little respectful. If they ask you to call you a name or something, it's so stupid. There are cute femboys on there on Grindr. There needs to be a rematch of you versus Knowles. Yeah, and this time, now that I have a platform, I can just go all out and call him an asshole, but in a smart way that he'll respect. Instead of being like, well, I don't want to yell at you because I have nothing and I want to be on your show. So instead, I did tell him to like be quiet a couple times. Dating app where the soy pill is the only option and it's an AI you can talk to. Oh God, that would make the parasocial relationship a little worse. The RNC crash grinder. Oh yeah, I'm sure Lindsey Graham was at least 20 of those accounts. We should donate North Dakota to Canada. Hell yeah. Grindr only made me realize that I understand why women might choose the bear. No kidding. 100% yes. I've told this story before, but like made, get low on self-esteem, go on Tinder, go on Hinge, set it to gay so I get more matches. Holy shit. Give me the fucking bear some of those times. Why is your avatar Manny Heffley? I think whoever, my friend who drew it was inspired by Manny Heffley probably, just subconsciously. My favorite part of the Sam Suitor was the conservatives taking the video at face value. Yes. Yeah. It looks so bad for them. What's so crazy is the appearance of these people. Like they've adopted the like effeminate hipster thing. That one like gay Republican guy. Like if you didn't tell me he was Republican and I didn't hear the arguments, just looking at him, I'd be like, yeah, it's like a Bay Area dude, right? And like, oh well, he's the dumb Bay Area liberal sounding one, so Sam Suitor must be the conservative. That was so funny. And the face he makes, and just what month is it? Oh, so good. I'm realizing now that stuff like that, I should stream and react to it live instead of watching it by myself. And when I have the time to do it, I will. When I'm not writing videos, which I'm doing right now. My pronouns are do nut. Ha ha ha. Dakota can take Eastern Montana. That's not a real place. Yeah, that is a good reason to go on Grinders for the femboys. My ex-partner transitioned to non-binary, and at first it scared the hell out of me, but as I found out more about it, I became a lot more known and reasonable. Cool. If I can remember to use someone's name, I can remember one or two more words to call them. Yeah, unless it's an annoying word, and then I'll tell them. What is your opinion on the TikToker Lily Tino and how she makes the... Let me see if I know her face. Oh, this person. I don't like her. If she's her, I don't know what her pronouns, their pronouns. It's like this very like self-righteous TikToks, all the ones I've seen where it's like, I can't believe this person do that. Excuse, like, and Karening with the waiters, and like maybe she's being misgendered or he. I think it's she. I think she, not they. She's being. Let's just say she for now. If she's being misgendered, and she's upset by that, and she says, "Hey, could you please do that?" Sure, but like it seems like this very performative, I'm baiting thing, and even if it's not, it's just annoying. It has nothing to do with transness. It's just the way that she interacts with the waiters and all that is like, there's a reason why it goes all viral in the right-wing spaces, because like people who aren't anti-trans see that and they're like, I'm annoyed. So Trump makes his policies surrounding whether Republicans would glaze them. True. Are they choosing bears on Grindr? Ah ha ha. True. Nick T, we see straight to easy. Natalie, you can still be principled, but being the party of the lame duck status quo economic policy, that isn't working. Yeah, for now, and we need better messaging. Bernie seems to be doing well. He's drawing big crowds in non-election time. Connor Mason, my default position is I'll treat people with the same respect they treat me. Most people's baseline includes addressing me how I prefer, so I do the same for them. I agree. So, oh, sorry, other Astra. Oh, there's two Astras in here. Are you both trans? Hey, Magumo. How's it going, buddy? Do you think I can have a parasocial relationship with you while actually knowing you? If you stop calling me and you stay in Japan and never come visit. I feel bad for that guy. He probably doesn't have much self-respect. True. Or she. If you're talking about the she, you should say that girl. Thunderclap, if you mean lame duck. Okay, you're talking to each other. Do you think another thing Democrats can look forward to is shorting the Dow Jones and S&P? Hey, go for it. I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe it'll go up soon. I don't fucking know. What's my bench? I don't do... I've said this before. I don't do 1 rep max, but I do 5 reps of 90 plus 90, 2 plates. This is 180, 225. I could do 5 reps of 275 almost on incline bench. Feels like Trump is treating this like a business, in the worst way, short-term gains. Hey, I want Trump to be right. I want this to be the temporary economic hardship that leads to great things. I just don't think it's going to happen. Learning new words and pronouns are hard because I can't read. True. Sorry, can't respect your pronouns, can't read. Hi, everyone. I hope you will get conscripted to other streams more often and come hang out at Mercado. Yeah, guys, go check out. Mercado is in the description, by the way. I linked his channel for those who are interested. I think he does good work. I like him too. And he reminds me of Church, Fireside Chats, excuse me. Who is also, I don't know if he's former MAGA, but like, the kind of Republican aesthetic to convert Republicans. I think that's awesome. So yeah, Mercado's great. Go check him out. And he did so cool in the Ukrainian debate. Oh, I loved it so much. So cathartic. Do we think we should make 4chan in charge of the executive branch? Well, kind of already did. I was in Houston for 6 months. Tesla Cybertrucks were all I saw. That sucks. I'm sorry. You what now? I mean, you'll only know if you try. Oh, you're talking to Amagumo. What's your ideal Democratic candidate? I don't have one. I'm Bernie Sanders, but 35. Maybe AOC. I don't think she'll be old enough to run. We should work out someday. I'll give me some pointers. Damn, you better be swole as fuck. Talk about that gay Sam Cedar guy. Okay. I didn't think you were a transphobe, Skull. Sorry, it's okay. Where was my notification? Oh, sorry. This was a impromptu stream. I got roped into this an hour before. What do you eat to bulk? My gains are good. I've plateaued on weight. I plateau on weight too. Like I bulked for 5 months and I barely went up. But oh, Mercado's in here. Hell yeah, guys, go subscribe to Mercado. He's awesome. No, what's it called? I bulk up on just like a bunch of protein, like a bunch of meat, which is bad because my chat has been trying to get me to go vegan, and I think I should. I really should. But at the current moment, I'm not, and I eat a lot of meat. A lot of carbs, like popcorn and like nuts. Nuts are great, very calorie dense. But honestly, if you plateau and you look good, who cares? Well, obviously, I'd be upset if I looked like I do and I couldn't lift anything, but like it's not that big a deal. The thing is, I don't always act the best. I'm always trying to improve. I would imagine that everyone has bad moments. Really, I just don't have to broadcast it. True. My hedge is against the American economy. It's going great. Hey, that's awesome. Maybe I should be in the stock market right now, but I'm too scared. I don't want to lose it all. Parallel soy pill relationship. True. What do you think the end of this administration is shaping up? I have no idea. I can't even predict what's happening next week, let alone 4 years from now. Sorry, Thunder. I wish I could. Have you ever heard of the channel Think Before You Sleep? I can't give you my thoughts. I have heard of the channel. I feel like I've watched him before. Andrew Mercado was MAGA in the Navy. Riot streamer he was. Best news in gamer channel. Hell yeah. All right. That's pretty big. That means go subscribe to it. That's a big endorsement. Have you ever seen the AOC ethics complaint? I haven't. Was it bad? Something I should be worried about? Bernie would have been a great candidate in 2016. Well, not great enough to win the primary, even, despite any, DNC stuff. Like, he just didn't get enough votes. He's not popular, unfortunately. Sucks. I know for a fact that JD 200% has 4chan pole rot, brain rot. I mean, he plays Magic, so definitely. There's some terms that are exclusively people in the know. I think you're right. Have you heard of the Horseshoe Theory podcast? Yes. I forgot who was on it. Eggs are the best protein, but in this economy, I can't eat too many eggs. I went vegan. It felt great for a long time. I fell off. I'll go vegan if soy does. See, okay, if you say that, and I'm going to do it eventually, hopefully sooner rather than later, this is the argument for why I should. Because not only am I stopping all of my meat consumption, I am now doing it for at least one other person, and I have an influence. So like now that I have a platform, there's a non-zero amount of people I can get to go vegan. How do you feel about what do you know about the current state of Canadian politics? I only know what I watch from the informative JJ McCullough videos, and so I have already forgotten a lot of it because I'm a use it or lose it person. So I don't use Canadian politics. I immediately forget everything I get out of his very informative and well-made videos. But still, go check him out. Oh, push him over 1 million, guys. My general rule for weight training is if you can't do 50 reps, you're lifting too much. I hope you're trolling, because that's not how it works. I do 5 reps. Horseshoe Podcast says Jared. Yeah. Okay. That is the one I know. I'm gonna see Jared. I think I'm sleeping at the same streamer house during VidCon with Jared. I don't know if that's secret information. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Everyone, don't spread it. Streisand affect it. Do you follow Critical Drinker? That is funny. I do sometimes watch Critical Drinker. I sometimes like some of his opinions. I think he's kind of brain rotted though. I think most of his opinions are bad. I'd love to argue that with him though. I eat tons of chicken. It's simple and you can season it to taste like anything. Yes, and avian is better for you than red meat. What is Mercado's opinions on trans people? Yeah, Mercado, are you still here? What is your opinion on trans people? Trans rights? Can we get a trans rights from Mercado? I hate Trump for a great many reasons. He single-handedly saved the Canadian Liberals. Oh, as in that's a bad thing. Okay. The trick is also limiting oils and certain veggies. Oil is very calorie dense. Horseshoe podcast. Oh yeah, I saw this. American current events scares me. Sometimes I wonder if I'll have to flee to another country to escape persecution. I would in the past say you're fear-mongering. Now I don't know. It doesn't have to be black and white. You can just reduce the amount. Yeah, I am trying to cut back a lot of meat. I actually am. Only soy. I don't like soy protein that much though. Opinion on privacy? Show me all of your secrets. Did you see the Sam Sater Jubilee? Yeah, we talked about up there. It was really good. He did a great job. I love Sam. I hope to evolve into him. He's my second Jewish evolution. Third is, I don't know what my third is. You ever read Black Shirts and Reds? No. Any thoughts on German and Japanese rearmament? Scary that we have to do it. But we might have to do it. I think Europe might have to rearm. More than they already have. Kind of brain-rotted. Their body, their choice, live and let live, I would say. Your Oscar opinions. I haven't watched a lot of the Oscar movies. Mickey 17, really enjoyed it. As soon as you realize it's a very hammy movie, trying to go into it completely blind like I did, it was hilarious. On the nose, sure, but it knows what it's doing. It's very on the nose. You think that guy's kind of brain rotted. He's very brain rotted, yeah. Okay. But yeah, I need to watch more current movies. I think Japan rearming is based. Ugh. All right, buddy. You just want more tanks to play with. You just want to get more tank models. Critical Drinker's movie sucked and pretty much everything he complains about. He made a movie? Why do these people always make movies? Jarek and Soy should kiss. Live in a U.S. state surrounded by military bases. Been here 40 years. Used to the noise until now. Something is up. Constant jets and choppers. They're getting ready for something. That's scary. Don't tell me that. I thought the normal you look at the Domino's pizza orders next to the Pentagon. That's the like, hey, is something going to happen indicator. Never heard Critical Drinker say anything slightly intelligent. It doesn't have to be like intelligent per se. More like I agree with this critique, right? But if it's not like a super smart critique, then it's like, all right, who cares? Like I wouldn't watch him on purpose for the most part, but I'm watching him out of curiosity of like, why are his takes so like sometimes I agree with them, but most of the time I don't. Something similar would be like Mahler, I think is like more politically aligned with like a Critical Drinker, but I like his critiques, although he's very long-winded, obviously very pedantic, but like I liked his takedown of the Star Wars sequels for the most part. I agreed with like the criticisms. It was like 8 hours long, but not my secrets. 1 Chad Pill versus 50 conservatives Jubilee. I applied to be on Jubilee. They did not accept me, but I'll apply again. I'll try to read at school. JMSDF, new planned missile cruisers are fucking... See, of course, it's fucking otaku thing. You don't care about rearming. You just want more cool military stuff, you little shit. Anora was good. Have not seen it. Surprisingly shocked by the negative stuff. Mickey Madison was amazing. Yeah, I've seen some clips. I wasn't impressed, but YouTube hates free speech. By the way, guys, if I do my parallel reality video, YouTube hates free speech will be my conservative friend. So if you guys like that, you have to like him too. So shower him with love. Can't wait to see the return of the kamikaze. Yep, it's happening. My girlfriend says it's the military deporting people. I actually don't know about that. Do watch Invincible? Thank you for reminding me there's a new episode in 5 hours? 5 hours and 10 minutes. I am so excited for Conquest, although I'm a little disappointed with the voice of Conquest. It's not bad. Jeffrey D. Morgan is good, but like his voice isn't deep enough. Like he's like, get ready for my arrival, worm. And I want it to be like, stand ready for my arrival, worm. You know, like very like old man, like gravelly. Like obviously that wasn't perfect, but like needed to be. I think he's just doing his normal voice, and I was a little disappointed. But whatever. I'm still enjoying it. I like it. The comic's still there. What's your opinion on piracy? I think if it's 100% if it's a smaller project, don't pirate unless you really can. Everyone that tells me they can't afford it, who pirates, can't afford it. Support people who make stuff. It's hard to make stuff. It takes a lot of time. If people use ad block on my videos because they don't want to see ads, I'm going to like, yell at them. If I was a starving artist and someone was like pirating my movies or something, I'd be pretty upset about it. If you sincerely cannot afford things, sincerely, like I am dead poor and I need this, I don't endorse it, but I understand it a little more. But I still don't think you should. First of all, don't torrent because your IPs, for one, because it's illegal, but two, your IPs will like accumulate all of your torrents together, and once you hit a certain threshold, then charge you for it. But if you're like streaming something because it's like, oh, I don't want to pay for like, as shitty as Netflix and Hulu and all these streaming services are getting with all the new ads, and someone wants to stream because it's easier and more convenient, it's hard for me to be like, no, don't do that. It's like, I mean, yeah, it's illegal. Well, actually, I don't even know if streaming is illegal because you're not the one hosting it and you're not downloading it. But I understand, given how shitty these fucking streaming services are getting. But that's my opinion, Taz. Japanese warhawks are too nostalgic for me. Nostalgic. Oh, Legionary, good night as well to you. Have to get leg day done. Oh, way to rub it in that I didn't work out today. I live next to a military base as well. Nothing out of the ordinary over here, if that's good news. Yeah, I'm going to take your word because it's exactly what I wanted to hear. A lot of Canadians have a strong distaste for JJ. Yeah. Grossly oversimplifies issues. I mean, that might be true. It seems to be weirdly anti-Quebec. So one thing about JJ, I think if you on your surface level, when he says like, I'm against the like bilingual nature of Canada, like at surface level, I'm like, oh, why? Like, what, wouldn't you just want people to speak more languages? Then I watched his video and he had the explanation with me because we talk semi-regularly now. I consider him a friend. He said, take that as real, biased, obviously. But like, he's like, look, I don't like the way that there are requirements in certain places of government for this bilingual stuff. And it's like, yeah, like I don't think people who don't have that bilingual trait should be discriminated against. I agree with that, especially in government. So I can see arguments against that, but I can see why people see that and on its face say, oh, this guy's anti-Canada, blah, blah, blah. Like, I understand. And maybe he is oversimplified. I don't know. He is my primary source of Canadian information, but right now I don't think it's a huge problem. And he's a smart guy. So I trust him to, even if he has maybe an incorrect opinion about Canada, to at least have a nuanced take about it. I disagreed with his Wikipedia take, for example. I think Wikipedia is better than he does. Gundams could become a reality. Yes, true. Wasn't there supposed to be a mech fight? Do you guys remember that? There was two mechs that were going to fight, and they just never did. Maybe they did, and it was boring. I remember two companies were going to go at it. European rearmament is probably a good thing considering the U.S. commitments have been called into question. Yeah, I mean, that's why it's happening. So would you rather be stuck in a room 24 hours with Matt Walsh or Nick Fuentes? Nick Fuentes would be more interesting. Matt Walsh would be boring, but it would also infuriate me. Nick Fuentes. I would be bored to death otherwise. I only watch it also just in case you try to kill me. I could absolutely take him. I don't know about, probably could take Matt Walsh, but I could definitely take Nick Fuentes. I only watch a Critical Drinker video when I know the movie was shit. Exactly, right? So it's like, at worst, you can get like some good vitriolic criticisms, but he might have the wrong reason to criticize. Like when someone says like, oh, it's bad because it's woke. It's like, no, it's bad because of this. It's also woke. I like how Ben Serpiro has so great takes on musicals. Yeah, because he's a theater kid. They would be stuck in a room with me. A lot of people think I'm Republican just because I hate the Dems. Yeah, you're good, buddy. You can hate the Dems, I understand. But we're still the better party. We're not doing Japanese Empire ever again. Never say never. I feel like most of the conservatives who hate the prequels blame wokeness. Did anyone really blame the prequels for wokeness? First of all, there's a lot of racism in the prequels. You got the fucking, like the Jewish Arab car salesman guy. You've got the Neomodians, like doing those Asian accents. Like, are they really woke? I don't think they're woke. Or are you talking about the sequels? The sequels are more woke as per like their definition of woke. They literally have the purple-haired feminist lady, but they're also just bad because of bad writing. Can't wait to hear Panzer lied from across the ocean. Conquest voice did not match the character, 100%. Europe, Japan will always have to rearm substantially since Trump makes the U.S. unreliable. Yep, people do not like unreliable U.S. for various reasons. Jeffrey Dean Morgan was not what I expected for Conquest. I was expecting more Jonathan. Mark, you got to take over the planet, Mark. I don't think Erman Trout should have done that either, but maybe that would have worked. I don't know. Jonathan Banks. I think you know who should have done it? Fucking Clancy Brown, the guy who does Krieg or Craig or however they pronounce it in the show. Like fucking Mr. Krabs. He's got an amazing Conquest voice, but they didn't make him. We have too many old people to invade anyone. If you want to pirate my Dennis Prager dating sims, I will. Based. I think Trump mistaking transgender mice with transgenic mice was the worst. Like, I don't think it's a lie. It's like a genuine mistake. And it's just stupid. But yeah, unless there were, could you make a mouse trans with transgenic practices? Could you transfer the chromosomes? Then they're transgenic transgender mice. Rent-seeking multinational corps don't deserve my sympathy. Fair enough. People work for them. I understand. When will you start grifting? Australia just had a cyclone. Jesus Christ. Stay safe, everybody. Hundreds of torrents in the 2000s. Yeah, before they knew what it was. Majority of the population don't want a war. It's just being able to defend themselves. Yep. When will you start grifting? Okay, guys, this will never happen now because I'm too big, but I was thinking about this. What if I made like a parallel channel where like I just did everything the same, but as a Republican, and watched how much more I grew and like infiltrated the Republican media sphere and like got money and grants, and then like revealed myself once I was like a Daily Wire pundit. Or pundit. But yeah, too late now. Do you know about Stop Killing Games? I don't, but I'm assuming that's an anti-piracy thing. I sometimes will pirate when I generally cannot afford it, but I will always buy it through legitimate channels afterwards if it was all worth the time. If you're being 100% sincere, that's good. Some people say that, and they just, even though they play it for like 4 hours, it's like, all right, are you going to buy it? Like, even if the game's bad, if I played it for more than 4 hours, that's why I like the Steam rule, right? They let you try it. I've returned a lot of games because I'm just like, I don't like this. I didn't have to pirate it. But yeah, if you legitimately mean that and you're going to give the money, then do it. The problem is I want to give money to people that like I can't give money to, like the Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared YouTube people. That show is one of my favorite things ever, and I can't give them money. Bilingualism is a fairly hot button issue because of French language speaking requirement. I speak French, so I benefit, but it's not black or white. Exactly, Connor. Of course, I should have known you were Canadian. You have two gay dads. Rural, not in Montreal, just accept the French language is enough. Matt Walsh would probably be the drunk. How am I so far behind on chats? I'm sorry, guys. Please play Hotline Miami. I would suck at that. What would a drunk Matt Walsh even be like? Probably the same, because he's so fucking monotone. I'd rather Matt Walsh be locked in a room with me. Flex. Soy pill, more like boy krill, because you are a young male crustacean. Thank you, Alec. Ben Shapiro is an amazing art critic. True. Poland could solo Russia. I don't know about that. I bet you are probably more locked in than I am. Oh, Critical Drinker blames wokeness for the sequels. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, he sucks. People don't like the prequels because of awful filmmaking, writing, and acting. Hey, I found out today that Watto didn't die, which is great. I love Watto. No, they won't! I swear in every clip I've seen, he's half drunk. He kind of does seem like he's slurring his words. What do you think will happen if European arms start cutting into the profits of American arms dealers? That's a good question. I don't know. If you want to get conspiratorial, maybe they'll start some wars or something. I don't know. Any tips on where to find political groups to participate in so I can stop LARPing online? People always like to say your local DSA. I don't know for sure. Literally Googling how can I get involved in your city, there are people that like tailor their ads to people like you Googling it, so try that. Guys, a movie doesn't have to be gay to be bad. It could just be bad. It could be bad and gay. Like if they force a gay agenda. And when I say gay agenda, I mean like if they just like randomly made a character gay 90 minutes into the movie, that'd be kind of silly. But I'm not going to give an example because it's never happened. It's probably happened. Defeat Russia, form new Poland, Lithuania, Commonwealth, everyone else. All right, stop LARPing your fucking Hearts of Iron 4 campaigns in my chat. Amagumo. 1939, Japan all over Indochina. Guinea was not Germany. Transmeister spying chill. Clancy Brown would have been the right choice. Yes. Now we can do two. You can do two voices. Transgenericism. Oh, here we go. They were testing. Oh, YouTube speech. They were testing hormones on mice to look for negative effects of gender affirming care. Transgenic mice was one part of the broader money allocated for those studies. Is that true? I'm going to look that up. That might be true. This is, by the way, he's the person I'd do parallel reality. If we watch this clip, this is what would happen. He might actually change my mind here. Maybe it was transgender mice. Transgenic mice. Forbes. I trust Forbes. They're a little pro-Trump. transgender. Making mice transgender. Oh, here we go. Turns out the bizarre line from Trump was actually about the use of transgenic mice to study the safety of hormone treatments often given to transgender people, and that not the use of mice is what the administration objects to. Transgenic mice are mice with modified DNA, while biomedical researchers use to study how genes impact disease and health. Okay, this seems like what he's saying is true. Transgenic mice. Wait, no, this is not about transgender mice. So why did transgenic mice come under fire during Trump's address to Congress? At first, it looked like, by the way, this is the Forbes article, I'm just not putting it on screen. At first, it looked like the president had simply mixed up the words. They repeated the claim later for institutions across the country to perform transgender experiments on mice. All 6 grants actually focused on the safety of various hormone treatments, not on whether it was possible to make mice transgender. In particular, the 6 studies investigated how hormone therapy affects things like breast cancer risks, response to HIV vaccines, asthma symptoms, and fertility. There's a considerable gap in knowledge, wrote one team of researchers, which received a $455,000 grant to study how hormone therapy affects people's response to HIV vaccines, surrounding the immunological responsiveness of transgender people, a population. Oh, okay. So all of these hormones apparently are being tested on these mice, transgenic mice. Some of these hormones are used for transgender people, specifically people who might be at high risk for HIV. It is not transgender mice. So you're not wrong to say, okay, so they were testing, what did you say? They're testing hormones on mice, true, to look for the negative side effects of gender-affirming care. I don't think it was for gender-affirming care specifically. It was a lot of different hormones. Sometimes things that affect transgender people. Still not transgender mice, so that is incorrect. But yeah, they were wrong, the Republicans and Trump. You can use mice as hormone models for studying all kinds of stuff. Yeah, of course, that we use it for all sorts of shit. That's why I don't like when people get on Elon for like killing the monkeys with the Neuralink. Like that's how we test like everything. Like there's so many things you can criticize him for. Like he killed some monkeys. First of all, monkeys are hilarious, and when they die, it's probably funny. Even though I don't like cruelty to animals, they probably make loud, weird noises and like scream about like all the numbers being put in their brains. But yeah, it's probably not a big deal. Yes, I know. That's why I said that. Okay, so I hope we're on the same page then. YouTube hates free speech because it seems like it wasn't transgender mice. It seems like you are correct in claiming it, but I don't think it was hormone treatments. If a game has its hooks in me long enough to play an hour, it's worth purchasing. Yeah. Oh, guys, this is the metric you should use for anything. How much does it cost to go to the movies? Movies about 2 hours. Let's say it was $20. This might be a little more expensive. Let's say it's $20 for a movie. That's $10 an hour. If you get 6 hours out of a video game and it was $60, worth it. That's why indie games are amazing, because it's usually like 50 hours or something, or like Balatro, and it's like $15. So it's totally worth it. Soy Bill Watto impression was not. I'm full of impressions, guys. If you super chat me with a quote and a character, I will try to do the impression. There's many I can do, there's many I can't, but I will learn depending on the frequency of super chats and what they're asking for. This includes cancer and medicine effectiveness. Yes. Just look up Ben Shapiro's take on rap. Yeah, he's like the roller backpack kid who's like, rap's not real music, like classical music. Wet ass P word. I'm talking wet ass P word. I said certified reek, home board, 7 days a week. Got that wet ass P word. Make that pull-out game weak. That was generally a very good Watto. Hey, I've been watching those movies since I was 3. Annie! Little Annie! He's just like Arabian, Jewish. No, they won't! We need a lefty version of the Daily Wire called The Weekly Lead, and has all the hosts are woke trans people with multicolored hair. Hell yeah. Stop Killing Games was an initiative started by a guy named Ross Scott to legally stop companies from making it impossible to play games. Oh, for live service crap? Yeah, I hate that. Oh, wait, maybe I don't understand. I'd have to look into this now. Ben Shapiro. How do we get into the next conscription debate? I know what I'm talking about due to doing some basic research. I'm sorry, I don't know if there will be another one, but yeah, I didn't do any research. I got called into it like an hour before, and it was just like a moral argument for me. Biden blast. Hey girl, I'm trying to trans my genes with you. The closest I can think of making a character gay pointlessly in a negative way is Le Fou in the remake of BATB. Oh, Beauty and the Beast. Yeah, but that's not even like like, it's not bad. It's just like, what are you doing? Like, you're just making him gay so that you can say you have a gay character, and then he appears for like 3 seconds in the back of the screen with a man who doesn't even kiss. Like, it's not, the gayness isn't the bad, it's the pandering. You should do a Hearts of Iron 4 game. No, because I'm bad. My sister's trans flag, funny. When Alex Jones complained about chemicals in the frogs gay, it was basically a real story. Yeah, like there was some like transgender thing going on with frogs, which is like a thing that amphibians and I want to say reptiles can do. That's the whole plot of Jurassic Park, and movies are reality. Elon testing Neuralink was literally against usual practice. That's why most of the OG team quit the company. I wouldn't doubt it. Not only that, he was just killing significantly more than should have been dying. We have to kill every single monkey. No more apes. Soy, I'm going to put you in a room with a bunch of monkeys after they heard you said that. Well, dumb apes can't understand what I'm saying because they're not smart. I use the argument dollar for an hour. $1 an hour for it to be worth? $1 an hour? Do you think your debate streams are productive? Personally, I don't think it will change anyone's mind. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, people have messaged me and told me I changed their mind, but mostly through my videos. They're fun. They they subsidize my other content, so it's one of those like one for them, one for me. I like thinking about this sort of stuff, and sometimes I hear good arguments. If you guys hate them, maybe I'll stop them. If like overwhelmingly people don't want to do them anymore. They are to change the viewer's mind, not the other debaters. Yeah, exactly. You debate free speech, and that does happen. Which right-wing figure do you want to debate the most? I don't know. There's people like I don't want to debate because I don't like the way they talk. Like it just annoys me. Like I would get triggered because I'm just so annoyed by like the way they make arguments. Like a Tim Pool would just be like, I'm just like, stop. It'd be so annoying. So I don't know. I can't say. Maybe Ben Shapiro. That'd be fun. But you know, got a long way to go before that. What are your thoughts on the death of medium-sized theaters? It's sad. I like movie theaters. I like going to the movies, and I feel like it's getting less and less common, especially now that they put movies on streaming like 3 hours later than they came out. Certain amphibians, not as general rule, not reptiles. Thank you, Connor Mason, for educating me. You have 2 gay dads, so I trust you on gay fish. Frogs, clownfish, and bearded dragons. Understand if you can't get a girlfriend, become the girlfriend. In Jurassic Park, it's a specific type of jungle frog. True. I can't get past the tutorial of Hearts of Iron 4. That's probably more than I would do. Buys game, plays on the laptop, 2 hours game, turns into 5 hours because the laptop is profit. Yeah, lie about the specs of your game so you can make more money. The debate streams just sound like Thanksgiving conversation with like 10 minutes of Google research. So, for example, like the healthcare debate I did with Destiny, I did a lot of research on that one. Like I read a whole book. I was like reading all these articles. I was asking people in the industry stuff, and you know, I still was nowhere close to being an educated person on it, but I thought that was a little more interesting than what just happened. So if you want to be a React Andy, there's a cool video of a guy learning monkey language with bonobos. I don't want to be a React Andy, although it would be really easy. But, that's what it was. Someone did the reference to the NIMS longest recorded sentence during the stream, and I saw it and laughed. The whole like, me eat orange, you give me, hand me orange, me eat you. Like that, someone referenced that and made me laugh. You should try to get on Jubilee. I have tried already. Let's look at what they're doing. Jubilee, what they're doing upcoming. I will try again to get on. Let's see if there's one casting. All right, guys. There's atheists. We're looking for atheists to discuss things with Christians. That sounds kind of boring and timed out. Conservatives to discuss things with a liberal counterpart. April 6th. That could be fun. NBA and NFL fans know. Spectrum race. I don't think I want to do the race one. Everybody straight men. Calling all straight men. Finally, someone cares about us. We are casting individuals who struggle or feel dissatisfied with their bodies. Well, I mean, I have body dysmorphia, but I'm pretty happy with it. Middle ground, anorexic versus obese. I'm definitely not doing that. Documented immigrants and undocumented. No, that's not me. Turn to date, single men. Hello. Casting single men who are ready to put themselves out there. An exciting new reality series. I mean, that's not really what it's for, but I am a single man. Could do it. I think I will try to apply to this conservative one and see what happens. But yeah, I'll try to get on Jubilee, guys. I think it'd be a lot of fun. Where were we? Zim's longest sentence. Hi, ad. Ukrainian flag. What are your thoughts on Harriet Tubman and the new Civ 6? Her head is not big enough. She has a secret power to increase her head size by 10. Not big enough. Not large enough. Guys, you gotta understand that the picture of Harriet Tubman on Who Was Harriet Tubman, the children's book, is like one of those photos I can look at and laugh the longer I look at it. Like it's every time, because it's so fucking funny. And also just thinking about like her trying to escape the slave trade, but like all the other slaves are being like very like, you know, subtle and trying to hide, and she's just got a head that's like 60 foot tall. Fucking kills me. It's like, hide your big ass head. We're trying to fucking get away from these slave catchers. There are good commentators who are conservative. I wouldn't call them conservative commentators. There's a great video about how all of the sign language apes and monkeys were full of shit. Interesting. So they like weren't as smart as we thought they were? Damn right. Stupid apes. I'm the bad guy in the Planet of the Apes movie, okay? All apes are bad. The worst part of the live debates with random people is the fact that sometimes people just don't know what they're talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about. That's the worst part. Is like I'm mad that I know slightly more than them just by doing a modicum of research half the time. Thoughts on expanding government, subsidized housing? I don't know the economic implications of it, so I don't know if I'd be for it or not for it. I would say that it is probably good in the short term, maybe harmful in the long term, but I don't have a strong opinion on it. I would have to do more research. Soy Bali, hell yeah. Just looked up the Harry Tubman book, Lamau. Yeah, it's so fucking funny. I saw that you deleted your comment admitting to not being a true soy enjoyer. I never delete comments unless I like make a typo on Twitter or something and try to retype it. So I don't eat a lot of soy. Like I'll have edamame sometimes. Tofu's delicious. If I go vegan, I'm going to be eating a shit ton of tofu. Probably fart a lot too. But like I just don't eat a lot of soy. The soy thing is like ironic, kind of. Hey mama, I'm on the TV. Hi King Kong. I just looked up the Harry Tubman book and I definitely see it. Yeah, it's pretty good. All right. Caught up on chats. This is my rule now. When I catch up on chats and it slows down, that's when I'm allowed to shut off the stream. Because guys, I do have to go write my video tomorrow. If you're interested, at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard, and you can catch the recording, I will be talking to Econoboy, asking him questions about the economy. It's not a debate, just trying to figure out what's going on, how fucked are we, maybe have some interesting conversations. And it's funny because I remember his background, but it'd be really funny if he just was wrong on certain things. Like I'll ask him a question and like I'll just believe whatever he says because he knows more than me, and then I'll just have like these wrong opinions. I just think that'd be funny, but we'll see what happens. I probably trust him. I trust him because he runs in circles of people that I respect. So I need to watch more of his stuff, really get a handle on it. Subsidizing housing will only be good in the US if the building codes change. I don't know if that's true, but watch. I'll do what I would do with Econoboy. I trust you because you probably know more than me. You probably looked into this for 10 seconds. I'm a Gumo. Can I get promoted? What does that mean, Skull? I can't make people mods that I don't know. Sorry if that's what you're asking. Subsidized government housing is individually very good, but doesn't make GDP grow. That sounds right. Again, the Econoboy thing. Sure. I'm Joe Roganing right now. That's my opinion now. I agree with you, Hit with Bricks. What's your thoughts on Andrew Ryan's philosophy in Bioshock? I mean, if you played the game, you know it doesn't work and it's stupid. But yeah, Ayn Rand is an idiot. That's my philosophy on it. Do you also have a hard time differentiating between The Onion and real news nowadays? No. Because The Onion, well, they're a little worse now. But like real news, at least the headlines are written a little differently. I hate when everyone's just like, The Onion's real life now. It's like, no, it's still different. It's just more absurd. If nothing, it all goes to developers. The standard green lawn, wide houses thing that America does doesn't change. I need more row houses, narrow streets, and places to have corner shops. That sounds good to me. Skull, stop asking for things. You're banned from asking for things, Skull. I'm just having a bit of fun. I don't use soy really either. Okay, good. All right, guys. I'm signing off. Thank you so much for joining. Thanks for the debate. I will, as always, clip the beginning and end of this so that it's just the debate. Put it on the Soy Pill Streams channel. You can watch it there. Obviously, I guess the VODs will stay here. I'll just leave them up. I don't know if this one will get demonetized with all the weird baby hypotheticals. But yeah, thanks so much for joining. Tune in tomorrow for the Economo debate. Tune in Friday for gaming. Keep an eye out for that George Floyd video. I will be doing that. And guys, thank you so much for your support. I need now more than ever. So keep super chatting me dumb stuff. I really appreciate that. But yeah, type 1 to then the deep state. Have a good Wednesday and go watch Invincible and Daredevil and all the cool, fun man-child shows. Have a wonderful night, guys. Good night.